funziona, però sì, sì. Comincio io. Sì. Tu mi presenti. Io presento te. Cioè, buongiorno a tutti. Buongiorno a tutti. Studenti, dottorandi, professori, colleghi, benvenuti all'Accademia di Belle Arti di Brera. I switch to English. Welcome to everybody. Professors, colleagues from various universities, PhD students. Welcome to Brera Academy. As a vice director. Delegated to research in this academy. I'm proud to welcome all the people who came wonderful meeting, Fotografiste, Women in Photography, held by progetto di ricerca di interesse nazionale of Nicoletta Leonardi for Brera Academy, Linda Bertelli, Institute of IMT School of Lucca. Tuscany. I think personally, I'm not an expert in photography. I am an medieval art historian. But I think that the role of women has to be found in little details, small lost in archives, libraries, work of art and photography. And this project has helped to wonderful, very interesting, new and original development about history of photography, history of woman art, history of art in general. As Academy of Brera, I am proud to welcome you wonderful occasion. I thank Nicoletta Leonardi for the wonderful job in this. Thank you so much for being here.
So good morning, everyone. Also from my part, as have already been said, I am Linda Bertelli. I'm the instigator of the national project that organized this conference, this fine conference of the project. Actually, I'm together at the table with the co-PI, Professor Nicoletta Leonardi. So welcome to the final conference of our project, Fotografiste, Women in Photography from Italian Archives, 1839, title Women in Photography, Practitioners, Entrepreneurs in a Global Perspective, 1839. I read slowly this title because we care deeply about because it brings together the core questions that have guided our work over these 2 years. So the many forms women's labor in photography, and the ways in which women entered the profession during the first century of the medium. At the same time, of course, the title clearly looks the project itself, the title of the conference, and therefore the conference looks beyond the project by adopting a global perspective. This conference not only to present what we have done within the framework and also within the limits of this national grant, but also to open a conversation that exceeds those boundaries, extending questions and methods into a broader international horizon. Let me start from some heartfelt thanks. As the principal investigator of this project, I would first like to express my gratitude to Nicoletta Leonardi, who 3 years ago agreed, without knowing me, to share the responsibility of this research adventure as co-PI. I am grateful to her, not only for her intellectual generosity, but also for the friendship, even a form of political to borrow an expression that is dear to the feminist thought of difference, Italian feminist thought of difference. This political friendship that has grown through countless meetings this morning, including very early in the morning, and that will certainly not come to with the conclusion of this project that will be on February 2026. So from this point on, these remarks are also on her behalf, and this is the reason I will talk at plural. So our thanks goes above Agnese Ghezzi, who has been part of Fotografiste scene day zero, together also with Fabrizio, that was a postdoctoral fellow at IMT at that moment, and of course to the whole project team. First of all, Marta Equiperazzini, Greta Plaitano, and Emanuele Carlenzi, with Martina Cavalli, Alessandro Livia Torchio, Davide Balsasso, e Vanna Filipposchi, whose work, ideas, and care have sustained these 2 years of research in many directions. I would also like to acknowledge the support of the research offices, both from the IMT School and the Brera Academy, and in particular let me thank Dr. Antonia Iurlaro for her continuous help. Then our thanks also go to the many archives. These are not formal thanks. Please give me the time to pass my gratitude to all the people that were working in the project. Our thanks goes to the many archives that collaborated with us across Italy, photographic archives, municipal archives, industry archives. I will not name them all now. I'll do it together with Nicoletta during our roundtable in a while. But I like to mention from the very beginning that they have been crucial supporters in our collective effort to recover the often traces of women's work in the photographic field, and also they are also one of the main reasons why this project exists, actually. We sincerely thank the members of the conference advisory board, Costanza Caraffa, Patrizia Di Bello, Malakiva Carlaker, Kylie Thomas, and Akran Zatari, for their invaluable contributions in realizing this conference. While we miss those who cannot join us physically, and thank them also for being with us virtually. We are grateful to the advisory board members who are here in Milan, who also taking the crucial role in panel chairs throughout all the conference. In addition to all the people and institutions already mentioned about the project, this conference in particular wouldn't have been possible without all the people in the organizing team that you can see on the slide. Daria Giunar, Emanuele Carlenzi, Antonia Iurlaro, Alessandro Mazzetti, Greta Plaitano, Livia Torchio, e Beatrice Zanelli, but also Marta Rizzato and Federica Iannuzzi for continuous support with the visual identity on a visual project designed by Giorgia Bash, Alice Compton for social media, and Steve from Brera Academy, a warm thank to Cosmo Tenaglia for the audio video support, and Gabriele Giromella for the theater for Linda Freminagle's performance, and surely a special thanks to Linda Freminagler to accepting our invitation. We are really particularly happy that her performance will conclude our conference. Of course, also many thanks to the groups of students we are helping at the welcome desk, and here in care of all the technical equipment. Many times during these years of research, we have felt overcome by a sense of uselessness. A feeling that what we were doing, even thinking, could make no difference in the face on what was happening in the world. This feeling has grown even deeper since the beginning of the genocide in Gaza, as well as the loss of civilians in other parts of the globe, such as Ukraine or Sudan. That has made unbearable the contrast between the violence of our presence and the gestures of care that should sustain our work as researchers, especially for a project like the ones we will be presenting during this conference. And yet, this sense of impotence is not the place we wanted to remain. Because the university, despite all its contradictions, can still be according to us, must be a space in which we are able, as Italo Calvino wrote, to recognize what in the midst of hell is not hell, and make it last, and give it space. For this reason, the book we have meditated most intensely over the past 2 years has been by Virginia Woolf. The book, as you already know, better than me, she published in 1938 and written against war and again the institutional structures that produce both war and the exclusion of women. In that extraordinary time, Woolf calls on women to think from where they stand, to think within the circumstances of their own lives, and to let that experience become part of what thinking is. She reminds us that the daughters of educated deprived of the quiet peace of the university rooms have always done their from hand to mouth. That is what they had at end while doing other things, while steering the soup or rocking the cradle. This is what she calls from experience, a kind of thought that arises in the midst of life, that refuses abstraction, and that keeps open the connection between thinking and the word. For Woolf, this way of thinking carries the responsibility of asking the most difficult questions about the civilization we inhabit. What do these ceremonies mean? And of course, also a conference is a ceremony. And why we should take part in them. What are these professions linked to these ceremonies, and why we desire to enter them. Woolf's invitation to think arises from this experience of estrangement. From that distance, thinking can take on a different form. On that question, the very conditions of belonging. This is also the spirit in which we have shaped this conference, starting actually with our micro-practical choices. We chose to have an advisory board, but no keynote speakers, and to organize the sessions in an horizontal structure, allowing time for discussion and for exchange. But Triginese also speaks powerfully about the emergence of the fascism and the wars. And the link between the former and the latter, about the possible role of education in supporting and peace. Woolf asks whether the finest education in the world truly teaches people to hate war, or rather to use it. As all you know, she concludes that the traditional university, built on the exclusion of women especially, and privilege, cannot foster because it teaches the desire for possession, for power. Against this model, she imagines another kind of education, what she calls a poor college, an institutional grounded not in wealth and in hierarchy, but in equality and what she names of human intercourse, the arts of understanding, listening, of mutual comprehension. Only such an education, she writes, could prevent war. I would like to think that our project and perhaps the conference offers a small example of that poor college. So as we open this meeting, my wish is that we may inhabit this space as a place where thinking becomes a common practice, and where the arts of human can still teach us how to live together and how to stay and to remain in peace. Thank you very much. All for being here, and also for deciding to taking part in this exercise of thought in our poor college.
Okay, so welcome. My name is Mette Sandby. I'm a professor of photography studies at the University of Copenhagen, and I'm really happy and honored to be having the role of chairing this first panel discussion with the organizers of the conference. Super exciting project that I am really happy when I discovered it. I was like, wow, doing something pretty similar to what I and a group of scholars have been working on in Scandinavian countries for the last couple of years. Really happy to be able to discuss this with you and just present a really small bite of what I've been working on as well. So Belle Arti di Brera in Milan will present the project and some of your main results and insights, because this is the final conference, as I have understood it, in this large and interesting project. And then after that, Marta Equipierasini from the University of Bocconi in Milan here will present some of the digital tools and insights and results from the project. Just when we came here this morning, some of us in the metro, we discussed, they have been working with some digital humanities methods. What could they be? And I think a lot of us are curious to hear about that as well. And after that, I will just present 5 minutes of what I've been working with, because there are similarities. And then we'll have a mutual discussion of your results, and also hopefully have time so that you from the audience can ask questions. But the first presentations will last around maybe 50 minutes in total, and then we should have half an hour to discuss. So Linda and Nicoletta, I give the microphone.
Thank you very much. Nicoletta and I have prepared a shared presentation, so we'll exchange, let's say, the moment of the speech. I will be starting. When we first conceived the project Fotografiste, Women in Photography from Italian Archives, I have already mentioned, of course, this title. Our title referred to two sisters from Lucca, Emilia and Giuseppina Marzini, who had been practicing photography in the city since around 1864 and running their own studio for sure by the 1870. At the local exhibition of fine arts and crafts in 1867, where they received an honorable mention for their portraits, they described themselves as Fotografiste. It was exactly this choice that inspired the title of our project. In Italian, the expected feminine form of photographer would be fotografa. Yet, the Marzini sisters opted for a different term. An existing scholarship, limited and mostly confined to local histories, had long interpreted these and other similar cases, such as the Angiolini sisters, who identified as fotografesse at the National Exhibition of Women's Work in Florence in 1871, as signs that early women photographers lacked an established title and therefore invented their own. These terms were assumed to reflect, though, a marginal or less professional position implicitly defined in contrast to this masculine photographo. Actually, as our research progressed, however, we realized that this assumption was unfounded. The 1861 census of Lucca offers decisive evidence for that. In the alphabetical list of professions, the term fotografisti appears among the male occupations. This means that fotografista was not an eccentric or specifically feminine invention, but actually a standard professional designation in the 1860s, at least in Tuscany, and at least at the time when the vocabulary of photography was still taking shape. The Marzini sisters were therefore not inventing a new label. They were appropriating an existing professional title, shifting it into the feminine and using it to claim legitimacy within this field. What had been read as a sign of marginality was, in fact, a gesture of self-definition grounded in contemporary administrative language. In this sense, Fotografiste, mean the project, carries within its title the very process of research, the movement from an inherited presupposition to its undoing, and from that undoing to a new and more complex understanding. So our initial mistake, because it was a mistake, became, on the same level, a methodological lesson. The discrepancy lies less in the expected feminine form photographer than in the assumption that Fotografiste was a neologism. On the contrary, the term was in common use, as already been said, and this very fact exposes how historiography has long reproduced a core prejudice, the presumed absence of women from photography. This assumption, reinforced, of course, by the actual fragmentary and elusive nature of archival traces, that is also, and we will be discussing about that, a central concern of our project, encouraged the idea that women needed new labels to be recognized as practitioners. Yet, small and seemingly marginal pieces of evidence, a profession noted in a census, a signature on a mound, a line in a business directory can be revelatory. They expose the contradiction between archival documentation and 19th century gender expectations, unsettling inherited interpretations. This difficulty is heightened by the fact that women rarely appeared in official registers as workers. Much of their activity took place in domestic or family-based context, absorbed in household economies and therefore unrecorded. And by the way, it also makes the photographic sector actually a privileged observatory for analyzing the domestic space as a fully fledged site of work. Even when they effectively run studios, often as widows, the business frequently continue under the husband's name. Their labor was both pervasive and officially invisible. Reconstructing this history requires navigating a broad ecosystem of archives. Census, as already been mentioned, civil registries, municipal and state archives, tax records, business directories, notarial acts, trade journals, exhibition catalogs, industrial archives, and the photographic holdings of libraries and museums. Only by crossing heterogeneous sources, none sufficient on its own, can women's photographic practices begin to appear with a certain clarity. The challenge was therefore to stitch together dispersed fragments into a coherent history, tracing women's presence in the photographic sector and their roles within entrepreneurial activity.
Okay. Maybe I should take this. Hello, do you hear me? Okay. So, sorry, I'm really short, so I'm trying to make sure that people can see me because, okay, and that I am comfortable and I can see them. So, no, it's okay. So, the project covers the century between 1839 and 1939. That is from the announcement of the daguerreotype to the eve of Second World War. This wide time span was not chosen to trace linear evolution, but to observe the variety of roles women occupied within the photographic world across shifting social, economic, and technological contexts. Her research focused on two Italian regions, Tuscany and Lombardy, selected for the richness and diversity of the archival materials. These areas, in fact, offer complementary perspectives. In Lombardy, we worked on the historical photographic archive of the Brera Academy of Fine Arts, which was assembled for teaching, for art teaching, from the mid-19th century onward. And it is a corpus that reflects a specific ecosystem dominated by large male-run firms with international distribution networks supplying academies, museums, and cultural institutions across Europe. Within these institutional and capital-intensive contexts, women appear mostly as hidden labor, absorbed by corporate authorship or overshadowed by male signatures. In Tuscany, by contrast, we concentrated on municipal archives and the holdings of small, often family-run studios operating within more modest and flexible economic structures. Here, photography emerges as a livelihood, artisanal, embedded with domestic spaces, intertwined with local economies. These are precisely the environments where women's role may become more visible sometimes, and sometimes even as studio owners, a feature that can change the geographical narration of the history of photography. Taken together, the Brera collection and the Tuscan archives reveal two distinct scales of photographic production, one institutional and industrial, the other local and family-based. Our aim is to both illuminate the small scale everyday practices that emerge so vividly in the Tuscan material, and to rewrite the history of photography as we have inherited it, including the histories of the major museum-enshrined figures whose narratives have been almost entirely masculine. The Brera holdings, dominated by large international studios, as I said before, such as the Alinari brothers, Robert Macpherson, Alessandro Duroni, or Giulio Rossi, make this evident. Behind these celebrated figures were women who printed, retouched, organized, and managed the labor that sustained these enterprises. Their contributions rarely appear in stamps, labels, or catalogs, and yet their presence is materially inscribed in the photographs themselves. Making these women visible means rethinking authorship as a collective process, dismantling the mythology of the solitary male master, restoring complexity and historical accuracy to the genealogies of Italian photography.
So to undertake this reconstruction meant confronting not only different archival holdings, as we both have already said, but also the extreme dispersion and fragmentation of these surviving traces, a condition that has profoundly shaped our method. Information concerning women's professional trajectories is often incomplete. I'm sure that you all have experience of that, contradictory, or materially compromised. Names shift across documents. We have found a lot of names that were mentioned or quoted differently from documents to documents. Vital dates are absent, as Marta Equiperazzini will show you showing our database. And in many cases, photographic work has been lost. We have found a tiny amount of actual pictures have been lost, have been destroyed, or even reattributed after studio ownership changed, making authorship, of course, very, very difficult to trace. What first appeared as an archival inconvenience, let me call like that, soon emerged as a methodological condition. To understand the roles women held within the photographic industry, again, as studio owners, assistants, amateurs, or employees in small or large male-run enterprises, we had to reconstruct, and this has been a concern for us, we had to reconstruct individual cases. We have to reconstruct the history case by case by stitching together fragments drawn from heterogeneous repositories and epistemic regimes. The research thus developed, and we didn't want to do like that, but at the end we found ourselves forced to do it. The research thus developed as a micro-historical and relational practice, where every piece of data had to be verified, compared, and contextualized before contributing to what we would like to do. So that was a broader interpretative framework. This process also exposed a deeper methodological limit. Attempting to establish a typology of female roles, that was one of our objectives, risks flattening highly diverse experiences into fixed categories. Given that roles were often, women's roles were often hybrid, shifting, and embedded in overlapping forms of domestic, artisanal, and entrepreneurial labor that do not map easily onto stable professional definitions. So rather than producing a definitive, let me use this word, but we don't like that, taxonomy, this phase opened a reflection on the epistemic status of classification itself. This is our criticism towards also the use of words like taxonomy, suggesting that in this field, any typology must remain provisional, elastic, and historically situated. Our intention, however, as already said, was not to remain at the level of individual case studies. We sought to reconstruct the different pathways women could follow in the photographic sector during the first century of the medium. Basically, the question was, and still is, what a career in photography might look like for a woman, how many possible trajectories existed, and what kinds of transitions they entailed. This is our main questions at the very beginning and still are. The database that you will see this morning is the first step toward identifying such recurring patterns, and in the most fragmentary cases, this is our wish, toward indicating possible direction for further research based on what we have learned from richer, let's say, trajectories. The goal was never to construct a single national narrative, but to map specific constellation of practices and careers which, taken together, reveal a dense and persistent female presence within the photographic field.
Okay, so a major methodological pillar of our project is the material turn in the humanities, which we all know. Over the last 2 decades, scholars in anthropology, visual culture, media studies, and archival theory have fundamentally revised how we think about photographs, so that rather than treating them primarily as images, visual content to be interpreted, they argue that photographs are first of all things, objects with physical properties, material history, and their own trajectories of production and circulation. This shift is crucial for us because it allows the project to move beyond the author-centered paradigm that has long dominated the history, archiving, and museology of photography. Adopting the material turn means attending to physical supports, traces of labor, conditions of preservation, circulation, and use. These elements are not peripheral, they are historical evidence. They reveal who handled the photograph, how it moved between hands and institutions, and how it circulated within specific economic and social systems. This perspective is essential for understanding women's labor, much of which was material, retouching, preparing emulsions, mounting, coloring, copying, cataloging. These tasks rarely appear in narratives of authorship, but they have left unmistakable traces on the objects. It also helps us to identify women whose names never appear in official records. Many worked in family studios legally registered under a husband, a father, or brother. Even when they performed substantial technical or managerial work, their names often disappeared from studio stamps, registries, exhibition catalogs, and directories, including widows, which, as we said before, continued running studios under the deceased husband's names, or even daughters. A second aspect of the material turn is understanding photographs as nodes within networks of media, technologies, labor, and social relations. Drawing on scholars such as John Tagg, Elizabeth Edwards, Costanza Garaffa, James Hevia, as well as Simone Natale and myself, we see photography as embedded in industrial infrastructures, media systems, technical systems, institutional circuits, social and gendered labor structures. Women often disappear from the record not because they were absent, but because they worked in parts of the network that were undervalued or poorly documented. As I said before, for example, a retoucher or a woman running a small studio that doesn't leave any artistic evidence, relevance, or is considered not as artistically relevant, someone handling bookkeeping, correspondence, and so on and so forth. Another very important aspect that comes out of what I just said is the industrial and economic context. In Italy, between 1839 and 1939, photography was a rapidly expanding industry, a stratified workplace, a site of gendered labor, and a domain where technology, commerce, and artistic practice were closely intertwined. So approaching photographs as industrial artifacts allows us to reconstruct production chains, map women's roles within studios and factories, understand wages structures and career paths, and recognize how women sustain the photographic economy even when uncredited. This is not a theoretical preference. This is methodologically decisive. An author-centered or image-centered approach would render most of these women invisible. Fotografiste does not aim to add women to an existing canon. It interrogates how the canon itself was constructed and what forms of labor it chose to recognize or exclude. For this reason, the material turn underpins all aspects of the project: archival work, cataloging revisions, and the computational methods we employed.
So as already mentioned, these data, all the data that we have collected are now organized in a structured database, and Marta Equiperazzini will present its main architecture, and maybe we will have also time to discuss later on, and you will see that it shows biographical information, work trajectories, documentary evidence in an open way. But another distinctive aspect of our work within these 2 years has been the use of Cerbero, which is an open source Italian language model developed at the University of Pisa. Why we have chosen Cerbero for our project? We use it specifically to analyze the specialized photographic journals, and in particular the Bullettino della Società Fotografica Italiana, so the Bulletin of Italian Photographic Society, focusing on a semantic analysis, basically, so focusing on how women's work was described when mentioned. In a first step, Cerbero helped us identify female names in the text. So in this way, we expanded our data set. But the main goal, which is a goal that is still ongoing, to be frank, is again a semantic analysis. We are looking for recurring adjectives or recurring formulaic expressions that are used when women appear in these publications. This part of the project was developed by the Lucca team, let's call like that, under the coordination of Emanuele Carlenzi, that is here around, so you can interrogate him if you're interested, in collaboration in collaboration with another research group still at the IMT school in Lucca. A research group of economists. The aim is not to automate interpretation of the data, of course, but to explore how computational tools can highlight patterns, because we are looking for patterns that would be difficult to detect manually. Another very important feature of Cerbero is that it is trained on Italian corpora and on Italian as a language. So it enables, and the majority of our documents, of course, are in Italian, because the majority of our case studies are Italian. So it enables to recognize different linguistic registers and remain also sensitive to historical fluctuations in vocabulary and also in style. So this is the reason why we could use it in different documentation, ranging from bureaucratic documents to specialized journals. And another very important feature for us about Cerbero is that an open source model. So its architecture and training data are publicly available This is very important because it means that it makes our analysis replicable and even more important, verifiable for other researchers who might wish to retrace or even extend, of course, this line of inquiry. At the same time, of course, choosing an Italian open source model, a model trained in Italian, also has an ethical and political dimension, reinforcing linguistic diversity in artificial intelligence and supporting knowledge infrastructures that are not entirely dependent on Anglo-American tools and Anglo-American datasets. The experiment has shown both the potential but also the limits of these tools, as usually happened. They widen our field of observation, but only when used with a strong, but we all know that, with a strong critical and with a strong interpretative framework already at hand, let's say. Another important methodological gesture, maybe the methodological gestures from which the project started, was, of course, feminist archival practices. This methodological gesture was with us from the outset of the project, not simply in the desire to increase the number of women represented in existing records. A feminist approach to archives, as you know, is not just having more archives about women, but it requires rethinking what counts as a source, how it is described, and for whom it is preserved. Fotografiste is possible only thanks to decades of feminist scholarship and activism, which since at least the 1970s has exposed the absence of women from historical narratives and began to reconstruct alternative forms of constructing memory. Within this tradition, a feminist perspective on archives operates on two interconnected levels. First, it supports the recovery of presences long rendered invisible, as already repeated many times, encouraging us to gather information about individuals who are deliberately excluded from history and to interrogate archival structures that reproduce this exclusion. But second, also, it asks what a feminist archive might look like. One shaped by feminist practices and ways of knowing rather than by inherited classificatory norms. And in this spirit, and is exactly in this spirit, with this question in mind, what a feminist archive might look like, that we have created new archival series, such as, for instance, the archival series of widows, of wives, of sisters, to make visible women whose work would otherwise remain completely hidden. And this is the work done especially by Greta Plaitano in our group. So working with these sources becomes a matter of positionality. We take seriously the idea of situated knowledge as a form of objectivity accountable both to those who produce knowledge and to those who become its subjects. Reconstructing these women's experiences requires tools capable of addressing the silent areas of the archive. And at the same time, we remain attentive to the close relationship between conserving institutions, their aims, and their methods of valorizations that are sometimes the same institution that construct processes to render these women invisible. So making visible material that an institution has historically deemed marginal demands the careful alignment of stance and technique and recognition of the social political implication of transforming information into knowledge. In this view, the archive is not a neutral repository, as we all know, but an active device that shapes what can be known. Most documents concerning the women we study are housed in traditional repositories. Of course, they are not part of feminist archives, municipal archives or institutional funds such as those of Brera Academy or the State Archive in Lucca. So our work takes place within this institution, which require us to consider how feminist commitments intersect with technical procedure of description, of retrieval, and of interpretation. We use conventional archives material to ask questions about lives these archives were never designed to record. Despite structural marginalization, women's names and identities are often present, even though scattered, partial, and treated with silences. Methodologically, again, this is a kind of circle because we started with that. Methodological, this required weaving together a wide range of sources. Photographic objects, administrative demographic records, exhibition catalogs, commercial licenses, and other unexpected material, and constructed concentric circles. This is another important methodological gesture for us of evidence around each woman, each family, or each studio. These strategies not only make reconstruction possible, they also recall how feminist archives in Italy were assembled in the 1980s and 1990s, without these rigid hierarchies between books, documents, photographs, or grey literature, and with attention to each item's potential to reshape historical narratives. This intentionality also shapes how we position ourselves within our disciplines and in the very act of collecting and organizing information. It requires sustained engagement with multiple historiographical fields: photographic history, labor history, especially women's labor, women's and gender history, feminist theory, and critical archival studies, together with the diverse competencies within our team. This is the reason why our team is interdisciplinary. Aesthetics, art history, photography studies, archival studies, and organizational studies. Only by bringing these perspectives together can we produce knowledge that is analytically rigorous, methodologically innovative, and attentive to the political dimensions of archival work.
Okay, so here we come to our conclusion. Fotografiste has made it possible to reconstruct a genealogy of women workers and professionals in photography that, as said many times, had long remained hidden, while also enabling us to test new collaborative and interdisciplinary research methods. So I want to show you here an example, just to show you some nice pictures, which we haven't done yet. The example of the Ganzini studio. A studio named under Giovanni Battista Ganzini, which was established in the 1860s, early 1860s. This poor guy died in 1878, but an entire genealogy of women ran the studio until 1957 under Giovanni Battista Ganzini's name. And these were Carlotta Rovelli, his wife, who was a musician, had a piano diploma, and then his daughter, Udina Ganzini, and then the daughter of Udina. Just to give you some, I don't have, Carla Carozzi. I don't have an example from her now, but we can show you later if you want to see anything. So the project stands alongside other international initiatives devoted to women's photographic practices, such as Sigrid Lien and Mette Sandberg's Nordic Women Studio Photographers, which she is going to present after Marta Equi, as well as in the Italian context, the print coordinated by Federica Muzzarelli, who is here with us today and who will speak later, which was recently concluded and offers a complementary perspective on women's presence in visual culture. It is also worth noting that many of the speakers we will hear today and tomorrow are themselves engaged in kindred research projects. So together, these initiatives contribute to the emergence of a shared field of study on gender, labor, and photography, a field in formation, open to comparison, dialogue, and new alliances across institutions and across countries. So thank you, and I hope we can create a network. I forgot to I have to make an announcement. Just make sure you look after your belongings, because in the past we had some terrible experiences here in this room. Just, you know, in case.
Hello. Okay, so this is a brief and hopefully clear presentation of the project database. First of all, I am honored to be at the same table with the two PIs. Also because I have framed my role into this huge project as a supporting role. And I do not say that for belittling me. I am talking from a feminist positionality, so I am aware of the risk that are embedded into this way of presenting. I will explain why I think it's a fantastic thing to have a supporting role and a supporting work. I will present to you the structure of our database. So my role has been the one of helping the research group in thinking about how to best organize and store the data. I use this expression to name all the information and all the stories that the project rescued. But not just how to organize them, but how to imagine a structure that was able to allow for such a delicate inquiry that the PIs have just presented. So constructing a structure is never neutral, and I am well aware of that, especially within a project that has been just presented to you that rests on feminist methodologies and that continuously came back to raising epistemic doubts on the very possibility of creating taxonomies and generalized knowledge, which is what data tends to be used for. Since the beginning, this project, the very project of constructing the database, has been a project that is interdisciplinary, and I mean that in the most material and concrete day-to-day activity, and collaborative. In fact, to construct a database, you need to have data, and this database that is completed in its theorization, let's say, but that we perceive as inferior in the sense that we do not exclude the possibility to continue to enrich it, have been populated, as Linda Bertelli just said, thanks to a recursive work of interrogation of material that has then been sort of translated into the informatic infrastructure. And so it's very interesting, I think, also for a further discussion, to look also at how those data have been retrieved. from archival and other type of sources. So these people have been just mentioned but Emanuele Carlenzi, Greta Plaitano, and Agnese Ghezzi, whom I think had a key role in excavating through, for example, deep learning methodologies, as have been the case of Emanuele, and Greta Plaitano, who carried out the focus on Lombardy. I'm searching for her, but I don't see her, and Agnese Ghezzi on Tuscany and on specific studios. So with this work, we gathered information that, since given the premises of the project, are information concerning the Lombardy and Tuscany region, we gathered information on 80 Fotografiste. But then we decided to actually expand the data collection on a national base. So in the end, our database offers information on a national basis. Why? Because the project is focused on Tuscany and Lombardy, and this is what we did, but as you know very well, the process of retrieving data, historical data, implies also encountering other stories, other information, in our case, other names. And so we thought that it was essential not to leave them out, but collecting them. So this effort led us to have information that, of course, are not complete, but we have information on more than 300 Fotografiste. Here in this image, you see the distribution nationwide. The infographics show that the darker color signal the more intense presence, and the clearer colors the lesser presence, or even in some cases the absence. But what is really important to mention is that, of course, in any way, I want to say that this is the final image of the presence of Fotografiste in Italy during our period of observation, okay? This is what we have mapped up until now. Another thing, and I really want to present this as a sort of introduction, but data are, of course, connected to questions and to inquiries, so I want just to give you a snapshot of the geography, and in this case of the activity, because it was very important for us to know within our period when these Fotografiste were active, and so we were able to also collect data on the period in which the Fotografiste were starting their activity. I will qualify later what is their activity, or closing their activity. Now, it is evident how to do that. There was another key actor in the story, and this actor is the actor of the productive spaces, the spaces of production, of engagement with the photographic field. Those spaces in our categorization tend to be studios, houses, or firms. So how to organize this data, how to allow for an inquiry that respect the individual trajectory, but at the same time is able to mark categories of continuity. And also how to best show the informative potential that we met during the research. So the premise that I want to share is that we decided to use at the end of our work, because we passed through other infrastructure, is a that is called Airtable, that answered to some of our need in terms of collaboration, because it's a cloud platform that allows you to input data, basically to work on the data collaboratively and simultaneously. And also it is extremely user-friendly. And the other thing that is compatible, it talks with software for data analysis, not data storage. So very basically Excel files can be used in dialogue with this way of storing information. We organized the information into a relational database. What do I mean by that? I mean that we needed a type of database that was able to store data, but also data on relations. So relational databases are used for qualitative material, present themselves in tables, basically. So we have rows and columns. The process for selecting this type of database has been the one, of course, of relating to previous literature. And specifically, we modeled, somehow, we looked at what has been done before us in other projects that had similarities. The similarities identified have been the one of having an interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary work, inquiring into processes of career of women into the creative fields. Specifically, the base that we looked at and we studied have been a base constructed on careers in contemporary art. So we don't have the similarity of the chronology, but many issues have been similar, and this specifically that I'm quoting here is a project by Bocconi University within the Ask Center that is called the Contemporary Art Observatory. Now, this is the structure of our database. So I did my best, but I fear that you are not basically actually seeing anything, but I will describe it to you. First of all, this image is not my invention. It's an extraction. It's an extension that it's possible to have on Airtable, so it's a real representation of the way in which the database is structured and its composition and relations, as you see the lines. We have, so I've told you, more than 300 information on Fotografiste, almost 174 information on studios, organized in those 10 tables. And the tables, I will just list them just to let you know a bit about this structure. We have a smaller subset of tables on archives, 44 record, expositions, 51 record, society and clubs, formation, Fotografiste, as I said, and spaces. Then we have on the right, you see the cities, the sources, the collection of the sources, the notes, the table on the notes, which is not something that we used in data, we won't use in data analysis, but is one concrete example of the negotiation that happened in the process, in the interdisciplinary work, because these notes hold informative value and hold this long text information. Basically, they are short paper for every rows. And then we have a very important table, that is called, that shows the relationship between the Fotografiste and their spaces. I will talk about this in a bit. So in the end, we have more than 115 informative fields, and we retrieved information. We looked at our data, extracting information on names, of course. As Linda was saying, we encounter variation in names, and we showed them here. So basically, we created a structure able to connect all the variation of the names to one single dominant, let's say, name that is recurring. You see these in the second line of the Fotografiste table. But of course, biographical information, so dates and periods of birth and death, geographical information organized for the people, but also for the spaces, genealogies. So we searched for ways to make visible immediately the genealogies of the Fotografiste and specifically her relationship to sisters or husbands or fathers. So columns that explicitly talk about this. Professional information, of course, patterns of ownership or techniques for the studios or the spaces, and institutional information. So prizes, participation to exhibitions, and so on and so forth. So if you look at the pink longer table, which is the Fotografiste one, we have all the information connected to them. And in this very table, we have information, for example, if a woman has received a prize. Now, we realize that even in this smaller subset of information, we could explode, so to say, more informative material. So this is why you see on the left expositions and societies, because from every single information that we found in the biography of these women, we created informative material on the exhibitions, for example. So for the exhibition, we will have, we have the name, we have the city, we have the year, of course, and we have, for example, also information on whether we do have or not the catalog or the digitization. So what I would like you to see about this is that from every single information, we also created a smaller subset of focus and of informative material. What is really important and what has proved really important during the process is, without any doubt, the central orange column, which is the one that is able to put into a relational node the Fotografista and the space where she carried out her activity. In this table, we can see the ID of the relation. It's very important to have a single univocal identification for this relationship. And then we had we have information on, for example, whether or not this space was named after her, which was the relationship that she entertained with the propriety of the studio, what was the technique that was employed in the studio, all, of course, the basic information such as the geography or the opening time, but also I'm pleased to mention this because this was something that was part of Linda's presentation. We mapped the type of engagement in that very space for, so ownership pattern or use pattern. And then also the role, of course. So was she a photographer? Was she a sales clerk? And so on and so forth. Another thing that we had when we were able to have it was, for example, the reason for the end of the activity of the sad woman with the space. And all that you see here is the result of an engagement and a recursive engagement between the researcher and me, but not because of me, but because of my role in the construction of the database. So all of this is related to, in a way, hopefully, is related to the necessity of the material itself. Again, this table is to us the most important. I would like to focus. Okay, maybe I can do it. Okay. Okay. Why I say it is the most important? Because at the heart of the project there is the idea of how it is possible to reconstruct or to imagine a possible history of professional engagement in the photographic field. And so it's about a construction of a story that tells about a singularity, but it's also somehow dynamic, because we saw that, of course, the relationship between the Fotografiste and their productive spaces changed during the period. And so this specific table allows us to see on a row, to photograph row by row the engagement of women with these specific spaces during different period of time or with different type of engagement. This example that I'm showing here is Gallavotti Pierina, who was working with Lucrezia Gallavotti, photographer in Sant'Arcangelo, from 1865 to 1875, and then in later period, 1875-1880, was working with Sorelle Gallavotti, photographer in Sant'Arcangelo. So the creation of a third table, not just Fotografiste, not just the spaces, but a table that represents the relationship, allowed us to do this very important work, to look at also somehow at the dynamic in the career. And this is especially interesting because we can also then go back to information listed in tables, in interfaces, in maschere, in masks, that reconnect then the plurality and the dynamism of our data onto a single name and a single story in a sort of, with this kind of presentation. So our work in constructing this database, at least how I see it, it's in any way an end. In any way, a database can be the output of something, but is a base for possibility of inquiry, for the interest of the project, and it is a base for possibility of inquiry that has been structured from the outset, trying to follow the methodological and epistemological foundation and positioning of the whole project and group. I'm done here. Thank you. No, fate benissimo, avete fatto benissimo.
Thank you so much for this lovely presentation. I will just briefly start by 5 minutes to present the why I'm standing here. today. You just, yeah, well, I'm sorry, I'll just, I like standing up, so I'll switch. Yeah. So, yeah, you can just
Yeah.
stay seated.
I'm about to.
It's so interesting for me to hear about your project and also to experience. I together with my colleague Sigrid Lien, we started producing a book project some years ago, and at that time we were thinking. In a sense, throughout my professional life, I've been working with art and photography from the 60s and onwards. So my colleague Sigrid Lien, we've both done national histories of photography, edited. I did the Danish one, Sigrid did the Norwegian one. And she approached me, and shouldn't we do something about the role of women photographers in Scandinavia around 1900? And so we invited some colleagues for a workshop, and I was like personally, I don't think there is much there. So our experience was that once we really just looked a little bit under the stones, so much material came up, and that was really inspiring. And it was actually only late in our process. In the beginning, we asked some of our colleagues, male colleagues that we've known for many years in, for instance, France and in England. You know, we have this experience that it's a particularly Scandinavian thing with many women photographers around that period, and they were like, yeah, we agree, we don't have anyone in France and in England, and so we agree with you. And then, so once we've been embarked on that project and being here today, we really found out that there is so much going on in so many countries. Just 2 months ago, I was in Bologna, where some of you were as well. So there are 2 great Italian projects on that, and there in Bologna we discovered there's a project in Portugal going on that just had a call for papers out, and you know, it's just everywhere, so it's so inspiring. But what I'm presenting is just briefly a forthcoming volume. I had hoped to bring it with me today, but it's been, as often is the case with academic publishing houses, it's coming out in spring. It's called Striving for Independence, Nordic Women Studio Photographers 1860 to 1920, with contributions from photography scholars from Norway, Denmark, Finland, Sweden, and Iceland. And our book explores how photography in the decades before and after 1900 became a tool for women's independence in all the Nordic countries. It will be published with De Gruyter in the spring 26. Like your project, we have a focus on photography as cultural history, as labor, often as collaborative work that we've heard you present here, and as a way to gain independence for women in this period. To quote the Swedish scholar, women's role as photographers, Lena Johannesson, women's role as photographers and practitioners behind the camera as opposed to in front of it is a dramatic, emancipatory, and yet obscure history of survival. We, in this book, we wish to demonstrate how women photographers held a strong position in the early photographic culture in Norway, Denmark, Sweden, Finland, and Iceland, as they did here in Italy in that period between 1860 and 1920. At the turn of the century, around 40% of all registered photographers or working in the photography business in Denmark were women. We have also been searching the censuses, as you have, compared to 34% in Sweden and approximately 30% in Norway and Finland. In Iceland, women photographers made up about 15% of all working photographers in the second half of the 19th century. As we see it also here at this conference, forms part of the ongoing worldwide expansion of this field of research, as it presents new research of the lives and works of early women photographers in the Nordic countries. Our purpose, as yours, is not to establish, as yours isn't either, is not to establish new canons, but rather to undertake a transnational feminist project of the kind that, to quote the British feminist art historian Marcia Maskimon, excavates histories and mine archives to challenge contemporary gender norms. That's fine. My colleague Sigrid invented the term archival diplomacy, and you presented your new methods. It's very much about sitting with all sorts of people, only also private family members and drinking a lot of coffee or tea and talking about histories. And suddenly they say, oh yeah, on the attic we have some material, I didn't think of it. And so after two hours of coffee drinking, suddenly new material appears. So our aim has been to recall individual histories, to explore how the women photographers spoke through the images they produced in all genres, to pay attention to what rhetorical and formal strategies they employed, and to map the social, cultural, economic, and political context in which this image production took place. And to look at who commissioned the work, for what purpose, what work did the photographs do in their own time, and how they have been circulating in time and space, forming their own social trajectories and biographies. Very much, in a sense, like how you presented it, although we haven't done this fancy, huge archival digital project that you have. Yes, that's fine. Our subjects belong to the first generation of women image makers with the power not only to define their own and other women's representation, but also to establish their own view of the world through photography. So that was just my initial words for framing my own project with yours. I don't know if it's, I mean, these are just some examples from our project. Maybe, is that the last one? I think it is. Do we have another one? No, that's the last one. I mean, I don't know, for the conversation, maybe we shouldn't have our project on it. We should have yours on the screen. But, I mean, you can change it. But speaking of that, I mean, this was a sample of some of the images in our project. So I was thinking alongside when you presented this, I really appreciate the way you work with photography as a practice, as a business, as an industry, looking at it as labor history, networks, etc. So, but towards the end of your presentation, Linda and Nicoletta, I was thinking, you know, didn't you look at any images, in fact? And you presented some images. So I'm actually curious to hear your thoughts on the relationship between that focus on digging out information and networks and census things and etc., and actually looking at images. So to how much did you look into images, and to which extent did you find something new? I mean, did the women photographers take other kinds of images, or what?
Thank you. Okay, so first of all, I wanted to say a couple of things concerning the database, and then I will move on into answering Metta's question, which is very much related to what I'm going to say. The Brera's archive, Brera's photo library is not locally oriented, okay? It's a photo library that has holdings from photographers that are both local, national, and international. So one of the reasons for we expanded our geographical area beyond Lombardy and Tuscany is that we have holdings here that relate to photo business active elsewhere in Italy as well as elsewhere in the world. So this is a very important thing to say, I think. So we have on the one hand a locally oriented archives or sources, and on the other hand this photo library, which is a completely different type of object in itself. And then the other thing I wanted to say that I think is very important, that our database was built in a way also in dialogue with the current archival norms and archival description norms that as of now we at Brera have to comply to, because we are a state institution and we have state holdings, and state holdings in Italy have to be indexed and catalogued according to specific standard rules, which are given by the Ministry of Culture, okay? So what is very important, I think, is that in building this database, we also put a lot of thought on the so-called authority file that the Italian archival standards put together for photographers, for authors in photography. And so what's going on right now, not only within this project, but also within other projects we are working on, is that we have a negotiation, a political negotiation with the authority in order to try and change some of the standards, in order to make them more complex, more inclusive, not only in terms of authorships, but also in terms of materiality, which is very much lacking. So I think that was a very important thing to say. And going back to your question, of course, we looked at images, and as a matter of fact, for instance, Greta Paetano moved, starting from our own holdings here at Brera, Greta moved outside our own archive looking for the Ganzini photographs in many different archives all over Lombardy and beyond. And so this is an example of many that, of course, we start from what we have here and then we travel elsewhere to discover new findings and to put together a corpus of photographs, of images. Let me be the art historian that I am, after all, that make it possible to trace visual culture also of this type of authorial contexts. I don't know if I...
So did you discover some of these women photographers photographed something that their male colleagues didn't, or
not so far as, because we worked primarily within the commercial field. We can say, for instance, that women contributed to the businesses primarily working in the house, within the house. So they wouldn't. It's very rare that they would move, especially during the very early periods, and go outside of the studios, for instance. But because we didn't adopt that type of authorial approach where you have one author for one image, we're less interested in maybe finding out or discovering new authors or finding out new paths in terms of production. We're more interested in how this collaborative authorship worked within small studios, major studios, and so on and so forth. So, and it is very, very important to move beyond the idea of the photograph as an act of single authorship, and to look at the photograph as an industrial, commercial endeavor within what we're doing here. Okay, so it's not that this is right or wrong, it's just what we're doing.
As for Tuscany, just to reply very briefly, because we are running late to your question, we have two crossed, let's say, issues. The first one is related to, in terms of do you look at pictures or not? The first issue is related to the fact that we were analyzing mostly medium-sized studios. So we have basically a lot of portraits and of the middle bourgeoisie of that time, especially in Lucca. So of course we look also at the pictures, but we are very interested in the sense of looking also to the stamps and to the other, let's say, signs that are embedded together with the pictures. On the other end, we have another group, let's say, of women publishing still from Tuscany, publishing in the specialized journals, but in that case we do not have still archival data for them. So we have them published in the journal, so we can analyze the pictures, and we of course analyze the pictures, but we do not have archival traces for them. So when we have archival traces, are very common pictures, in a way, portraits, basically, carte de visite. When we have maybe a little bit more interesting pictures, we do not have archival traces. So we have these two issues that are crossing each other. Yeah.
But you clearly define yourself, maybe not against, but a little bit in opposition to what you say, traditional art history, who focuses on big names and images, etc. So it's really great how you presented, you know, looking into all other kinds of sources and making images as work and labor and industry, etc. And that's so it made me think also that. I mean, photography has always been considered a minor art, one could say, and so maybe it's through photography we can realize other aspects of image making that maybe, so I was just thinking whether you have thought about how that approach is relevant for many other approaches. For instance, whether someone has asked, I mean, when we worked on this project, someone asked us, you know, there are actually many male forgotten photographers who did studio work as well. So what are your perspectives on this approach as a more general approach that could be used looking into a broader history of photography, history of art?
I think that I'm going to leave the floor to Nicoletta, because for me it's very easy. I'm not an art historian.
No.
I'm a visual culture scholar trained in philosophy, so for me it's very easy not to, in a way, to criticize certain paradigms, but of course because also I come from another discipline, so maybe this is a question more for an art historian.
Okay, again, I will start from our collection here, from our photo library, which is not a collection. But in any case, we have objects here that were first acquired as teaching tool for the fine arts, and that has now acquired museum status. So these objects have been studied, described, and narrated, has authorial products, right? We have the early photographs, the early salt paper prints by Luigi Sacchi, which arrived here in the late 1840s. We have I mean, just to say one thing out of out of many important and rare photographs we have here. So what we're doing in general, what we are doing in general, and this project is also part of this. So besides a feminist approach, what we're doing is trying to rewrite the history of these objects here, retrieving their original functions, which were not museum for exhibition. They were functional objects that came in for a reason. And that reason was always left behind when rarely these objects were studied, okay? And so now what is important is that the history of photography has been generally, as very rarely looked at the archival ties that photographs have within an archival ecosystem that they're part of, such as an institution where they were bought, and Gustave Le Gray, when Gustave Le Gray was bought here, we have in Naples there are very beautiful early Gustave Le Gray from the Fontainebleau forest. The name didn't even appear in the registries. It was just a landscape for the School of Landscape. And so it is important to retrieve these contexts, not only here, but elsewhere. And what we're doing it here with the project Fotografiste is exactly this. So it doesn't exclude men. No. It's an exclusive project that all around. It's just that here we are working with women.
Yeah, I think exactly by actually taking photography, which as you presented, it's really difficult to find like other sources, like for instance, I have a colleague who's digging out stories of overlooked women artists and writers in the same period, It's much easier in museums to find like diaries and all sorts of surrounding documents, whereas for these studio photographers, very little remains of maybe some financial protocols or whatever. So using that lens to look and finding something new is super relevant to photography and can be an inspiration to other fields as well, I would say. And I think your project shows that really well. We are running out of time, and in the beginning I said that we should have time for questions from the audience, but I'm not sure we will have. I just had 5 minutes. I just have another one for you that I would like to ask. So why do you think that, I mean, in the 70s there was a whole, wave of feminist studies, looking into overlooked women artists, etc. But so then, as I started to present, there's so much interest, and that this conference and all the participants and the great papers that we are going to listen to in the next 2 days, showing that there's a kind of renewed interest in women photographers. And there were many projects from the Baltic countries, and as well there's the Fast Forward conference that many of us participated as well. So why do you think there's this? I mean, it's a huge question, but what is your short answer to why is there this new interest in women photographers? Particularly old, from, you know.
I don't I don't think I have an answer to this question. I would like to, just for the sake of me not being very optimistic in this moment, I would like just to put forward the pessimistic reply to your question, and then maybe we can discuss together about the optimistic one. The pessimistic reply is that I think that in times of economic crisis, some marginal topics, or so-called marginal topics, tend to reappear because they cost less. Okay. So I have also a very pessimistic reply to this question, not taking for granted that this is a positive or progressive feature of our times. That maybe in these 2 days we can also discuss about the optimistic replies, but I think that we need to start also from the pessimistic ones.
Well, maybe it was just also kind of a rhetorical question, or a question to open for the next 2 days. So why are we here exactly at this moment, and what is tying us together? And I just find it really encouraging to see the list of speakers from all over the world, and I'm looking very much forward to hearing many interesting stories from your research, and to connecting it to your amazing and inspirational project that I would have loved to discuss for another hour. We can ask you during the coffee breaks, etc. For instance, you have been doing interesting kind of citizen collaborative work as well. We don't have time to go into that because now I think there's a coffee break, and maybe you should just tell about that.
No, I just want to say that there is a coffee break, and we can discuss over the coffees, and the coffee break is right over there. You exit and then take a right, and the coffee break is there. Hopefully we won't freeze because it's supposed to snow soon today. And
bring your, I just saw the place, bring your coat.
Take your coats, and maybe we can continue the discussion over coffee, if you agree, okay? Because I don't want to run late, okay?
And we are starting again here at 12 for the first panel.
Thank you, thank you.
teacher of women. As it turned out, Stieglitz's sneering dismissal, teacher of women, primarily female. As it turned out, Stieglitz's sneering dismissal, teacher of women, said more about Stieglitz's own sneering, teacher of women, said more about Stieglitz's sneering, teacher of women, said more about photographers, but their dominance within White's classes was exceptional. Married with 3 sons, unpretentious, Midwestern, and gentle in his criticisms, White cultivated female networks of alumni who supported one another and even the school itself. He encouraged students to exhibit internationally. For example, New York alumni shows in 1917 and 1925 were 77% and 64% female. He published a journal, Platinum Print, that featured their works. He founded in 1916 a national organization, Pictorial Photographers of America, whose 1920 annual reproduced works by 26 women out of 100 plates. And he recommended them for jobs in teaching, publishing, advertising, fashion, scientific, and medical photography, libraries, and archives. Who were the women who enrolled in White's various schools? That depended to some extent on where he was teaching, even though many students re-enrolled in different schools. At the Columbia Teachers College, where he taught from 1907 until his death, his classes drew continuing education students as well as matriculated adults training to be teachers from kindergarten to college, school nurses, dietitians, journalists, or vocational educators. Furthermore, learning to appreciate beauty, whether in the home, dress, or the city itself, was seen as vital to the moral uplift and inculcation of Judeo-Christian values in immigrant and underprivileged students that were at the center of the Teachers College mission. In the absence of class rosters, we can identify Teachers College students by the surviving prints in the White archives at Princeton University that show scenes on and around the campus and along the Hudson River, as we see here in 2 of many examples. And I'm only going to talk about Louise Halsey on the left here. They shot near the campus. This was part of, they did shooting on Saturdays as part of their training. Louise Halsey, a widowed woman whose husband died when her daughter was 6 months old, commuted via ferry the 30 studio initially in her family home, where she continued to live with her mother, daughter, and 2 sisters. In 1913-14, she commuted during the week to nearby New Brunswick, where she set up a studio, as you can see, and this is very important, that was labeled art photography, that was downtown, that particularly did portraits of children, but other local people who could afford to go to this to take artistic as opposed to just pedestrian commercial pictures. Her scenes of women cooking and washing dishes and studies such as this chinoiserie costume piece on the right featured in shows at the Newark Art Museum and the New York Montrose Galleries between 1911 and 1917, when she ceased activity at the age of 45. Summers spent with his family at the Maine coastal retreat of Boston-based photographer F. Holland Day inspired White in 1910 to begin offering summer photographic courses. Similar to the summer art schools that proliferated in the United States in the 1890s, and I'm just showing you here on the left, Arthur Wesley Dowell's extremely successful school in Ipswich, Massachusetts, where you can see that these were places that were dominated by women. This has not been studied. And he had over 200 students a year by 1903. Or the many summer programs that you see in this ad in an art magazine in 1912 show this is the model for White's summer school. And White's program started and then in Maine, and then it moves to rural Connecticut in 1916 to be nearer New York. And in general, they attracted women from all over the United States who sought a mixture of vacation plus outdoor shooting. And in fact, in his first announcements in 1910, White advertised that chaperones were provided to encourage single girls to attend. and it was his wife and his mother who were there. During the main school's 1913 session, White welcomed his friend Gertrude Casimir, who needs to be acknowledged as an important supporter of women photographers. As the owner of a Fifth Avenue studio who maintained a commercial portrait business while exhibiting as an artist, Casimir had long lived apart from her husband, who died in 1910. But she was dedicated to her daughters and grandchildren, and thus provided a model for the combination of motherhood and profession. That summer, and you see her in the left, this is taken by a student at the school. That summer she met Clara Siprel, who had worked since 1905 as a partner in her brother's portrait studio in Buffalo, New York, and had already been noticed in the amateur photography press and had been showing. And on the right, you're seeing the portrait that she took of Gertrude Casimir that summer. Siprel, and I think she is the woman that's looking straight into the eyes of Casimir in the picture on the left. Siprel's contact with White seems to have extended beyond that 1913 summer. She became friends with painter Max Weber, who taught classes in design at Art Appreciation in Maine in 1914, and then in the year-long school that White opened in downtown New York. Weber emphasized two-dimensional space filling and believed in the importance of close looking at everyday objects, which is behind Siprel's series of still lifes of crystal vases with Japonesque asymmetrical leaves that you see on the right, which is a kind of standard White school composition. Siprel's life in Bohemian New York, she came from a kind of upstate New York to the city, and it affected a great transformation in her self-presentation, as you can kind of see documented here. An early picture showing her, she was experimenting with color, showing her in a kind of Gibson Girl-esque presentation, to a much more masculine effect, which is taken after she has moved to New York and established a studio. And in fact, she had a studio in Greenwich Village with a number of female partners. Siprel continued connections with the Teachers College, which is a very important institution that needs some more work, to get portrait commissions from leading pedagogues, such as this woman on the left, Edith Walton, who founded in 1921 an arts-oriented co-ed school with another female professor from the Teachers College, Louise Birch. And Siprel also documented activities for children taking place at the Ethical Culture School, which is another very progressive ecumenical school in the city, a stronghold of reformist education, which is a leitmotif through a lot of this work in the White School. And you see, this is an illustration. The small print tells you it's children painting scenery, which was part of the program of education at the Teachers College. Undoubtedly, because Siprel never varied from the soft-focus pictorialist style, her lifelong commercial career that lasted into the 1960s has received very little attention. The importance of female networks formed through White's classes can also be seen in the case of Anne Brigman, another Stieglitz protege who came to Maine in 1910 from Oakland, California. Already celebrated for her theatrical outdoor stagings of female nudes, Brigman was encouraged by Stieglitz to work with White to master platinum printing rather than the muddy bromide enlargements that she had been exhibiting. And this was her first trip east. It was a big deal to come to New York from California. During her Maine stay, she posed in fancy dress for her fellow students, as you see on the right, and befriended a slightly younger but equally liberated professional woman from Illinois, Margaret DeMott Brown. And Brown, I think, modeled for her that summer, possibly even in the nude on the beach. Brown had come from her job as an art and photography teacher at the Illinois School for the Deaf in Jacksonville, Illinois, a job originating in her grandfather's distinguished career as a director of schools for the deaf. When Brigman returned to California at the end of that summer, 1910, she stopped by and visited Brown in Jacksonville, and she stayed in touch with her, at least in 1911, when Brigman separated from her husband. She sent Brown copies of her prints before Brown was forwarding them to Stieglitz in New York. And also these pictures, the picture on the left is a view of her studio space at the time. That was a photograph that was sent to DeMott Brown. And in the studio space that she had established in California, you can see on the back wall the evidence that Anne Brigman was very much involved with the suffrage movement, which we kind of have understated. This is another consistent trait of a lot of white students. And in the center, if you look in the center of the left picture, you'll see this poster of Votes for Women, which actually can be dated to 1911, which helps us to date the picture. And California, this was a campaign in California, voted female suffrage in 1911. This was done state by state in the US. It passed by a slim vote in November of 1911, which was long before the 1920 ratification of the 19th Amendment in the United States. DeMott Brown returned to the White Summer School during a leave of absence from her job in Illinois in 1915. And on the left, you're seeing a class album page. I'm sure you can't read this, but her name is there among the other people in that summer school class. And during that summer, she made this portrait on the right of a fellow student who was an author. She was newly married. Her name was Ruth Comfort Mitchell. No one has heard of her, but she became a very important American author, and she's sitting at her typewriter producing, I think, a poem that the white students illustrated as part of their assignments. DeMott Brown's year-long stint in New York and an inheritance gave her the confidence to quit her job in Illinois and set up a studio in Poughkeepsie, New York, home of Vassar College, which is, well, it's not any longer, it was one of the Seven Sister Women's Schools. She found steady work documenting campus activities, and you can see here, this is a spread she did in 1921 in the Outlook magazine, which promotes a kind of fantasy of democratic labor of Vassar girls to support themselves, and all the pictures are by DeMott Brown. She wasn't an official campus photographer, but she got this commission, and it's very much consistent with the ideology that is, women's work. This was to counter the idea that Ivy League schools or Seven Sister schools were full of rich girls who didn't do anything but play tennis and golf, whatever. She also found a steady job working with other faculty at Vassar College, female professors, such as this botanist who herself is very interesting, Edith Roberts, who was an early proponent of the ecological approach to plant physiology. And Brown illustrated Roberts' guidebook to American indigenous plants for gardens with shots of naturally occurring fields and shrubs that you see on the right. And then in 1941, she illustrated a book on ferns that showed them in situ, and the little picture in the middle is what was in the book, and then there's also a large kind of exhibition prints that exist from this commission. And there's actually a way of looking at plant photographs as having an ideological message, which is something I really hadn't realized before I put this paper together. She had a much longer and apparently personal relationship with a local historian, Helen Wilkinson Reynolds, that did a series of books on Dutchess County 18th century and early 19th century houses. And these pictures are details illustrating woodwork in houses. This is exactly the moment where you have Walker Evans photographing Victorian houses, you have Atchet photographing dying, 18th century French architectural details. And what she shares with them is this kind of appreciation of the craftsmanship from an earlier epoch. The last white student I want to mention is the unmarried woman, Edith Wilson, who was 46 when she enrolled in White's summer school in 1910, and she took many, many other courses at his formal schools in the city after 1914. She lived with her mother north of Manhattan. She never married. We think she's a teacher. There's no record of her. We can only kind of reconstruct her activities from the surviving works, such as the picture she took on the left of the main summer school again, that's by her. And then the picture on the right that you're seeing here is, I don't think that's a self-portrait. I think it's another student who's playing with Clarence White Jr., the son. Again, the focus on children's activity and play as being an important role in child development. Another really fun project that she did, in 1918, she joined a popular author of mysteries and children's books named Carolyn Wells, and she published a photographically illustrated Mother Goose book in which she staged some of the 200 dolls she owned and fabricated to dramatize these canonical children's poems. She was not the only student to do this at the White School. Bertha Parker Hall, whom I won't talk a lot about, but she was a married actual mother who came from a very wealthy family. Her father had run for president of the US in 1904, and she published a series of Ducky Daddle children's books the same year as the previous Mother Goose book from 1918. And I'm just showing you, these are actually very cleverly staged in an interior, and that's Ducky Daddles being bad and knocking the baby out and then being punished. They're very funny. They're kind of tough to do. And then she has some scenes that are live from life that were shot on her plus 100-acre estate on the Hudson. Okay. And then Edith Wilson's last works before her death, she died prematurely in 1924, posed a lot of interesting questions. She did this view of a black family, the interest in African-American life in the United States, and social documentary is another leitmotif through the white students. She also, Edith Wilson, did this picture on the right that was published posthumously of the portrait painter, again focusing on the kind of world of women artists, and I don't know who the artist is. So Clarence White has been recognized for teaching both aesthetics and technical skills. As you see here, if you can kind of read this on the left, this is a project for class assignments where they're supposed to copy photographs, copy paintings, copy sculpture, photograph a piece of porcelain, make an advertising illustration. And this was all really fantastic preparation for commercial work. And on the right is just an example of the kind of print management. He taught them how to print different papers, different contrasts, et cetera, et cetera. They had a very, very thorough technical training. So he did do this technical training, but he also needs to be celebrated for supporting women, from young girls fresh from college to grandmothers and widows who sought personal and financial fulfillment in making photographs. His curriculum was demanding, as we can see from these previous assignments, but he was not gender blind. And if you look at this picture, this is a view of the White School in 1915, a class photo, and the hierarchy is there in the picture. So that in the foreground, this is a classic. You can analyze class pictures like this. You saw it also in the Dow installation. The guys are all together. In this case, the guys are all in the front. Clarence White is kneeling in the foreground. On top of him is a guy named Paul Anderson, who is also a teacher at the school. On the right-hand side is, with his hand on the railing, is Max Weber, who is also teaching at the school. And then the women, whom I don't know, they're very hard to identify with hats on, are kind of pushed into the background, and they look like a tough bunch of women. I mean, they are very, very feisty. And the photographer herself, I think, might be the girl who dashed into the picture on the left. The other man that's sort of in the center, standing next to Max Weber, actually becomes the husband of the photographer. So she met him at the White School. So during the period from 1900 to 1920, in which the number of American women enrolled in higher education more than tripled, peaking at 283,000 women in we're talking college, in higher education, or 47.3% of all college seats peaked out in 1920 as being women. And that number was not surpassed until 1980. At this point, White's program appealed to ambitious women excited by the prospect of social change and eager to work for themselves without being dependent on male breadwinners. Thank you. Are we going to do like musical chairs? Musical chairs.
Well, while we're getting set up, I'd like to extend my thanks to the organizers of this conference. It's such a pleasure to all be able to come together and connect over this common topic. So today I'd like to speak about a few intersecting projects I'm working on related to, can you hear me all okay? As long as I rock star it and put my mouth very close, okay. a few related projects on the history of Japanese women photographers, which covers the importance of research on professionals and amateurs in the craft. So to do this, I'd like to start from the beginning and introduce some of the challenges with writing the history of women photographers in Japan, which is its own specific context, albeit with problems that I think will be very familiar and echoed across many of our presentations today. So, in 2017, I was researching Japanese camera corporations and eagerly meeting with various representatives at these companies to see if it might be possible to access their corporate archives. In a meeting with the current industrial and graphic design team at the Canon Corporation, one of the designers said something that shifted the trajectory of my research. In response to my question about when the Canon Corporation had first marketed cameras to women, they estimated it had not been until the 1990s. It was general knowledge, they went on to say, that before then, most cameras had been too heavy and complicated for mass appeal and had prohibited women from becoming professional photographers. So I found this statement intriguing for a few reasons, as you might imagine. First, I was surprised by the lack of historical memory that this corporate designer had. Based on my own perusal of camera magazines from even not so, in comparison, not so long ago, but from the 1960s and 70s, I'd seen evidence that companies like Fuji and Canon, even Nikon, had marketed models like this, the Canonette, a woman's camera. Even Canon's in-house magazine, called Canon Life, had advertised the Canonette as a colorful and small enough camera for women to attempt to use. This narrative of women struggling to use cameras in Japan was repeated by many of the industrial designers I interviewed, like Mizukawa Shigeo. Mizukawa was responsible for creating the first camera, a single 8 movie camera made by Fujifilm, to fit the dimensions of a woman's hand. And here he demonstrates with his hand how this handle on the bottom had to be made much smaller in order to fit women's hands. So in his telling, cameras had always been too large for women to hold, but now they would be able to make home movies for their children. Here's the advertisement for this camera that he designed. But in the making of this camera for a woman's hand, it followed then that women photographers were slotted into the role of maker of images related to home life and depicted as having the same level of skill as their children. And here in the copy for the advertisement, if you're a mama who is good at doing laundry, if you're a little boy good at blocks, now you can use this 8mm camera. So as I kept following this narrative, I think what was most surprising is that I could trace it all the way to very recent photography critics like Izawa Kotaro, who throughout the 1990s and 2000s explained the rise of women photographers in the 1990s as triggered by the influx of easy-to-use point-and-shoot cameras, digital photography, ignoring the fact that many women photographers of the 1990s did not use point-and-shoot cameras but very carefully planned out their work in 35 or 120mm. Izawa coined this term girly photography, which is in the title of his book. This term he used to describe what he saw as a self-obsessed generation of women who could only use autofocus on their own bodies. So this lack of institutional memory I experienced at the Canon Corporation and the same narrative I found repeated in historical media was linked to an unquestioned narrative about women being technologically incompetent and physically incapable that once I began to pay attention to, I found replicated in the work by photo critics such as this, theorists, journalists, and designers alike across Japanese sources. I was surprised and frustrated with what felt like a lack of attempt on behalf of curators and art historians to critique this narrative or unearth the historical documents to disprove it. Seeking to understand these silences, I've set out to write a new history of women's engagement with photography in Japan in my forthcoming book, where I trace the development of this story and how women supposedly struggled to handle optical technologies through the 20th century and the ways that women photographers critically responded to this depiction. So the exclusion of women photographers from Japanese art history is the result of two interconnected issues that I seek to address through critically investigating institutions and practices in Japan that have shaped the writing of the history of photography and representations of Japanese photographers in the 20th century. I think these issues will sound very familiar to this audience, and I reiterate them here because even if you do research on a part of the world where you feel like scholars have adequately challenged these issues, I'd like to suggest, and I think we're all showing here, there's still much more work to be done. So currently, Japanese art museums and curators ascribe aesthetic and economic value primarily to photographs seen as unique works of art, and to photographers seen as individual artists. This has meant for the past four decades, collecting and exhibitionary practices in Japan have, for the most part, excluded the broad discursive field in which photographs have always been a part, ultimately erasing women photographers from their history. As we all know, for much of the 20th century, in Japan as elsewhere, women photographers often found work in commercial studios, advertising, freelance photojournalism, and editorial photography, fields that are often excluded from traditional art historical narratives, especially in Japan, and not included in the collecting purview of any Japanese arts institutions. So in Japan, the work of women photographers prior to the 1970s has also been deemed uncollectible due to the absence of original prints or content considered artistically insignificant due to its origins in the mass media, such as newspapers and magazines. Because financial restrictions limit collecting mandates, to this day, a photographer's personal archive, aside from any photographic print, falls to their family to preserve, which is unsustainable. And I can't tell you how many times I have finally managed to get in contact with the family of a photographer I'm researching who's active in the 40s or the 50s, only to find out that the family very recently threw away all of their materials. So, as a result, the contributions of many photographers have been left out of institutional archives and eventually thrown away to be burned. So building on work by my co-panelist Anne Macaulay, was argued for the importance of embracing a wide range of photographic history in the work of all of us here today. In Anne's words, looking at the typical and the common rather than the famous and exquisite. Here in my work, I approached writing the histories of women photographers as the writing of an expanded history of photography that demonstrates the way photographs are part of everyday life. So I'm going to give a couple examples of how I am approaching this. And first, I'd like to move to the Ladies' Camera Club and 1930s and 40s photography in Japan. So there's much research that needs to be done on late 19th and early 20th century Japanese women photographers, but unfortunately my research mostly starts in the 30s, so that's why I'll begin here today. So in the 30s, it's been long assumed that there were very few women photographers in Japan. The Japanese 15-year war, which is the term that is used for World War II in Japan, began in 1931. And so 1931 to 45 has long been thought of as a time when material scarcity meant that unless one worked for a newspaper or a magazine, one did not have access to photographic supplies. But contrary to the lack of representation in scholarship, I found that the 30s and the 40s was actually a period of significant photographic activity for Japanese women. Despite increasing shortages to photography supplies and the reduction of published magazines, Japanese women photographers found that the war created openings for them to claim as they responded to the call to make patriotic images that supported the state's wartime goals. As photography magazines, newspapers, private clubs, and patriotic associations worked together to encourage the continued production of photographic images aligning with government goals, they acknowledged women as creators of meaningful images truly for the first time in Japanese history. When male family members were taken away to fight on the battlefront, women stepped in to become the photographers of their families, again, for the first time in Japanese history, and to organize collectively around making and sharing images of their private lives to send to these male family members who were fighting on the battlefront. Through these activities, for the first time, I've been able to find large numbers of women who were emboldened to find them photographers. So this advertisement on the bottom here is the boy is holding a sign that says, "Make comforting photographs." So this company is encouraging women to make photographs to send to their family members fighting on the battlefront. And the top ad is one of the earliest advertisements for a Canon camera. This is the first Canon 35mm camera. So in Japan, national war mobilization loosened some barriers around women's participation in public politics to the extent that women like Sasamoto Tsuneko became the first to have her photograph on the cover of a major magazine. Sasamoto was also the first woman photographer to work for the Ministry of Information, making propaganda published in Japanese periodicals and in the international media. And here she is photographing the prime minister of the time. In the late 1930s and 40s, women like Hayashi Fumiko, pictured here holding a camera on a boat as she sails across to Shanghai, and the writer Tamura Toshiko. These two women are today renowned as writers, but in fact, in this period, they were marketing themselves as photographers for the state. And they held exhibitions of their work and made a living off of the printed images of their war photographs. They had not been formally trained in photography, as there are a few training programs geared towards women, but eagerly picked up this opportunity to make war images. Their invocations for women to make patriotic images align with the way historian Narita Ryuichi has argued that in this period, Japanese feminists played a significant role in transforming everyday life into the sphere in which ultra-nationalist wartime policies were socialized and normalized. And so I think this is a really important point, thinking about the way that women are contributing towards nationalist ideologies. So it's in this context that I think about the work of the Ladies' Camera Club. The recent discovery of their correspondences, agendas, and ephemera in a private collection of their founder, Murai Yoneko, housed in the Kanagawa Museum of Modern Literature, provides the opportunity to see photography as something women were deeply engaged with and training themselves in and committed to as wars raging across East Asia. So founded in 1937, the same year as the start of full-scale war with China, the existence of this women's club, organized around equal voting power at a time when women could not vote in Japan, raises questions about the club as a social form within fascist society and the images it made as ambiguous political messages. Its members were made up of middle-class women, and its goal was not to promote them as people making a living through photography, but to make a specifically wartime photographic context. They established their office at the Asahi newspaper, one of the largest newspapers in Japan, with national circulation, and members were able to use this major photography. Here's them using this is the Asahi Shimbun office address, and members use this address as their correspondence address. So it's worth acknowledging that until very recently, in the finding of these archival materials, this club has largely been credited to male photographers who are loosely connected with the club. But looking at the way that they're shaping these materials, sending event announcements to one another, giving each other photographic advice, in this context, give the opportunity to understand how they saw photography as a means to form community in the context of war, and their connection to the goals of the wartime state. So it bears a little bit of an explanation what the state thought of photography in this moment. So starting in 1931, the Japanese government sought to limit the photographable. Maps like these were printed in handbooks and magazines, and photography magazines for the next decade and through the early 1940s to announce the areas that were off limits for all photographers in Japan and all of the Japanese empire. As you can see, Korea is included here. So in 1941, the Home Ministry, or 10 years later, in 1941, the Home Ministry defined every photograph taken by a Japanese subject in the Japanese empire, whether they're an enthusiast or a professional, as part of the war effort. The government extensively published treatises in photography magazines about how, if used with purpose, photographs could be mobilized to make records of family life, to send to the battlefront, or make portraits of soldiers that contributed to the war effort through their patriotic content. In response to the government directives on the proper uses of photography, Murai Yoneko, the very leader of the Ladies' Camera Club, published in a photography magazine that she thought, quote, "The scope of the photo session must be narrowed due to current restrictions. But much like a haiku that is limited to only 17 characters, there are still endless possibilities for the art form," end quote. She urged women photographers to take seriously their capacity to transmit a sense of the era and nationality, despite the many limitations that they worked with. So it's in this context that the Ladies' Camera Club demonstrated an ability to work within government restrictions on what could be photographed by selecting images that tread carefully on the limits of the photographable. When the Asahi newspaper selected member photographs as winning entries for its photo contest, they chose images that could align with government restrictions by carefully omitting sensitive views from the port where this woman sails through, but they do not remove the trappings of the upper middle class life of luxury that the wartime government censured people for displaying amidst increased shortages. Murai Yoneko's own winning photograph, it's kind of difficult to see, it's been highly retouched, and these are all newspaper photographs, so the quality is, what it is. This photograph demonstrates her ability to represent a mountain climber and a photographer in ways that are ambiguous. Murai herself was a mountain climber who summited Mount Fuji at age 16, and the majority of her photographs are of these daring mountain climbing feats that she makes. But is her photograph in this newspaper an embrace of a native rural land, or a woman selfishly embarking on an adventurous and dangerous mountain climbing route that cannot be framed solely to glorify her nation? Whatever ambiguity some of the members' photographs conveyed, in the early 1940s, their work shifted primarily to making what were called comfort photographs. These comfort photographs were slid inside of what were called comfort bags, and you can see in the bottom left-hand corner of this newspaper image, these are the comfort bags being assembled. They usually had little essential sundries, soaps, cigarettes, photographs, and this pictured above is a Patriotic Women's Association. In this article, there's this imperative for women's patriotic associations to make these comfort bags and also for photographs to be included in these comfort bags to be sent to the battlefront. So, though none of the Ladies' Camera Club comfort photographs remain, they were likely scenes of family life or types based on what the photographers expected might remind the soldiers of their homes. These photographs, like this woman is demonstrating here, were a way for them to participate publicly and patriotically in politics in ways that had not been supported by society or the media in decades prior. So validating the role of popular photography during wartime allows us to understand how it was an important space for women photographers to understand how the community that they built was dependent on the context of the war to support their activities. Because their ability to participate in public life through photography was due to the culture of total war, it's not possible to simply appreciate them as women who broke down gendered barriers. So for me, one of the most important aspects of recognizing women's photographic labor is to not write hagiographies of unknown women in a pop feminist attempt to include them in the male-dominated canon. I've written, as I show here, critiques of efforts like this, which seizing on the powerful image of a woman photographer like Sasamoto Tsuneko, who is shown here in this poster and who is the woman who I showed you who photographed the prime minister during the wartime period, utilized her as a poster image for all women photographers. What's lost in this effort is the fact that at the moment of the making of this image, Sasamoto is in fact producing propaganda for the Japanese wartime state. So I argue it's important to identify the privileged position that women who photographed in the wartime period occupied and the way they have been transformed to this day as respected photographers. Okay, I have very little time left, but for the remainder of this talk, I'd like to shift briefly to introduce 3 projects that came out of this research that I'm doing for this book. So the first chapter of my book investigates this wartime period. In the next chapters, I'm looking at the 1950s, where I researched women who became professional photographers after the war, and how they negotiated being represented by the media as these supposed women of the new workplaces in post-war Japan. Akahori Masuko is one of these women who I've been following closely, who did a lot of dam infrastructure photography. She was hired by dam construction companies in the 1950s to document both worker compensation, injuries, but also the progress of these massive dam infrastructure projects and villages being submerged by this water. She worked for the next 30 years as a freelance photographer and published her photographs widely in newspapers, photography magazines, earning numerous awards and writing many technical articles. But despite this recognition, her work remains largely unacknowledged in official histories and is not collected in any museum or city archives. But her legacy lives on in the dark rooms of the Tokyo College of Photography. There, students on a daily basis use the Masuko Color Tank Pro, this technology that she developed with her husband for evenly developing film. So in researching her work, I was able to connect with her family and who have painstakingly preserved a collection of about 10,000 of her negatives dating from the 1950s and 1960s. So over the last year, I've made many visits to examine these negatives. There are no remaining prints because the mice ate them all, and an extermination company recommended they just throw away all of her prints. So we have only her negatives. But thanks to a grant from the Ritsumeikan University Art Research Center, we are currently in the process of digitizing this invaluable archive, which includes rare documentation of other women photographers' exhibitions that she attended in the 1950s, which we have no other visual documentation of, and her photographs of women's prisons, and also her attempt to visit Mongolia in the 1960s, where her father had committed suicide as a member of the military during the war. Love to talk about this more later. I'm now going to introduce the project, the book that is circulating around, which I hope some of you will have the time to flip through. So from 2020 to 2024, I worked with curators Pauline Vermar, Leslie Martin, Takeuchi Mariko, and Carrie Cushman to edit the first book on Japanese women photographers published in any language. So we have essays contextualizing their work, photographer portfolios, first translations of articles, and illustrated bibliography of their photo books. I'll just skip forward a little bit here. It's been published, here's my translated interview with Tokyo Toyoko, whose work is seen reproduced on the bottom page here. And it has been translated into French and is this year in 2026 going to be coming out in Japanese as well. And there's a traveling exhibition with maybe perhaps some of you have had the opportunity to see at Paris Photo, and will be opening in Japan next summer as well. Okay, with my tiny amount of time, I'd like to introduce, I planned this horribly, I'm sorry everyone, a digital humanities project that I'm also working on. So it's from this place of critique of the way that women photographers have been presented, and a need for more nuance on how we discuss them, that Carrie Cushman and I launched this digital humanities project, Behind the Camera, Gender, Power, and Politics in the History of Japanese Photography. And I'm just gonna so briefly open it up. Will this work? Thank you, okay. So this is meant to be mostly a teaching resource, but also hopefully a jumping off point for anyone who's interested in learning more about Japanese photography to take a gendered approach to thinking about the history of Japanese women photographers. If you go to modules, we've invited a range of photographers, scholars, curators to do everything from reflect on this is Maggie Mustard, reflecting on her curation of Araki Nobuyoshi's sadomasochistic photographs during the Me Too movement. We also have, let's see, here is Carrie Ross looking at amateur photography magazines from the early 20th century, and each module presents a video lecture by this person, an annotated bibliography for further reading, and then in most cases an image archive of the primary sources. So ideally any of you teaching the history of photography could use this as something you plug into your courses and have this entry point to thinking about the history of Japanese photography. My last thing, and then I'm done. We also built this interactive timeline of Japanese women photographers, and I really related to the earlier presentation of the constraints of building a database of women photographers, because I really felt like we were maybe perhaps doing as much violence as something productive in the world by making this list in the first place. But it's a starting point. We need starting points. And then here we have this database of all the places where we could find digitized historical Japanese photographs, because from a student's perspective, it's very difficult to find digitized materials related to Japanese history, or history of Japanese photography. So many starting points collected in one place. I see my time.
Thanks, everyone. That was fascinating. And sorry, 20 minutes is tricky.
It's my fault.
So I'm going to just throw out a few questions, and then if we have time, I can open up to the floor. But I guess mostly when Annabella and Anne were speaking about their presentations, I was thinking a lot about this idea around sort of 19th, early 20th century, this idea about sort of, the feminine accomplishments. And I wondered if, Kelly, feel free to chime in if it resonates with some of your research, but I was thinking about this idea about whether or not there were, in your research, whether there was any sort of commonalities around the content that you were seeing that maybe speaks about that period, whether there's any, reoccurring thematics that come in. Obviously, portraiture is probably one that we're all very familiar with, but maybe aside from portraiture, were you seeing, or have you been seeing any kind of common themes that are coming up in your research?
We're talking about the work, right?
Yes.
Okay, I actually have a kind of question for you, which is, because I will answer that maybe a little bit, but I thought it was so striking. Overtly sexist material that I thought you were presenting on girls, and I think it's worth interrogating the white school looks like incredibly radical in comparison, And I think there's an importance for both of you, we found this in Japan as well, of deconstructing the nature of those publications as being a kind of commercialized base, like they're lower, they're, particularly this girls' who owned this magazine, who's funding this magazine, who are they appealing to, what's driving the message? Because I think it's like apples and oranges with what I was dealing with, and I think there's something about the public sphere as it's represented in commercial culture at that point, and that is hitting what they think is the demographic that they want to have. It's kind of constructing that demographic. The white school women were older, but they weren't that much older. Generally speaking, the women were, you had to have a couple of years of college education. It was a very 2% of people are going to university, right, at this point. And out of that 2%, there's a lot of women at this moment. This is why I was talking about the progressive era. It's actually really kind of a radical period in terms of being concerned about social reform. There's political changes that are the context for this school. The Teachers College is a phenomenally interesting and badly studied. People, they think of the Teachers College as being that's where Georgia O'Keeffe went, right? But their agenda was amazingly progressive and in every sense. And I learned a lot just kind of putting that together from the work that they were doing, because they don't just do portraits. I mean, that was not the agenda. That was not the agenda of the white school necessarily. Some of these people did commercial studios, but they did a lot of different types of commercial work. And I started seeing, after doing this, seeing views of women with children, which I always dismissed as being like simpering, traditionalism, like the Madonna and Child. Within the context of pedagogy education that you were getting at that point, that was actually a woman training her own child. I mean, there was a way that was a progressive engagement that was promoted by the Teachers College. Also, home economics is something that is a new discipline that comes in as progressive training for women. Like in my generation, that was like, yuck, like you don't take home ed. But that was seen as something that women needed to have a scientific understanding of the home. And so you took courses at the Teachers College in how to buy your furniture, like how to cook. You could major in this stuff. I mean, you look at the curriculum at that school, and so those pictures were not necessarily valenced as traditional. I think we have to really rethink that. Like the landscape pictures that I was talking about, which I never paid any attention to, they looked just kind of like a landscape, but they were part of that field with nothing, with natural indigenous plants. That was seen as we're coming back to that, like you don't have an English garden, like you don't plant grass. Like that was what this woman, who was a botanist at Vassar, was promoting. So there was a kind of political aspect of even botany that came out in these pictures that we've forgotten. We don't see these pictures like that. So I just would expand on the types of pictures that these women were trained. I didn't talk about fashion. I mean, there are lots of people out there. There are women fashion photographers. They did a lot of still, they did often decorative parts of like accessories, but there were mannequins. There was like when Edward Steichen starts working at Vogue magazine, there's a woman from the white school, Wen Richards, who's photographing, and she's forgotten, and he's like the god, right? So yes, so there was really, their medical photography. They became X-ray technicians during World War I out of the white school. So. Pass this to you. Sorry.
Did you want to use this one, Sarah? I think it's turned on.
Oh, it's off.
Yeah. So the question was about commonalities between the types of photographs taken by the women in Anne's presentation and the girls.
Well, no, or if you found anything that was
Yeah.
specific in the work.
Not specific to,
Not across me, but in your own
just
period.
in your research, did you see some commonalities of the types of photography that was coming out of the
Well, there's certain kinds of photography that's promoted, as you said, portraiture, floral photography, nature photography, animal photography. These are seen as kind of appropriately feminine, but in relation to the kind of bigger question about what kind of girl was sort of being produced by these magazines or what kind of woman was being fostered, it's actually really diverse, because the magazines that I'm talking about, if you just take one of them, Girls' Own Paper, that started in the 1880s, it goes on to about the 1950s, so that's a huge period of time, loads of different editors, loads of different people writing for it, and quite a lot of contradictions within the people who are writing for it, so there's simultaneously kind of encouragement and restraint, and there are quite a lot of articles that are really promoting careers for women, and quite a lot of content that is
progressive, I think, about what girls can be and what women can be. So there's a lot of kind of opening up doors and arguing for opportunities, as well as quite a lot of sort of restrictions about what's kind of considered ladylike and what might kind of be too manly for girls to do, and what might be, you know, what girls might be unable to do. So that really varies according to the period you're looking at, what author you're reading, what editor they're working under. But in general, those magazines are seeking to kind of produce a very particular Christian, feminine, wifely, homemaking, respectable girl. But of course you see moments where that kind of breaks down. In the glimpses, in the letters pages, in the submissions to the competitions, you see a different kind of voice. There's all sorts of exclusions in those magazines as well, you know, especially with the later ones that I was talking about, their fantasy spaces, their kind of, yeah, there's no discussion of poverty in there. There's no discussion of puberty, which is a massive thing to discuss. So you have to really read those things between the lines if you can find them at all. But in terms of something between your presentation and mine that I was really struck by, my project that I'm spoken about, I kind of restricted it to the time frame of stopping at 1939 just because of the kind of time frame of this conference. But I'm doing a much bigger project that's looking at photography by children up to about 2000. And a lot of what emerges as photography by children is toy photography. So I was really interested in the kind of toy scenarios. So I've got really interested in what children's photography might look like. Is there a particular style? Is there a particular subject matter? Is there something that might characterize children's photography as different from adults' photography? And in a lot of the period that I'm discussing, children are being encouraged to produce a sort of professional-looking photograph that would be indistinguishable from one that an adult had produced. There's no sort of seeking of a child's own viewpoint, because that is something that is a kind of later mentality. But photographs taken at school, photographs taken of bedrooms, photographs taken of toys, pets, children looking at children, children looking back at adults, children looking at teachers through the lens of the camera. That's been something that I've really kind of drawn out in the wider project, but a lot of that kind of comes in a slightly later period than the time frame of this conference.
And something else I wanted to ask, it's probably more relevant, Kelly, and to your research, is about this idea around metrics. Like, when we talk about professional photographers, how do we measure that? What metrics have you sort of been using when you kind of define this idea of a sort of professional labor within this context?
Yeah, it's a good question, because I find for most of the first half of the 20th century in Japan, it's hard to find women who are solely making a living off of photography. In the 1930s, there's one named Yamazawa Eiko she opens the first photo studio in Osaka in 31, I believe, and before her, there's like a scattering of women that we know about. There's a lot of research that needs to be done still, but usually women are occupied in multiple fields of labor, and so it's tricky. I mean, I think it takes an expansive view of what it means to be a professional, or to be, I mean, you know, some amateurs, as we know, that's, if they're well off enough, that's all they do all day long is photography. So in my case, I have to take a quite expansive view of what it means to be a photographer in this moment in order to include people and their work.
I think within the White School, a lot of these women, well, marriage was the kiss of death. If you got these girls, the ones that went in sort of between the ages of 20 and say 24, they were recent college grads, and they often intended to have professional careers, and then they got married and they quit. I mean, that's, I think, across the board. That probably happens everywhere. There were a surprising number of women who actually became studio owners, but just from the few examples that I showed you, they were all celibate, or they didn't have, you know, like what you found with the 19th century earlier, they're widows. They had to support themselves to some extent. Most of these people at the White School did, though. They were definitely upper class, frankly. They were upper middle class. You were not a working class woman and going to the White School. It was not the tuition that was so expensive. I mean, you did pay. White got paid by the head. He was a part-timer. He never had a real salary. And the students paid by the course, like by the hour, so it was reasonably cheap. But I think it was a self-definition. These women defined themselves because of their educations as being expected to produce for the world. Like if you go to these Seven Sisters schools, a lot of them came out of these schools and they were supposed to do public service and social service. As you know, women were teachers and they were heavily in social reform movements. And so photography was kind of integrated in that. They stay, sometimes they have to look after their parents, they drop out in the archives. You find these little cards from the alumni that say 1925, they were there in 1915, 17, and they say, I haven't been doing any work recently. I've kind of quit doing this because, like, you know, their mother got ill and they moved in to support her. So it's more a in and out kind of thing, often with these studios.
And I guess leading on from that, you're all dealing with a lot of archival silences, lots of gaps in, you know, in collective histories. Could you maybe share some anecdotes about the most challenging issues you've had around lack of information?
Whoa, that's like
yeah, that's a big question. Just one or two. Yeah.
This is a sort of methodological challenge that I have found and maybe hopefully met, and it's from a slightly later period, but I'm looking at, in something that I didn't discuss in my presentation, I'm looking at how, I'm looking at women in there who became photographic enthusiasts, but I'm also interested in women who are photographic ambivalents, I might call them, women who didn't get interested in photography and why that was the case. And that is really hard to find because it's easy to kind of reach out to people who are professional photographers or photographic enthusiasts and say, or to women, how did you get started? What was your first camera? What was the first photograph you took? You know, what's your sort of route into it? And they will have kept photographs and have stories. It's important to them because they're at a point in their career or their sort of self-definition where they've maybe made those connections. They've already kind of narrated that story. But how do you capture the vast mass of women who are not interested in photography? And how do you kind of work out why do some women find photography a useful kind of tool of communication and why do some not? I've used a source which is an exclusively British source called the Mass Observation Archive. And this is a sort of account, it collects accounts, mass observation, yeah. It collects accounts of everyday life. And in 2012, they ran a survey for their volunteer writing panel where they asked hundreds of volunteers to reflect on their early experiences of photography. And the people who responded to it were women as well as men. They were born between the 30s and the 70s, and they reflected on their kind of early years in photography. And it was the majority of people who responded to this particular question were women, and they talked about all the ways that they were discouraged, all the ways that photography didn't meet their expectations, all the way that they were kind of prevented from participating in it. And that was been really revealing because I think when we sort of say, why are there so few women, you have to look at those obstacles. But if there are obstacles and silences, they're unlikely to have been recorded. So this was the first time that any of those women had been asked about photography, and they mostly started by saying, I hate photography, I never take photos, I leave that to my husband, or that's something that my dad did, it really bored me. And they talk about the ways that, you know, they were discouraged from doing it at school because boys did it and girls did textiles. Or they were discouraged from doing it from their mother because it was something that their brother did with their father or their uncle or their grandfather, and their mother encouraged them into baking or dancing or something else. So it's been really quite revealing to kind of tackle the photographic ambivalence and those who dislike photography, because I think we're probably all going to be talking about the women who loved it, right?
That's so interesting to study why their ambivalence, and it makes me think about the use of a photographer's own testimony about their work. It's been part of my goal to try, since I work on a slightly later period, I can attempt to try to find photographers who are still living. They're usually, the ones I've been able to interview are usually in their late 80s, 90s, and do some sort of like an oral history with them. But then they give me really interesting responses. Like when I ask them, you know, well, what did you think about camera companies saying that women couldn't use cameras? And this Sasamo Tsuneko, the wartime propaganda photographer, says to me, well, it's true, women can't use technology. And then I think, okay, so how am I going to use this? Or Akoni Masko, when I show her a picture of her standing with a group of photographers in the 1950s and ask her, wanting some sort of response about like women's solidarity in the 1950s, grouping together to do something in this masculinist world, and she just and I say, what was it like having, knowing you had this group of people to work together? And she looks at me and just says, there were no others. I was the only woman photographer. And I think like, okay, so there's these ways that people have of remembering their experience with photography and memorializing it to themselves. And that's like a very interesting challenge to figure out how are you going to navigate that. Or Yamazawa Eiko, the photographer I mentioned earlier, who was the first woman to open a studio in the 1930s, she systematically burned everything she produced if she didn't like it. So there's very little archival material to work with. So then do I seek to reproduce, speaking of archival silences, like what if the artist didn't want you to have access? Do I publish and scan and digitize the material, what fragments are left, when she clearly in her life would not have wanted that? Yeah.
I don't think I want to talk about the archive, but I do think it's important to emphasize that chronology really matters, and that also demographics matter, and that geography matters, because I'm sitting here representing the white school, but there was an enormous difference in terms of the status of women between the West and the East in the United States is like larger than Europe. So to talk, it wasn't the same attitudes in different parts of the world. And Western women, a lot of these women came from the West or the Midwest. They traveled across America to go to the white school. And it was the Western woman actually owned more property and really controlled towns and had earlier suffrage votes than in the East, because it wasn't such an Eastern establishment. It's hard to totalize what's happening even at a given moment in time, because I'm sure this is true. You pointed this out in Italy between Lucca and the different regions that you're looking at, that the status of women is different. Obviously, the white archives are a nightmare. They're very bad evidence. Teaching archives are really problematic because you're not seeing the mature work, and everything they do with students is based on assignments. It looks the same. The guys, Ralph Steiner took pictures of pots and pans just like Margaret Watkins did. It is not gender specific, it's based on the teaching assignments. And so the problem being that Ralph Steiner has gotten more attention and went off, and he threw out all of his pictorial work, and most people reprinted that work later and made it high contrast and sharp focus. And these women stuck with it, and pictorialism, soft focus is not popular. So their careers kind of got ignored in general, both men and women. Pictorialism itself is its own problem. But the point being is I think you really have to stick to the specifics of the moment when these pictures are being done and the context. But there are some continuities within these women in the white school in terms of they're countercultural. They're pretty radical people in the school, as were a lot of the men photographers who were socialist. So whatever.
We have a few minutes. I don't know if anyone wants to ask any questions. Yes. Oh, Patricia. Do you want this?
Thank you, all three of you, for the very interesting papers. Is the microphone okay? Do I have to use it like that? Okay, good. I think that at some point during, I can't remember now which one, maybe it was you, Kelly, there was a slide that flashed up that said something about your mum is good at doing the laundry, or mum can do the laundry. And this sort of firmed up a kind of, or gave me this kind of way to verbalize a question that had been going on in my head while listening to your papers, which was about photography as, in a way, or the camera as a kind of personal and household appliance, a bit like washing machines, which are at once sold as a tool of liberation for women, because then you don't have to stay at home and spend a lot of time doing the laundry by hand,
but at the same time then impose higher standards of cleanliness so that in fact women now spend just as much time doing the laundry as before. And so the cameras want something that can be totally reinforcing certain ideas about gender and gender roles, while at the same time holding a promise of liberation that can actually be sometimes actually liberatory, but sometimes not, because you end up learning more about the standard of femininity and beauty that you should judge yourself by. So that idea of kind of the importance of learning about beauty, that you were talking about, and I couldn't help understand it also as women then kind of looking at themselves and how they dressed and how they styled themselves and behaved, and so as a beauty that was also a kind of not so liberatory. So I wondered if any of you had any thoughts in relation to that.
I'll just jump in really quickly to say, oh, this microphone is much better. I think it's very interesting to think about what is liberatory about taking photographs of your children, or what is liberatory to make photographs, nationalist photographs for wartime goals. Like, why do women, I don't want to say buy into, but why are women very invested in contributing in both of those areas? Why does that copy appeal? And that's still something ongoing today.
Annabelle, you said something in your presentation about this. Well, I'm going to badly translate it, but I feel like you were sort of saying about this burden of representation within the research that you've done, this sort of dichotomy between, women being, like particularly within working class communities, like women being sort of fed this fantasy, but also the reality of making those fantasies a reality. And I feel like you were talking about how the magazine was sort of, creating that kind of grey line between fantasy and reality. Sorry, I'm doing a horrible job of...
The kind of camera as a domestic item, I think, as a household appliance, I think is a really fantastic concept. I think I'm trying to think about the kind of particular examples that I've looked at where the camera in a household has quite often been something that is owned by the father, and it's something where the children, girls, have to ask permission to use it, be granted authority to use it. So it is something that is a kind of household item and maybe a family camera that belongs technically to everyone, but it's also controlled in quite particular ways. And I think, when people have domestic dark rooms as well, a lot of the accounts are about that being a man's space in a domestic environment. It's somewhere that is a kind of maybe homosocial is a way to say it. So it might be where fathers and sons go, and sometimes they're taking over spaces in the kitchen or they're taking over a bathroom, but where there's a kind of dark room space, it's often a space that is a male space. And many of the people I've spoken to in my kind of wider research, so women born in the 30s and later, who talk about their kind of how they became interested in photography, they were often excluded from those spaces because it was fathers handing on the skills to sons, or grandfathers to grandsons, or uncles to nephews. And some women were able to enter those spaces because they were the only daughters in a household, and so they were able to have that relationship with their father. But photography, even in a household environment, doesn't become an egalitarian thing. It's still about the demarcated spaces. I forget what your elaboration of that point was. It was about... Oh, yeah, I got very interested in this. There's a lot of narration, isn't there, about being a real photographer. What constitutes a real photographer is often somebody who produces their own prints. And this idea that retouching a negative, being the spotter, is not really photography, or taking your photographs to a commercial high street processor is not really photography. That, I think, is part of the kind of structural problem that has shifted women out of the picture, because if only certain kinds of photographic practices that involve
dark rooms and certain kinds of production get privileged as being real photography, then that moves a lot of people who don't have access to those spaces, who don't have time or interests. It demeans those photographic practices, and quite often those photographic practices have been those people who haven't got money. So I think it's a gendered and a classed issue to kind of centre the dark room.
I just want to say quickly, I know everyone wants to eat, that to rethink the domestic space, that within a lot of this, where this photography took place in the Teachers College, but also going back into the Pratt Institute, which was also founded as an institution to teach manual training, which we don't do anymore. It was effectively encouraging it started out as being hand-making goods for immigrant populations, and there was this entire agenda was highly influenced by the ideas of William Morris, where it is in the domestic space and the reconfiguring of the beauty of the domestic space and the handmade that you reform society. So there was very much a thinking, like just because it was domestic was not considered to be demeaning. That was the center of the reform movement, and you have equal jobs. Everyone does the job that they want to do in the Morrisite utopian fantasy, but it was encouraging hand labor in any form, and making the beautiful object was what you did. So that's kind of the context, and I think photography was seen as both contributing to social reform, but also like to beautify. They actually were taught to put pictures in the houses to educate children. So there's lots of ways that people were using pictures that fit into a social agenda.
Annabelle, Kelly, Anne, thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, I have a quick announcement to make. We are going to close this room during the break so that you all can leave your properties here. And the conference speakers and advisory board, we have reserved, if you want to go there, I mean, it's up to you, but we have reserved the Café Fernanda, which is the cafe of the Pinacoteca, for lunch, and they have a good lunch for, I think, 15 euros. So we can all go there. And please make sure you all come back on time. Also because I have the duty of chairing a panel at 2:30 p.m. when I usually sleep as a Sicilian. 3? Okay, 3, better. So we'll see you here at 3, good. That means maybe I have a time to take a quick nap. Okay, okay, perfect. Okay, so can you hear me? Yes. Okay. So welcome to our second panel, Archival Silences and Hidden Histories. This session brings us to the heart of one of the most urgent methodological challenges in the history of photography. How do we write histories when the archives are partial, biased, or silent? And how do we account for the presence of women, for women whose labor, authorship, and presence were systematically erased, not only from the record, but sometimes from the categories through which photography has been archived, exhibited, and narrated. Okay, so we have first Franziska Lampe from the Central Institute für Kunstgeschichte in Munich. I give her the floor, and then we move on to the next.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. Is the microphone on? Can you hear me? Very good. So first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. I was really, really happy when I got the email to be invited, and also compliment you for this wonderful research project, Fotografiste, which is really striking. So in the next 20 minutes to come, I will shed light on the non- and misrepresentation of women in photography, and adding Germany to this global perspective of this conference, and focusing on the reproduction studios, a huge sector within the whole photo industry. And following the methodological path of materiality, as we heard this morning, I will go through this path, but try to give some additional ideas where we can focus, where we can set the focus. I will do this with 3 chapters, Women Everywhere, which will be the longest chapter, of course, and then 2 short chapters on transparencies and emblematics and allegories. Let's start with 1, Women Everywhere. The point of departure is a photograph depicting the technical director, Fritz Schwarz, left first rows, marked in viola, of the Munich-based reproduction company Bruckmann, surrounded by a part of his technical and office staff in 1908. Fritz Schwarz was a renowned chemist who, as a trained painter and lithographer, had the perfect mix to take the technical development of the studios for the reproduction of art to a new level. He later became a professor at the Academy of Fine Arts in Leipzig, East Germany, where he directed the Department of Reproduction. The composition of the group, almost evenly split between women and men, challenges conventional representations of photographic labor as male-dominated and foregrounds a visual trace of women's professional presence. I discovered this image during my research project on the publishing house Bruckmann, whose archives were long time being considered lost, but fortunately transferred to the Bavarian State Archive and the Zentralinstitut for Art History. I was totally surprised to see such a good recording of the people who worked in the Repro studios from a very early time when the company was heading towards the peak of its success. The reproduction studios were primarily on the upper floor. You can see it looking at the studio windows marked in viola, facing different directions, designed to capture the best sunlight depending on the process. They also used the big terraces, here marked in light blue, to build up mobile studios under direct sunlight. Bruckmann published in this huge building scientific works in the fields of archaeology, art, and cultural history that became standard literature within these newly institutionalized academic disciplines. In competition with Hanfstengel, Adolf Braun, and of course the Italians Alinari and Brogi, Bruckmann also distributed photographs of works of art as single sheets, but also produced collection and exhibition catalogs. With the production of reproductions, primarily from European art history, Bruckmann made a decisive contribution to the popularization of art and, in close cooperation with art historians and museums directors, to the establishment of its canon. When I mentioned being surprised to see a proper photograph of the repro stuff, it was because until now only images like these were known. For the opening of the new company building, visible in the last slide, an image campaign was launched to show what happened behind the walls of the image company. It is unsurprising that women were involved, yet they are usually depicted only on the sidelines or from behind, as the upper left image where they are performing retouching work on large format negatives. These photographs are highly staged and emphasize the range of tasks required in a modern reproduction studio. Another part of this advertising series, as well published in poor quality autotypes, sets the locus, so the working space in the center, captured with a wide angle. Women, likewise men, are pretty marginalized, representing work with a kind of anonymized human intervention. In an album documenting the factory site are found additional photographs that also reveal women at work, but only in a seek and find manner. On the slide you can see enlarged details showing women in various tasks, albeit somewhat blurred, since these images are not as carefully staged as the earlier examples. In short, women were present throughout the factory and involved in nearly every department. At the time, this was widely known, and as we already heard today, but rarely acknowledged in specialist literature. As Ulrike Matzer has shown in her excellent research, women tended to appear only rarely in illustrative depictions in manuals, such as those by Josef Maria Eder. And even when they were depicted, they were not actually discussed or even mentioned, a passive rendering of their work through a textual base. The education of women photographers in Germany was institutionalized in 1890 with the Lettevereins founding of a photographic training department exclusively for women. Men were admitted only from 1910 onwards. The second major photography school opened in Munich in 1900, where, unlike in Berlin, women were initially not allowed to enroll. These two institutions have been studied by Anne Witte for Berlin and Ulrich Pohlmann and Rudolf Scheutle for Munich, and they already did that 25 years ago, so there's really also research done that we can build on. What is particularly significant in this context is that the establishment on photography schools marked a long-delayed institutionalization of a profession in which a substantial number of people, including many women, were already active since decades. A new school regulations therefore emphasized the need for differentiated, specialized knowledge. Beyond the familiar fields of product photography, portraiture, and artistic photography, scientific photography formed by far the largest area. Marie Kund, director of the Lette Photography School, here on the right, an article from her, repeatedly emphasized in public writings and lectures what such training required. And she included overall X-ray photography and instruction in various photomechanical processes. She published this idea in the remarkably insightful series Social Progress, so sozialer Fortschritt. Women worked not only in the direct reproduction department, but also, something that is well known, in sales roles, in bookshops and exhibitions, as well as in shipping and dispatch positions in the reproduction studios. This striking photograph of an expedition team clearly illustrates their strong presence in these areas, showing numerous women among the staff. Another diverse group of women appears in a photograph taken of employees at a company summer party in 1901, which even includes their children. What makes this image particularly compelling and what first draw my attention is that many of these employees are identified by name with penciled lines connecting each name to the corresponding person. A stroke of archival luck at first sight, at least. But how far does this take us in determining who the women working in the sector actually were? At first glance, I noticed that only 3 women are named, while the remaining 36 names belong to men. Names were also added to the group photograph from the photo department. However, while every man is identified, the 2 women in the top row remain anonymous. I have not been able to uncover any further information about the women whose names do appear. They simply vanish from the records. Their names do not show up in any other documents. By contrast, a notably larger number of employment contracts for men have been preserved, even for the most junior assistants, so Gehilfen. Although women seldom held higher positions, it is striking that the only surviving contracts for them are those of saleswomen and office staff. A likely explanation, one that applies to labor history more generally, is that documents involving personal rights and dealt with trade secrets were often discarded more quickly, which might have disproportionately affected the records of women workers and their contracts. But there is one exception. However, a contract with Josefa Schmidt, who concluded a 3-year contract extension with the publisher house in 1885 as a varnisher in colotype printing. And she signed this contract by herself, so not her father, not her brother, not her husband. So this is really a proof that she was very independent as well. This leads me to the shorter second part. So the history of photography has long privileged notions of authorship, innovations, pioneering, mastery, categories that, as we all know, systematically obscure the contributions of women, especially in the highly skilled technical and manual forms of photographic labor. These forms of work were essential to the production of photographic images, yet the limited archival material on women, much of it is lost due to structural reasons, as we have heard today also several times, has further contributed to the disappearance from photographic history. The presumed transparency of women's labor is, in a peculiar way, echoed by the photographic medium itself. One way out is confronting this double blindness with the products they were working with. Thousands of photo objects in archival boxes that witness that photographic reproductions are not magical copies that fell from the sky, but are really hard work. And to give you a sense of the kinds of tasks involved in the reproduction studio, particularly in this case of Bruckmann and art reproduction, I will show you a few examples that makes the materiality of this work especially evident. These images offer a tangible impression of the drawing and artistic skills required, and the meticulously craftsmanship that underpinned this area of photographic reproduction, mainly made by women as retouchers, varnishers, etc. So I will quickly go to some image examples where you can see the different working areas that were done, like here contouring with pencil, scratching out to highlight this lion, cropping out and cutting out artworks, repairing crackles here before and after retouching. Here contouring, repainting the shadow to have this 3D impression of this artwork. Eliminating nature to focus on the artwork, or this example as well, to eliminate the architecture behind the Donatello statue. Also here contouring to focus on the artwork, coloring stone sculptures, or eliminating a coach and a horse to focus on the architecture, coloring fabric. Here you can see some magnifications of the applied color, or here different versions of a glass vessel. Examining these works gives an adequate perspective on the analogy often drawn between painting and photography in contemporary public advertising. This leads me to my final and brief third point: emblematics and allegories. While, as we have seen, women played only a marginal representational role as active participants in photography itself, they were widely shown in the promotion of projects and photographers' services. They appeared on the backsides, for example, of carte de visite and carte cabinet, as well as on advertising labels used for postal distribution, further amplifying the circulation and the visibility of the connection between women and photography. In analogy to painting, the muse Fotographia appears as a woman, an emblematic and allegorical figure who brings freedom, progress, and more generally, light into darkness. She's often depicted as a bearer of light with a radiant halo behind her, or sometimes holding a camera before her like a monstrance. A classical representation of the new photographic profession began to appear in the 1880s in the seals of the Bruckmann publishing house. At first, photography is shown only a little bit as a heraldic symbol beneath the personification of science, next to the emblem of the chemigraphs, which is placed under the allegory of painting. Here you can see it a little bit bigger. So on the left, the camera, and on the right, the chemigraphs sign. So slowly, photography is taking over the emblematics from the publishing house. Little later, photography is personified as an independent figure, this time from Fotografische Union, that was part of the Bruckmann company. She is painting and photography, they are on an equal stage, unlike other depictions where the painting, the allegory of painting, is represented as an elder, wiser woman instructing the new art, photography. As symbols of knowledge and a reference to the fundamental principles of photography, she holds a magnifying glass and a torch in her hand and states, "In luce mundus." The way women as allegories are represented for photography businesses tells a very different story than the reality of their work in early photography. Focusing solely on individual biographies risks representing and presenting history as isolated achievements, although it helps mapping and filling the gaps, while the majority of women's labor remain invisible in conventional sources. By examining the work itself, so coloring, retouching, varnishing, etc., we can see the immense skills and effort involved. This highlights the need for an expanded understanding of photographic practices, one that includes the collaborative dimensions and acknowledges women's central role in shaping this profession, not only as an imagined ideal, like in this mark, but as an actual worker, inventor, and thinker of photography. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Franziska, for this very interesting talk. And I see that there are many parallel lines between your work in Germany and our work in Italy, and I think this is a very, very important occasion for looking at transnational similarities and and now we move on to Erika Lederman from the Victoria and Albert Museum, who is going to give us a presentation about the about women, the women's work in photography within institutional practices, and particularly the South Kensington Museum in London. Thank you. Erika?
Thank you. Can everybody hear me okay? Is that better? Okay. So the history of 19th century institutional photography has too often been told through the names of men. Charles Thurston Thompson at, I'm sorry, I just want to stop for a minute because I had like animations and that's not working. Is it
before the streaming, change the format in PDF.
Oh, I see.
If you want.
Is it possible to go back to the other format? Or I'm so sorry.
No, no problem. 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
I see what you've done. Yeah. In the, yeah, the, what's it called? No, don't worry, I should have done. I was being clever. Yeah. Yeah, PowerPoint. Thank you. Great, perfect, thank you. Okay, and is it this thing here still? Okay. Sorry. Okay. So I'll start from the beginning. So the history of 19th century photography has too often been told through the names of men. Charles Thurston Thompson at the Victoria and Albert Museum, which was originally South Kensington Museum. Charles Marville, among many others, at the Louvre. Roger Fenton at the British Museum, and I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Alinari at the Uffizi. Yet within these same institutions, women photographers were also at work, their labor shaping how objects, art, and science were visualized and circulated. My PhD research uncovered that these women were not anomalies or amateurs, but essential contributors to institutional photographic activities. I argued that institutional photographer was a career for 19th century women. While I'm sure I don't need to, I want to clarify, I'm not talking about photography within museums, often understood through the lens of art history as a creative or aesthetic practice. I am focused on photography employed as part of a system of education, documentation, circulation, and authority. The significance of the spaces in which these women made their photographs is very important. As photography historians Elizabeth Edwards and Ella Revilius argue, institutions are places where objects are assembled and become knowledge. Women occupied crucial positions as photographers, their skill indispensable to the machinery of institutional knowledge construction. Recovering their histories and their role in the system required reading the archive with a nod to Anne Laura Stoller against its grain, attending to its margins, silences, and contradictions, tracing signatures etched into negatives, following payments, analyzing copyright forms, scouring the contemporary press, reevaluating census records, identifying both maiden and married names. Bringing these fragments forward meant reading familiar sources differently, asking, for instance, who signed the negative? Who received the payment? Who is named the maker on the copyright forms? And whose name appears in the contemporary press? And even who lived in the museum residences? Once these questions were asked, women began to appear everywhere. This paper will focus on 4 of them. Louise Lafon at the Musée Napoléon III in Paris, now the Louvre, Jane Clifford at the Royal Collection Madrid, now the Prado, Isabel Agnes Cowper working at the South Kensington Museum London, now the V&A, and Emma Shenson at the Linnaeus Archive, Sweden. The work of these photographers underpin the operations of museums and institutions. Their stories reveal both the possibilities and limitations of women's professional lives in the 19th century and the ways institutions both depended upon and effaced their labor. Louise Lafon's career in Paris during the 1850s and 60s offers one of the earliest examples of a professional woman photographer successfully negotiating access to a major European institution. One of the first women photographers in France to maintain a photography studio in her name, the 3rd female member of the Société Française de Photographie, and a frequent exhibitor in the Société's annual exhibitions and exhibitions abroad, Lafon would become the de facto official photographer at the Musée Napoléon III, where beginning in 1862, she photographed not only the celebrated Campana collection, but also an important collection of casts and artifacts also from government-sponsored archaeological missions. Her meticulous album prints, made and processed in a dedicated on-site darkroom, captured Etruscan sarcophagi, bronzes, and ceramics with extraordinary precision. The large number of photographs made by Lafon at the Musée represented a major institutional photographic campaign, cementing her status as an important player in the implementation of France's Second Empire cultural policy. In 1864, 500 of these photographs were purchased by the South Kensington Museum. Not only does this represent a substantial purchase, growing the museum's photography collection by over 5% at the time, it is also the first documented purchase by the V&A of photographs made by a woman. Yet Lafon was more than just a skilled professional photographer. She was an entrepreneur. The French Almanach du Commerce de l'Industrie lists 7 studios under her name between 1859 and 1871, during which in certain periods she ran 2 consecutively, concurrently. I've also found records of her registration of a patent for the use of photography on fabric. And while these facts point to her productivity and technical ingenuity, Lafon also possessed an exceptional talent for self-promotion. A close look at her letterhead and signage on her studio entrance confirms she was authorized by the state to market her institutional photographs under the series title Édition du Musée Napoléon III, monetizing her exclusive access. She also sold large quantities of photographs to the French government as part of their program of favorable grants to photographers. To achieve this at a time in France when women were restricted from engaging in business, Lafon's career was defined by self-fashioning and strategic concealment. Her original mounts are printed with the gender-neutral attributions Elle Lafon and the studio name Photographie Lord Biron, the street where her studio was located, which might explain how it came to be that I discovered one of Lafon's works stored at the V&A along with other English photographers whose surnames begin with the letter B. Lafon also fabricated a marriage to lend legitimacy to her business dealings, adopting the social respectability of Madame Lafon and borrowing, when necessary, the legal status of the wine merchant Jean-Charles Lafon, her fabricated husband, to enter into contracts and conduct business. a right not available to French women at the time. I say fabricated because here is Lafon's marriage record to Richard Nielsen from 1871. It reveals that years after she exhibited under the name of Lafon, the wife of the wine merchant, Jean-Charles, she's recorded by her maiden name, Louise Josephine Lazard. As divorce was illegal in France, this suggests this is her first marriage. And this deception was not simply a personal ruse, but a professional necessity in a society that limited women's financial independence and ability to transact business. By performing marriage, Lafon secured authority within a male-dominated bureaucracy. Her case demonstrates how 19th century women photographers often navigated restrictive social codes with remarkable pragmatism, manipulating convention to carve out professional autonomy. Within 4 weeks of receiving the last group of Lafon's photographs in 1864, the V&A recorded its second purchase of photographs by a female photographer. This was another substantial acquisition, consisting of approximately 290 views of the vessels that make up the Dauphin's Treasure, a historic collection of highly ornamented rock crystal from the 16th and 17th centuries, photographed in the galleries at the Spanish Royal Collection by Jane Clifford. Little is known regarding Clifford, including her maiden name, but evidence found by photography historian Dr. Rachel Ainscow has been critical in establishing that before the death of her husband, Charles Clifford, the celebrated Welsh-born photographer to the Spanish royal family, Jane was a collaborator in the Madrid-based studio operating under his name. When Charles died in 1863, his obituary acknowledged the worthy lady Jane Clifford for taking an active part in his work. In the context of Jane's subsequent commercial photographic career, this mention as a professional collaborator should be understood as an effort to secure her the business's continued success, of which she was now the sole owner. Following Charles's death, Jane continued the enterprise under her own management. Her institutional work included the historic Dauphin's Treasure, as well as another major V&A commission of over 300 works documenting the Royal Armory, one of the most significant collections of its kind. These commissions also distinguished Clifford as the first woman commissioned to undertake a dedicated photographic campaign on behalf of the V&A. In addition to her photographic skills, Clifford's professional acumen is evident in the surviving correspondence between her and the South Kensington Museum. She communicated directly with John Charles Robinson, the museum's first curator, who reported to the museum's board, "There are, at this moment, only 3 photographers of any skill in Spain, all foreigners, one of whom is Mrs. Clifford." In many of these letters, Jane insisted on professional parity with her male contemporaries, securing payment for her expertise and maintaining control over her production. I reveled in a letter in which Clifford writes Robinson to renegotiate the terms of their original agreement. She reveals a clear understanding of her professional value. "Sir, as I find it will not pay me to do the negatives for nothing, I therefore propose you paying me $5 for each negative, I giving you 2 positive prints of each for that sum and any further profits at 4 shillings each." Clifford's letters convey a tone of authority, and Robinson agreed to these new terms, ensuring that Clifford would keep control of her negatives, enabling her to further monetize her labor through other outlets such as photographically illustrated publications and a subscription series. Clifford's authorship of the Armory campaign up until recently has been frequently misattributed or overlooked, notwithstanding the extensive archive of her correspondence with the South Kensington Museum, such as this letter stating, "Sir, I have attained royal permission to copy the things in the armory here, and you told me you would take collections if they were well done." There are also the V&A's 19th century photograph registers and art library finding aids, clearly attributing the photographs to Jane. Yet 20th century histories have long subsumed Clifford's identity under her husband's name, casually eliding the distinction between Charles and Jane. One scholar, writing in a Charles Clifford monograph, argues that the armor photographs are, I quote, "too creative to be Jane's in comparison to the treasure photographs, whose authorship by Jane is not in dispute." When he was queried by me, he suggested they were possibly made from negatives Charles produced before he died. He wrote, "I have read all of the letters," in all caps, "I have read all of the letters with the greatest of care. There is nothing in them that would oblige us to believe that the negatives are by her, but everything that would make us believe that she made the positives. Her semantics do not give her away, and just possibly she was most clever about that." That wily Jane. Of course, From a commercial point of view, this does not make sense, as her husband's reputation would be much more likely to ensure commissions. It was only through archival re-examination that the preponderance of evidence has made Jane's authorship so clearly visible, and this particular scholar has since softened his stance. Jane's career thus exposes how women's professional achievements were both enabled and constrained by marital status, how widowhood could open doors but also perpetuate the erasure of female authorship through patriarchal attribution. Isabel Agnes Cowper's story unfolds within the South Kensington Museum, where she worked as official museum photographer from 1868 to 1891, producing thousands of negatives documenting the museum's expanding collections. Metalwork, glass, ceramics, lace, needlework, plaster casts, architectural models, and the construction of the rapidly expanding museum. She produced album and prints for the art library and produced series of photographs to be included in editions of photographically illustrated books, circulated to art schools and sold to the public and international museums and libraries. As official photographer, she also supervised assistants, maintained registers, and ordered supplies of chemicals, papers, and glass. The studio was the backbone of the museum's pedagogical mission to democratize access to good design and establish standards of taste. Cowper was in charge. Isabel Agnes Thompson was born in London in 1826 into a family steeped in visual culture. Her father, John Thompson, was a well-known wood engraver, and the Thompson home doubled as a studio and workshop. Cowper grew up mastering wood engraving, and by the 1840s was producing engravings of her own, included in publications authored by John Ruskin, the Deziel brothers, and even Julia Margaret Cameron. In 1852, she married Charles Cowper, a chemist whose family background lay in the technological side of printing. His father, Edward Cowper, had developed a high-speed printing press that revolutionized newspaper production. Charles himself patented photographic improvements, linking the household directly to the developing technology of photography. When her husband died in 1860, Isabel, in her mid-30s and pregnant with her 5th child, faced the prospect of supporting a family alone. So she turned naturally to the world she knew best, image production. And by the 1860s, she was working alongside her brother, Charles Thurston Thompson, the official photographer at the South Kensington Museum. In this role, she gained professional experience in the museum's photographic workshop and became intimately familiar with its demanding procedures. When Cowper's brother died unexpectedly in 1868, the official minutes announced that the official museum photographer position had been abolished. But the death of Thurston Thompson pushed the museum into a crisis. Photography had become indispensable to its operations, recording acquisitions and exhibitions, illustrating catalogs, documenting museum buildings, and supplying the visual material that supported the government's vast network of schools. Henry Cole, the museum's founding director, registered the predicament in his diary when he noted a visit from Thurston Thompson's widow, Charlotte, who resolved to have nothing to do with photography in future, but suggested that Mrs. Cowper should take up the artistic work. Her combination of artistic training and experience made her the natural candidate to succeed. Cowper thus quietly stepped in, and she and her surviving children moved into one of the museum's dedicated on-site apartments for senior staff. During her professional career, Cowper produced thousands of photographs documenting the museum's collections, exhibitions, and architecture. Her images exemplify both technical precision and aesthetic contemplation, the careful orchestration of space in architectural views, or the delicacy of the matrix of individual lace stitches. Cowper won praise for her work. The Art Journal of 1870 acknowledging the difficulty of working with collodion glass negatives up to 3 feet square. They called her photographs of lace for the museum the greatest success yet attained by the art. Cowper also frequently exhibited in exhibitions, her work shown here on display in 1873, alongside the celebrated 19th century photographer Julia Margaret Cameron. On each negative, Cowper scratched her name or her initials, IAC. This was not only a pragmatic mark to track her output for accurate payment, because as a woman she could not be a civil servant, so she worked as a freelancer per piece, but also as an act of authorship in a system that otherwise effaced individual identity. Yet upon retirement in 1891, Cowper's name disappeared from institutional memory, despite being deeply entrenched in the 19th century's visual culture network. Considering the extent and reach of the V&A's 19th century photographic program, I would argue that Cowper has claims to being the 19th century's most widely circulated photographer. While official minutes denied her role, Cowper had no doubt of her status in the institution, stating in her resignation letter, "I find it necessary to resign the post of official photographer, which I have held for 23 years." Cowper's disappearance from institutional memory illustrates a pattern in which women's essential work was absorbed into the anonymity of bureaucracy. The museum's catalogs listed objects, not authors. Photographs were filed by subject, not by maker. When later historians reconstructed the early history of museum photography, Cowper's contributions were left unnamed. Only through archival recovery did Cowper's authorship reemerge, revealing her important role in the V&A's photographic ecosystem. As time is limited, I'll only talk briefly about Emma Shenson. So while Lafon, Clifford, and Cowper worked in major metropolitan centers, Emma Shenson operated in a different register. Based in Uppsala, Sweden, she photographed sites and objects associated with the botanist Carl Linnaeus, producing the series Memorials of Linnaeus in the 1860s. Her album and prints acquired by the V&A depict the Linnaeus archive with an almost devotional attention to detail, transforming the archival into the poetic. Yet despite this artistic aura, her work was first collected by the South Kensington Museum as an example of educational technology. More specifically, as a pedagogic document relevant to the scientific classification of botany. And starting around 1897, a new classification system was implemented, and the photographs were reassessed, and now re-indexed according to the museum's library evolving hierarchy of values, becoming examples of Nordic architecture and topography. But they invite reflection on the liminal border between document and art, how institutions classified and used photographs to visualize history, science, and even nationhood, and how women contributed to that practice. The recovery of these women's careers exposes systemic mechanisms of exclusion within institutional archives. Their invisibility was not accidental but structural, embedded in cataloging systems that privileged in the first instance men over women, but also the object over the maker and collective authorship over individual contribution. Yet the material traces of their work, signatures on negatives, invoices, letters, and payment registers, testified to their agencies. These women were not dilettantes, but professionals. They negotiated contracts, managed assistants, bounced budgets, and produced work that was both technically demanding and intellectually engaged. Beyond the 4 women explored in detail here, my research has revealed many others who further complicate our understanding of women photographers' professional engagement with institutions. Ms. K. Marion Reynolds produced a substantial corpus of photographs documenting displays at the Natural History Museum, the Royal Institution. The Bertolacci sisters emerge in my research as a collaborative pair of professional photographers of artists' work, a career, Caroline says, in defense of a professional slight we have adopted as our main occupation, our works having been noticed for the last 3 years by daily and weekly papers. Louisa Burney Gallagher, who worked in the photography studio at the Smithsonian in Washington, D.C. for over 25 years. Her presence there underscores the transatlantic scope of women's institutional photographic labor. The lives of the 4 fictional Lorimar sisters, the protagonists of the 19th century bestseller, The Romance of the Shop, who upon the death of their father set themselves up as professional photographers performing photographic studies for artists, slides for scientific lectures at the Royal Institution, and studio portraiture. The parallels between the lives of these fictional women featured in Levy's book and the women profiled in my research are striking. And there are the women who photographed the sky for the Carte du Ciel project at the Royal Observatory at Greenwich. Together, these figures underline the diversity of women's participation in institutional photography, spanning art, science, commerce, and even fiction, to reveal that the Art Museum, the Scientific Institution, and the Archive all relied on women's labor to construct and disseminate knowledge. The legacies of these women photographers extends into the present. When Kira Zumkley, the current head of photography at the V&A, photographed a sculpture by Giovanni Pisano, she was astonished when I showed her Cowper's 19th century negative of the same object. The encounter symbolized a quiet continuity. Across 150 years, 2 women photographers, each representing her era's technology and institutional role, in dialogue through the same subject. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Erika, for such a rich and inspiring talk. And we could also then maybe also have a discussion about non-collections. And we can move on now. I think we have Chris Belden Adams, who's not physically here. She's in Texas. She had an emergency, so unfortunately she couldn't come. And she is an associate professor at Texas A&M University in the United States.
All right, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, but we can't see you yet.
Are you able to see my screen?
Not yet. Not yet. Where's the voice? Yes. Okay.
All right, hello. Hello.
Hi.
Howdy from Texas.
Hi.
Buongiorno.
Needs to speak louder. I don't know. Can you hear her? Please try talking, please.
Hello.
Talking, please.
All right, great. Buongiorno.
Can you talk it?
Oh, we can't hear you, so can you try talking, please?
Hello, can you see my screen okay?
Yes, but if you could speak louder, because we can hear you, we can barely hear you.
All right.
The voice is
that
clear,
better?
but I think you need to speak louder.
Okay, is this better? I have muted the feed on YouTube. Is this better?
Okay, yes. Scream. Just scream.
Do you see, has my screen filled with the PowerPoint?
I think this is fine. I think this is fine. This is fine. Okay. Now let's keep it as it was.
No, it's return. Thank you.
Okay, let's see. All right, that's looks a little strange, but let's try this again. And you can't see the full screen. Let me see. Will you let me know if this works? I will lose your.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
Okay. All right. So thank you, conference organizers. I co-convene the Women of Photography Conference-a-thon with Rose Teamby, and both of us know how much hard work this is. So we appreciate you hosting this very important conversation today. And I'm very excited that it is global in nature. Again, this is really important work that we're all doing, and I'm glad we are all in it together. I'm sorry I'm not able to join you there today. My partner's been in and out of the hospital with a heart blockage, but I'm presenting today some research that is just in process. I just moved to Texas in August, and as a new Texan, I decided to track the first photographer here, Mrs. Davis, and learn more about not only Texas, but hopefully teach everyone a little bit more about Mrs. Davis. At least to begin, I wanted to give her a name and a story, and I have actually want to emphasize that this is a work that is evolving, so hopefully it will, I will learn even more than I present to you today. The earliest documented photographer in Texas was a woman known only as Mrs. Davis, who posted advertisements in the Houston Telegraph and Texas Register announcing her arrival with a complete daguerreotype apparatus and her plans to be in Houston to take portraits for 2 or 3 weeks in December of 1843. It was just 4 years after the daguerreotype made its way to the United States and only about a year after exposure times were reduced enough to make portraiture more comfortable for sitters and commercially viable in late 1841 and early 1842. The only traces Davis left behind were her advertisements for portrait-taking services as an itinerant photographer working from the Houston House, a recently renovated hotel at the corner of Franklin and Main Streets, and what was then a town of only 2,000 people. It is not unusual that no known photographs survive today by Mrs. Davis due to the lack of her permanent workspace to produce a critical mass of work and due to her resulting images being portraiture keepsakes that occupied a vernacular space in private family collections. But I'm still looking for them, so stay tuned. As Texas photography historian Lawrence T. Jones points out, she was, and I quote, an itinerant photographer whose work and eventual location remain anonymous, end quote. Adding to her work's anonymity, Davis was, and still is, a common surname in the United States. She marketed her photography business under the married name of Mrs. Davis, so we never even learn her first name. Nevertheless, Mrs. Davis's story must have been incredible. What drove an entrepreneurial yet vulnerable middle-aged woman to travel to the then dangerous Texas frontier and in this town of Houston of 2,000 people to set up a business that few before her had tried and nobody had previously introduced to the state? Her presence, if only for 2 or 3 weeks, on the southern and western frontier subverted 19th century gender norms and constituted a risky journey and a stay on land simultaneously claimed by pioneers, new immigrants, indigenous groups, and the Mexican army. More than occasional skirmishes between these three would bring about the 2-year-long Mexican-American War in 1846. This is only a little while after Mrs. Davis is in Houston. Through examination of a range of records, including genealogical documents, city and business directories, pioneering Texas women's journals, ship arrival and departure manifests, Houston's maps, wills, surviving family members with knowledge of passed down oral histories, and more, I was able to pinpoint a little bit of her history. The identity of a woman, I believe, was Mrs. Davis. Mrs. Catherine Trenton Davis, who lived from 1781 to 1860, a Baltimore-born, then widow from New Orleans, whose surviving family members tell passed down stories about her adept entrepreneurial skills. This paper recovers and contextualizes Catherine Trenton Davis's extraordinary story, expands her knowledge about her, and gives her greater space in our masculine-centric histories of both photography and of Texas. But this is only a first pass at a developing topic. Rather than begin at the beginning, the birth of Catherine Trenton in 1781, I'd like to center the story around her arrival in Texas and her work as a daguerreotype portraitist in and around December of 1843. We'll flash back to what brought Davis to Houston, hypothesized about how she may have learned photography and obtained equipment in New Orleans, and contextualize the uniqueness and challenges of her place in history. In 1843, Texas had already declared itself independent from Mexico and became its own republic or country. It would be 2 years after Catherine Trenton Davis's visit until Texas became one of the United States. The predominantly unsettled land attracted hordes of immigrants to the international port of Galveston for the adventure of settling the West and fulfilling what journalist John L. O'Sullivan called in 1845 America's manifest destiny, or its divinely ordained mission to expand across the North American continent. On November 26, 1843, a woman using the name Mrs. Davis arrived with her 3 children at the port of Galveston on the vessel called the New York, which ran 3 times a month to and from New Orleans from Galveston. Her daughter and 2 sons made the trip with her. Camilla, a married woman then in her 30s, Robert Jr., then unmarried and about 32 years old, a banker who would soon found the Bank of Louisiana, and John, a New Orleans coroner who would die himself a year later. Together, the family had suffered the loss of Caroline's son, Augustus, an unmarried New Orleans lawyer in 1837, around at age 29. I was able to narrow down Catherine Trenton Davis from hundreds of other possible Mrs. Davises using Ancestry.com's databases to find a woman, the only one, with 3 living children in 1843. Caroline's husband, the family's patriarch, Captain Robert McGinn Davis, was a War of 1812 hero who fought in the Battle of New Orleans, the event that brought Robert and Caroline to New Orleans. And he died in 1830 at age 51. At the time of her travel to Houston, Mrs. Catherine Trenton Davis was a widow in her early 60s who'd assumed a healthy inheritance after her husband's death. It is interesting to note that in Louisiana in 1830, a wife could inherit property from her deceased spouse. These laws, which were from Louisiana Civil Code of 1808, were based on French and Spanish civil law, which granted women the right to own and manage separate property. The same would not be true in Texas. Catherine Trenton Davis traveled with her 3 adult children for reasons involving likely personal health and safety. 1 year before her arrival, historian Anne Duran Mallard wrote of Galveston as, and I quote, "nothing more than an inhospitable sandbank. It is extremely unhealthy and insalubrious, particularly from the latter end of May to the middle of October," end quote. Mosquito-borne diseases such as yellow fever hit the hot, humid, muddy port in 1839, making business voyages during the winter months far more attractive. Galveston's imperfect drainage and neglect of sanitary conditions brought about frequent disease and quarantine, resulting in severe business losses. Descriptions of the city of Houston were only slightly more complimentary. During the winter months, when mosquito-borne illnesses subsided, the Davises traveled by the ship New York from New Orleans to Galveston, then took a steamboat ride up the Galveston Bay and Buffalo Bayou to Houston. Once landing, they were hustled uphill past a series of, and I quote, "low 1- and 2-story wooden houses," and you can see them here, end quote, and to a block housing in the Grand City Hotel and the renovated Houston House, which was next to the Houston Saddle and Harness Factory, as well as a stationery and bookstore. At the Houston House, Catherine Trenton Davis and her 3 children awaited customers. She left behind no business records or tax records, which was not necessarily unusual for temporary work in a burgeoning area, but it also might suggest that business was not necessarily booming and fell short of the threshold for reporting. Despite these comforts and its promise to grow into a substantial city, Houston was then a contested terrain that in recent years had lost its status as the capital of the Republic. It was in such a frontier town that Catherine Trenton Davis took advantage with her adult children surrounding and protecting her of being in a liminal, unsettled space. She set up a temporary self-branded business as the widowed female, defying the established Victorian-era gender norms that suggested her proper role was in the home and keeping the family's social profile. As historian Adrian Caulfield noted previously, and I quote, "men worked in business, politics, and other areas. Meanwhile, women remained at home to exercise influence more subtly. Men cared for public matters and women for private ones," end quote. To confirm this, the lyrics of the then popular Southern rural folk song, "The Wagoner's Lad," from the mid-19th century, confirmed, and I quote it, "hard is the fortune of all womankind. They are always controlled, they are always confined. Controlled by their family until they are wives, then slaves to their husband the rest of their lives," end quote. However, Catherine Trenton Davis, who was no longer anyone's child, any man's wife, busy raising small children, or a slave to her husband, was no longer controlled or confined. She managed her late husband's wealth as a recently financially independent woman who had previously co-run a clothing business. While gender roles were unchanged, territories such as Texas and Louisiana, to some degree, were liminal spaces in which women could step out of the usual role of supporting characters and play more vital roles. Texas, in particular, promised liberation from the traditional conceptions of gender, enough to enable a woman to market her own business in a frontier town and draw strangers to her hotel. It was, after all, the place where women such as Andrea Castagnon de Villanueva, Jane Long, Anne Rainey Coleman, Lenora Siddons, and more took part in the fight for Texas's independence from Mexico, Caulfield points out. The frontier, thus, has a history, and Texas does, that is female too. And this is an area of the paper that I'm building up and adding more to. So stay tuned for more. In the years leading up to the arrival of Texas's first photographer, Catherine Trenton Davis, she lived in New Orleans with her sons and daughter. She'd been widowed since 1830, but inherited enough from her husband's military pensions and their dry good business to be financially secure. She would have been aware of the first mention of the daguerreotype, which first appeared in the New Orleans Bee on October 24, 1839. Although the many French New Orleans residents proudly raved about Louis-Jacques Mandé Daguerre's invention, the Times-Picayune newspaper made fun of how hard it was to pronounce it. Discussion of Daguerre's new invention in New Orleans, a Parisian outpost in the Americas, involved a mix of disbelief, marvel, and eagerness. An unnamed writer in August of 1840 suggests that Daguerre, and I quote, has made himself the master of the sun, and now, if he succeeds in the last game, he will eclipse himself, end quote. Newspaper accounts keenly followed the pursuits of Daguerre and inventor Samuel Morse, who would make the first daguerreotype in the U.S. In September of 1839, after swapping a sneak peek at the Telegraph with Daguerre in exchange for a demonstration of his photography technique while in Paris, M.M. Francis Gourand, who was sent by Daguerre to introduce the medium in New York and Boston. He was even supposed to travel to New Orleans, but canceled. It would take another year or two before the daguerreotype would record living subjects in the U.S. New Orleans linked to Daguerre would not be Morse or Gourand, but Parisian salon celebrated artist Jules Léon, who learned the daguerreotype process in 1839 from one of the inventor's partners. Léon moved with his brother to New Orleans, where he photographed landmarks and announced an exhibition of his photographs at the St. Charles Museum in the New Orleans Bee on March 14, 1840. It was the first documented exhibition of photography in Louisiana, although none of his images have survived except in lithographs. The exhibition's subject matter included non-moving popular subjects, such as the St. Louis Hotel, the Cathedral of St. Louis, the Levee, and other public buildings. Léon charged $1 in admissions and took a photograph during the exhibition, which was then put up for a raffle. According to many accounts, Léon was biracial, but labeled upon arrival as a freed man. As New Orleans historian Charles East notes, the city was then multicultural despite being a major port for the slave trade. When Léon, a young man in his 20s arrived in New Orleans, the former colonial capital was in the midst of doubling its population. It was a melting pot in which the aristocratic Creoles found themselves next to the more recent arrivals from France and Spain, as well as a sizable contingent of German and Irish immigrants and a large non-white population composed of both slaves and freed people of color, like Léon, who occupied a place above that of the slaves, but below that who were considered white. At the time of Léon's arrival, the free people of color numbered about 20% of the population, end quote. Léon gave frequent demonstrations of his Daguerrean methods at landmarks in the French Quarter, Catherine Trenton Davis's neighborhood of business. He offered to teach his techniques, and he sold photographic equipment and plates freshly arrived from Paris, as many plates seemed to when they were advertised in the newspaper. On January 25, 1843, James McGuire advertised a daguerreotype apparatus for sale. Around the same time, Catherine Trenton Davis would have been in the market to experiment with the new medium, although we lack any definitive evidence and proof to say that she bought McGuire's gear. It is possible. So after posting her advertisement and staying for a few weeks with her sons and daughter at the boarding house, Davis gave up photography. Directories of photographers, census records, and newspapers show no trace of her activity there as a commercial portrait photographer beyond those few weeks, and periodicals do not mention her as a hobbyist. Catherine Trenton Davis may have sold her daguerreotype gear promptly in Houston upon completion of her business venture, perhaps not a successful one. After she departed the Houston house, a man would open a daguerreotype salon at the same location, Naomi Rosenblum and Amy Conger wrote. I have found no proof of him at the Houston house, but have found an ad from 1845 from H.R. Allen advertising the Houston Daguerrean Gallery just down the street a few blocks on Main at the waterfront. Aside from the significant financial risk of opening an untested business at a frontier outpost, as a widowed woman, Catherine Trenton Davis faced technical challenges as a daguerreotypist on the edge of the frontier. As art historian Kim Byle mentions and reminds us, and I quote, simply making an image was an insurmountable task, end quote. The chemical preparations were fickle, influenced by outdoor temperature and humidity, as well as the quality of chemicals received. Portrait sessions still required bright sunlight, which left the dark winter months a fallow period for many photographers, she points out. Although weather records for Houston were not kept when Catherine Trenton Davis was there, that year was not unusual, according to some almanacs. Southern Texas was already known for its humidity, mild winters, and occasional surprising cool snaps. Temperatures range from 43 degrees Fahrenheit or 6 degrees Celsius to 64 degrees Fahrenheit or 18 degrees Celsius, and the skies are not reliable for bright and dependable sunlight. The city where she learned photography, New Orleans, has a similar subtropical climate and presents the same pronounced humidity and wild fluctuations in temperature and cloud cover in December. Fickle climates would have made the equally fickle daguerreotype process even more challenging. While researching Catherine Trenton Davis, I also learned of Scottish-born Frances Erskine Inglis, later known as Madame Calderon de Barca, who lived in Mexico from 1839 to 1842 as the wife of Spain's first ambassador. She is known by many for writing a vivid journal about her travels around Mexico and South America during these years that later was published as a book. But Madame Calderon de la Barca also took photographs using a camera given to her by a friend in Boston, William H. Prescott, an historian of Spain, Mexico, and Peru, and she wrote of them in her book. She would later send her daguerreotypes made in 1840 while in Mexico to Prescott. Although Prescott was nearly blind by a severe college injury, he claimed in letters to be significantly unimpressed by her results, as did she. No images made by Calderon de la Barca survive, although their disappointing quality is mentioned not only in her published journals and letters, but also in Prescott's. She blames the Texas heat, as many of us do, for many things. It was not unusual for studio photography practices in the United States in the 1840s to last only for a brief while. Photochemical supplies were difficult to come by, and securing enough business was a constant challenge. Given Houston's small population of 2,000 when she arrived, it would not have been easy to persuade customers to have multiple portraits taken. Moreover, though cost was an impediment, Byle notes, and I quote, in the mid-1840s, daguerreotypes were still quite costly. One Philadelphia photographer charged $5 to $6 per portrait. This was a sizable outlay, considering that male mill workers earned only $10 a month with board, and women's wages were half that or less, end quote. After Houston, Mrs. Davis lived the rest of her life in New Orleans until her death on April 17, 1860, at age 79. City directories and census records do not show any continued entrepreneurial activity after her return, suggesting that her daguerreotype business was the final chapter in her mercantile career. Catherine Trenton Davis's story adds depth of understanding to Texas' past, carving out a place for her in histories that are far too often centered on men. In the shifting world of the Texas Republic, women could step beyond the role of the spectator and become active entrepreneurs. For Davis, Texas promised the freedom to pursue her own ambitions, to run a business on the frontier with the steadfast support and help of her 3 adult children. By restoring her full name and a more full-bodied narrative to history, and possibly one day even more information than I've provided today, and perhaps even some images, we not only acknowledge her personal achievements, but finally give Catherine Trenton Davis her rightful place as a true pioneer, the first photographer in Texas, whose work deserves to be celebrated, no matter how short-lived it may have been. So welcome to the start of this project. I promise more updates in the time to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Please stay with us for the Q&A, and we move on quickly to Chanel Pickens, who is an independent researcher and educator based in the DC area, I gather? No? Okay, so in the US. Okay.
Do everything in Italian? No, it won't. That's okay. I can start here.
Hi, everyone. Do you want me to jump off? I'm following you on the YouTube feed. I can come back when we get to the Q&A.
So that's okay. Stay where you are. You're invisible to us.
Oh, okay. I was worried that I was up on the big screen, like the great head of God or something.
Chris,
Please.
turn off your microphone.
Okay, will do.
I know, that's fine. Yeah, and it is what it is. Okay, thank you all so much. Good afternoon. I'm Chanel Pickens. I'm an educator and independent researcher from, that's okay. Yeah, I don't have it printed out with me. Thanks. From Las Vegas, Nevada, not quite DC, a little bit further away. I'd like to begin by thanking the conference organizers for bringing all of us together. Yes? I know, that's okay. Yep. We're going to get through it. We'll be fine. In late spring 2025, I stared at this photograph of Mamie Scurlock. It was captured around the time she was married in 1912. I see her tranquil inward expression, the delicate lace collar of her dress, the way her soft gaze is directed away from the viewer. I think about her life before this moment, and am left to wonder what hidden narratives this photograph holds. The Scurlock studio existed in a Washington, D.C. that was a city of profound contrast. The early 1920s, when Mamie Scurlock had already been managing the studio's business operations for nearly a decade, found the nation grappling with a fierce culture war between traditionalism and modernism, and a gulf between haves and have-nots. Nationwide, reformers, often led by women, sought an end to political corruption, endeavored to improve working conditions, and demanded full enfranchisement for a diverse and developing public. For the city's growing African-American population, which accounted for approximately 30% of its residents, this climate was uniquely challenging. While nearly a quarter of DC's Black residents owned their own homes by the mid-1920s, discriminatory Jim Crow laws created a compressed market, forcing Black entrepreneurs to build and support their own institutions. It was in this atmosphere of intense disenfranchisement and the internally driven philosophy of racial uplift, an ideology that emphasized intellectual stimulation, economic stability, and moral progress, that the Scurlock studio conducted its work. The pictures we see here are from various Library of Congress collections and were all taken in the district during the 1920s. It was here that Addison and Mamie Scurlock captured a segment of the African-American experience in the nation's capital. The Scurlocks didn't just take photographs. They took control of their own narrative. For Black women, where the challenges of racism and sexism made the domestic and professional profoundly political, the act of controlling this image was a radical claim to dignity. The Scurlock look, achieved through meticulous lighting, posing, and retouching, became a symbol of the broader sense of pride prevalent in Black neighborhoods. We see examples of this look here. And while it served to reconstruct the image of these communities beyond negative stereotypes, it still conformed to many gender and class norms of the time and prioritized upward mobility. As Secretary of the Smithsonian Institution, Lonnie G. Bunch III has stated, quote, "The Scurlocks spent their careers not simply photographing sitters, but picturing the promise of a changing Black Washington. But before any of those sitters struck a pose for Addison's large format camera, a well-educated and modest woman was responsible for collecting their information." Mrs. Scurlock, described in her later years as a strong and congenial yet quiet woman, played an integral role in creating what would become known as the Scurlock Studio Records. This collection, held by the Smithsonian Institution's Archives Center of the National Museum of American History, consists of 200 cubic feet and more than 250,000 photographic materials, business records, and ephemera. According to the collection's finding aid, it, quote, "represents the most comprehensive record of any long-lived, let alone African-American photography studio in a public institution. Of the 12 record series, Mrs. Scurlock directly contributed to Series 8, which includes session ledgers beginning in 1911 that form the business's backbone." Here we see pages from volume 1 of the business ledgers. Names of public figures are intermingled with everyday citizens. Notable individuals documented include American author Zora Neale Hurston, activist, teacher, and Tennessee native Mary Church Terrell, seen here, British conductor and composer Samuel Coleridge Taylor, and Benjamin Griffith Brawley, first dean of Atlanta, Georgia's historically Black school, Morehouse College. These are just a few of the names found in the first volume of the ledgers. Many of these sitters' names appear more than once on the now fragile and yellowed pages. Yet, for Mrs. Scurlock, her story resides not in what is explicitly documented, but what is missing. Her name is missing from the collection's finding aid, and she was conspicuously absent from Addison's public biography. Census forms list her occupation as none. The compelling disparity fueled the central inquiry for this research. What explains Mamie Scurlock's consistent omission from primary source records, and where might the true scope of her contributions be unearthed? To understand the woman whose unseen hand would help develop one of DC's most important cultural institutions, we must first understand the world that shaped her. Mamie Estelle Fearing was born in the District of Columbia on September 6, 1885, a generation removed from slavery. She was a product of the Fearing family, a household formed in North Carolina during Reconstruction and stimulated by the ideology of racial uplift that defined Black ambition. Her parents, both of mixed Black and white ancestry, were Warren Grice Fearing and Mary Ann Hendrick. They began their family against the backdrop of a rapidly changing South. The photo we see here was taken around 1900. Warren ascended from a laborer in North Carolina to a respected government post as a messenger in the U.S. Treasury Department. Once the family relocated to the district, Mary, like most women of her station, was a homemaker, listed as keeping house in census records. Her labor, while unpaid and largely undocumented beyond this simple descriptor, was foundational. She gave birth to 6 children, and remarkably for the time, all survived to adulthood. The Fearings resided in the Shaw neighborhood, a community established by both free people of color and formerly enslaved families. Along with the U Street corridor, also known as Black Broadway, where the Scurlocks would later run their photography studio, Shaw played center stage to DC's African-American cultural and intellectual life. Warren was founder of the Plymouth Congregational Church, an entrepreneur, and a civic leader. The family's social standing is further evidenced by their hosting of receptions for the esteemed Buffalo Soldiers, an all-Black peacetime unit formed following the U.S. Civil War. However, this public-facing success was balanced by private financial pressures. Between 1891 and 1900, Warren Fearing's name appeared repeatedly on the published lists of delinquent taxpayers in Washington newspapers. This detail does not necessarily suggest failure. Rather, it illustrates the economic fragility experienced by even respected members of the Black middle class, who navigated a society designed to limit their prosperity. The Fearing family held a profound belief in the power of education. Mamie was raised not merely to be a wife and mother, but to be an educated, cultured, and contributing member of her community, a living embodiment of her parents' aspirations. Her academic path through some of the most prestigious Black educational institutions in the nation was clearly a point of family pride. DC newspapers, the dominant information medium of the time, regularly chronicled her success through articles announcing academic achievements and great advancements. She attended M Street High School, one of the first in the nation for African Americans and an academic powerhouse. Over the years, administration and faculty would include prominent members of the African American community. Predictably, the school was a feeder for Howard University and other top institutions. Educators and alumni encompassed the very leaders and thinkers whose portraits Mamie's future husband would one day capture. In 1903, under red and black pennants and celebratory streamers, Mamie and more than 100 of her peers graduated from the M Street High School. Mamie's older sister, Jenny, also walked across the stage. Both would attend Washington Normal School No. 2 in the fall, an institution established to prepare African American women for careers in education. Following 2 years of study, Mamie and Jenny participated in graduation exercise. A rousing commencement address delivered to a standing room only crowd was given by educator, author, and distinguished leader Booker T. Washington. In the address, he challenged the graduates to use their education to uplift their race. One can only imagine how proud Warren and Mary were during this significant milestone. Though great emphasis was placed on her education, Mamie's life was not solely academic. She was an active participant in the vibrant social and cultural scene of the nation's capital. She and her siblings hosted the Carnation Club at the family home, performed piano recitals, sang in the Plymouth Congregational Choir, and were frequently mentioned on the society pages as attendees at elegant parties and receptions. This was the world of the Black elite, a tight-knit community that nurtured its own institutions and celebrated its own achievements in the face of widespread discrimination. For a woman of her standing at the turn of the century, teaching was one of the most respected professions available. The 1910 census confirms Mamie's success, listing her occupation as a public school teacher. Both she and her sister Jenny would answer Booker T. Washington's call to further uplift their community through education, with Mamie teaching in both D.C. and Baltimore. Mamie had become a successful modern woman, the product of her family's investment and her own intellect. This was the last time available census documents would record her profession. In 1912, she married Addison Norton Scurlock, the talented photographer who had established a studio on U Street. Mamie Fearing, the highly educated and socially connected daughter of a respected D.C. family, was stepping away from her own established career into a new role, one that would place her at the center of the Scurlock Studio's operations. Though her husband's specialty was portraiture, Addison Scurlock also gained recognition for his photography of area businesses and later supplying news photos for local and national Black press outlets. His subjects were young and old. He photographed everything from weddings to elementary classrooms. In fact, there was an anecdote that a couple was not truly married if their wedding had not been photographed by Addison. Upon leaving her career in education, Mamie became a fixture at the U Street studio. The photo we see here is of the first Scurlock studio on U Street in 1911, where we can presume she would have worked at the reception desk to the right of the frame. Mamie's role immediately fell into clearly defined, gendered lines of labor that were common for family-run businesses of the era. As W. Brian Piper notes, though largely unacknowledged, women contributed to the production of idealized image in significant ways. Male photographers of Addison Scurlock's generation often worked alongside their wives. In the studio, workers often divided tasks according to gendered ideas of labor, leaving women to perform domestic or reception work. Black photographic history provides pointed examples of this. In addition to overseeing appointments and bookkeeping, Wilhelmina William Roberts stepped behind the camera when her husband, Richard Samuel Roberts, who worked in South Carolina, was away. Daniel Freeman, Addison's rival and friend, made it known at a meeting of the National Negro Business League that his own wife took photographs for his studio. While there is no evidence that Mrs. Scurlock photographed clients, her role as the studio's central administrator was no less critical. Despite her omission from primary records, secondary sources are unanimous in identifying Mamie as the studio's core operator. Biographer Jane Frundle-Levy terms her the studio's business manager. Her grandnephew, Jeffrey John Fearing, states she served as the receptionist and business manager. The Smithsonian's seminal work, The Scurlock Studio in Black Washington, confirms that Mamie managed the business and finances, meticulously keeping the invoice logbooks and maintaining the petty cash account. She was, by all accounts, the continual point of contact for Scurlock's customers. Family anecdotes shade this professional role with personal nuance. Their son, George, recalled that his mother, quote, took low to her domineering husband, unquote, while Mamie herself remembered that, quote, photography was his happiness, end quote. This paints a picture of a deliberate partnership. Mamie, an active member of the community, folded her studio labor into a wider set of domestic and social responsibilities by managing the household, raising the children, and entertaining guests. This blend of domestic and professional duty was driven by a shared vision for their family legacy. Mamie and her husband encouraged the children to, in her words, quote, work hard and build up a reputation like we did, end quote. Arguably, Addison's art of documentation could not have existed without Mamie's business of documentation. His was the business of chronicling a community, and that business could not have been accomplished without effective record keeping. Her administrative work is not adjacent to the Scurlock Studio records. It is the collection's essential architecture. Without her attentive collection of information, the business would have struggled, and we would have no tangible records for investigation. The search that led me to Mamie Scurlock began not in an archive, but on Wikipedia. While researching early women photographers and Black-owned photographic studios, I found myself returning to Addison Scurlock. His sons were mentioned in the biographical article, but there was no information about his wife. This silence fueled a nagging feeling of professional duty, my responsibility to investigate her life and to uncover the causes for her absence in formal records. Knowing that Wikipedia is a vital entry point for researchers, I gathered my sources and added Mamie's name to the article and associated info box. The addition felt, and still feels, wildly inadequate. It did not alert the reader to the 50-year role in managing the business, but it was a start. This small act of digital correction mirrored the larger archival challenges ahead. I had imagined this research would be straightforward. I would travel to DC, collaborate with archivists and curators, and pore over the physical records in search of Mamie's contributions. I could not have known the obstacles I would face. My research methodology was profoundly impacted by recent events in the nation's capital. In August, U.S. National Guard troops were deployed to the district, a move the White House claimed was part of a citywide effort to combat violent crime. The same month, the White House issued a statement criticizing individual Smithsonian museums for what the administration characterized as politically progressive, anti-American, or, quote, woke narratives. Then on October 1st, 2025, the government shutdown began. The shutdown indefinitely furloughed most federal employees, including the archivists, curators, and historians at the Smithsonian Institution. This halt not only made in-person research impossible, but also severed communication with the very experts most familiar with the collections. While this project has been affected, its disruption is minor compared to the profound, time-sensitive work of other researchers, and, more importantly, to the personal and financial hardship faced by the more than 1 million federal employees and their families. This research was also personally impacted as the author's own contract with the National Museum of the American Indian was halted, illustrating the precarity many independent researchers face. The sudden closure of the nation's archives serves as a stark, contemporary metaphor for the very archival silences this research seeks to investigate. Unable to access the physical collection, I pivoted to the digitized records and previous conversations with the Scurlock Collection's processing archivist. He confirmed that key, quote, correspondence and other business files from the period that Mamie Scurlock was active in the business did not survive, end quote. The silence was not just in the finding aid, it was in the collection itself. This led me to 3 hypotheses for her erasure. First, systemic archival bias. My initial assumption was that since she was not the photographer and there were no records explicitly naming her as the author, archival standards did not require her to be listed. This is a classic example of how archives are built on patriarchal models, standards that silence some while privileging others. The creator is defined as Addison, the man behind the camera. The administrator, the woman who built the logbooks that formed the business archive, is rendered invisible in the finding aid. This is a pervasive, documented phenomenon, a point made explicit by the Smithsonian's Funk List, an internal project created to identify and correct the systematic underrepresentation of women in its museum collections. Second, social and gendered norms. This archival bias was a direct reflection of the social norms of the time. Mamie's story is a powerful illustration of Laurel Thatcher Ulrich's oft-cited maxim that well-behaved women seldom make history. Based on what has been uncovered so far, Mrs. Scurlock appears to have been a well-behaved woman by the standards of her time in class. Yet by simply living her life, playing an essential and integrated role in the Scurlock's domestic, social, and professional spheres, Mrs. Scurlock made history, however unintentionally. Her labor, folded into the expected duties of a wife, was not seen as a profession, hence the census listing her occupation as none. In this, her story critiques the blind spots of the racial uplift ideology itself, which often reinforced traditional gender roles even as it sought to advance the race. Finally, and most compellingly, Mamie's own agency. It's plausible that Mamie actively chose not to hold a more public role. Perhaps she led with humility, feeling that self-promotion was imprudent. I believe she was a woman more content supporting her husband and sons than elevating herself, though she remained, in her own words, quote, fiercely proud of the studio's legacy. Each hypothesis contributes to our understanding of Mrs. Scurlock's erasure. Just as her story lives at the intersection of race, gender, and class, so too are the mechanisms of historical silences. As scholars in contesting archives demonstrated, we do not have to abandon the study of women in the past simply because they do not appear in their own writings, highlighting that what seems like blind alleys may in fact lead to novel kinds of evidence for building the context around a particular case or others like it. By interrogating the archives, social norms, and even her own plausible choices, we begin to write Mamie back into her narrative, shifting the focus from her absence to her powerful, indispensable, and now recovered presence in the Scurlock legacy. This research is, by necessity, a work in progress. The desire to hear Mrs. Scurlock's own words, what it was like to run that studio, remains the driving and poignant force of this inquiry. The archival and historical research path forward is clear. It requires moving from the digital to the tactile, to sit with the 9 physical ledgers in the Series 8 and begin the meticulous work of handwriting analysis, searching for Mamie's hand. It means scouring the archives of the DC Public Library and Howard University for records of her teaching career and her participation in community organizations and social clubs, listening for her voice in other rooms. The goal is to amass the evidence needed to formally request Mamie Scurlock be added as a creator to the American History Finding Aid, a small but vital act of archival correction. Beyond the archives, the next crucial step is genealogical and oral history research. Establishing contact with Mrs. Scurlock's living descendants is essential for filling the substantial personal gap in her narrative, moving past the records of her youth and professional administration. Learning how she and Addison met and courted and what the texture of the domestic and social life may have been will provide the human context necessary to understand the woman whose labor built the studio's longevity. It is in these family stories that we might also find the personal documents, perhaps a diary or letter, that speak to her own experience. Finally, it will be necessary to contribute additional edits to Addison's Wikipedia biography and other related pages within the online reference site. This project began as a search for a woman's contribution to photography. It has become a profound lesson in the architecture of legacy. What I have learned is that an archive is not just the final, beautiful image. It is the ledger, the invoice, the appointment book. Addison Scurlock's camera captured the image of Black promise in Washington, D.C. Mamie Scurlock's pen and ledger built the scaffolding that allowed that promise to endure for a century. Her administrative labor is the archive. To understand her work is to understand that the Scurlock look was not just an aesthetic. It was a meticulously managed, family-run business held together by an educated, dedicated, and silent partner. Thank you.
Very much. This was actually a terrific panel. I have tons of questions, but I really would like to give space to the people sitting in front of us, the audience, before I speak. So please come ahead if you have come up if you have questions or comments, because we have very limited time. So I would like to give space to you. Can you come here, Mette? Yes, thank you. Just take my place.
Thank you for a lovely panel. It was really interesting. Maybe it's just a comment. I was just thinking of it when you, Erika, had a quote from a magazine that mentioned these photographs as art, these museum photographs. So I just also had, as I said before, photography has been thought of as a minor art form, and during the 20th century, so much happened in order to like install photography as art, proper art. And alongside that, all these tracks of portrait studio, which was kind of low, portrait photography was somehow lowest in the hierarchy. Then we had documentary, then we had art, and I mean, so what my experience was also looking into journal or newspaper archives because so much was indeed written about some of the photographers I looked into around 1900, where I was struck by the fact that they were like respected as businesswomen, and they were mentioned as making art with great respect, and they were just, clicking a lot of boxes, and I think that's just really interesting, and I was reminded by that, I mean, in some senses it was nice that photography was more recognized as an art form in the 20th century, but it came with a price that other dimensions were excluded in that narrative, and I was reminded of that, so that was more a comment. Thank you.
I just have a brief comment to that. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people here know that Julia Margaret Cameron, whose photographs were bought directly from her at the South Kensington Museum, they were ingested as studies for artists. But of course, she always presented herself as an artist, and so it's just a matter of recognizing that. Yes, yeah.
Maybe just a note to that, the denominations of the studios often were in the very beginning also there was always the combination of art and photography. So these both were very, very close in the beginning. Before there was artistic photography, so to say, coming from the history of printing arts, so to say, facing this legacy, and then developing very soon to an individual legacy.
Okay, other questions? Come here, please.
Thank you to this interesting panel. My question is directed to Chanel. Do you intend to get back to Box 8 in the Smithsonian's Archive Center, where all the handwritten
Yes.
records are? Okay, I have a second question, because I thought that would be quick. Okay, considering this concept of what studios were like in the 19th century, they're often considered to be corporate products, right? So the name of the photographer would be the imprint, the brand name, so to speak, and the photograph could be taken by anyone. I mean, what does it take to take a lens cap off a lens? And, it could be done by anyone. As we probably know, Matthew Brady was blind, mostly, and didn't take his own pictures. So I was just wondering if you could comment on the corporate nature of photography studios or factories, etc.
Thank you.
So the Scurlock Studio was very much a commercial business. I think that there is a certain level of art in the work that Addison was doing, but it was commercial. They were there to make money, right? And what's really interesting in doing this research is that Addison, while he was obviously the primary photographer and he was the business owner, he did have other photographers working under him. And the main way of identifying this was through the signatures and how they wrote Scurlock Studio on the photographs. I think that's an extension of some of the diversity that we see even in the financial records. So while Mamie was the primary person responsible for taking all the logbooks and doing the invoices and creating everything in these volumes that we see, they also had office workers who were contributing to that along with Addison himself. I think all of this really speaks to how, as a commercial business, and even though it was family run, there was not one individual doing the work, but only maybe one individual's name, primarily Addison, and then later his sons. So I'm not sure that I can speak at this point to what kind of inferences we can make for that broader on this, but it does seem to point to fairly common practices during this time, not just in DC, but across the United States?
Yeah, maybe for the Bruckmann company, and it was the same also for Hanfstengel when talking about German reproduction studios. They wanted to get out of this whole craftsmanship thing, and they always tried to get into the industrial chamber. I don't really know the German, the English word. It's Industrie. They wanted to belong there because there were other taxes, etc., and they wanted to be in this different category, but they didn't get that. They were still and always in the craftsmanship category according to taxes, etc. And this is also very much related to the understanding what the work was, what they were doing. So of course they were highly commercial, etc., but the work as such was still seen as a crafting work.
Other questions? Okay. Those who have questions, please come up here.
Thank you. Yeah. I kind of have a question for Chris and connecting to Chanel's presentation, and just wanted to say thank you to all of you, and especially Chanel, thank you for this. It was very moving to listen to you, and so disturbing in this moment to think about what the impact of all this terrible stuff that's happening in the US is, and to you personally as well. So I'm sorry, and I hope it comes to an end soon and you get to return to this important research. And I was just thinking, Chris, I was thinking as you were talking about the place of slavery in relation to the material that you shared and the story of Mrs. Davis, where at that time slavery was still in place in the US, and I was curious about that, and then especially when you quoted that rhyme that said women being slaves to their husbands, and then just it was really striking. And then later in the presentation, you did speak a little bit about the complexity of race in that moment, but I thought there were very interesting connections between your piece and Chanel's work, and try to think across those would be quite amazing. I don't know what the question is in there exactly, but I just wanted to mark that, and especially in this terrible moment, thank you for bringing these questions to us. Thank you for bringing this work.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for your comments. New Orleans was a major slave trading port. And so New Orleans played an economic place in that trade, which is fairly unsavory, but it was, you may notice from the will and testament of the Davis family that the Davises owned enslaved people. So they are both implicated in that history, but then also in this multicultural New Orleans. Sorry, could you hear any of that? No. Did you guys hear any of that?
Yes.
You did? Okay. Okay, so that's a very fascinating thing. There also is a story about Jules Leon, who is marked in history as being a biracial man, but then also there is some debate about whether he was biracial and what is the role of race in New Orleans at that point, which was, again, a very multicultural city. So it's all very fascinating. Her history, as you saw, crept into interesting things going on in Mexico and war and frontier life. And the slavery narrative, though, for me, and the multiculturalism of New Orleans and the economic importance of slavery, and even the place of it in the Davis's home, all of that is fascinating to me, and probably I hope to know more, perhaps next time I meet you all.
Thank you. So I think Costanza had a question, and then maybe someone else in the back. Costanza, did you have a question? And you, who else had a question? Nobody else? Okay, so we can take Costanza's as last question, I guess.
Yeah, thank you so much to all of you for these interesting talks and for the terrific panel. I have maybe not really a question for you, but for all of us. It was, I was struck by a term used by Chanel that Edison was responsible for the art of documentation and Mamie for the business of documentation, and this is a very convincing point if you think, for instance, about Alinari, this very known company in Italy. They didn't do the photographs, they did the business, and the photographs are named after them. But this inspired me, something that is going through my head from the beginning of this conference, that is, you used the art of documentation, and so art and documentation. There is this rhetoric, and am so grateful that you, Linda and Nicoletta, have put the focus on the labor of photography and not on the art of photography, but this is rhetoric that we are all not addressing and not using in making visible these women who are not very well known, but that we should address clearly. We are not doing, we are not producing a series of new Vivian Mayer or people like this trying to canonize new artistic figures, although it is also necessary to speak about artistic photography and not only documentary photography. But yeah, I think it is something that we should say once clearly. We are not doing this.
Okay, can I answer your question, Costanza? Because of course, okay, so this is what I've been thinking through this panel, that photography was once like excluded from the canon, from a canon, and people, and photography lovers, people in photography, photo historians, had to fight to get photography into that canon. But that canon was the museum, and it was art history, and so that created other exclusions that had to do with photography and its nature, and also with people working within photography. So we need to undo this canonized notion of photography that we have, in a way, interiorized, and that we keep somehow sort of repeating and repeating, even though it's not that we need to get rid of it, because as Costanza said, there is, of course, authorial photography exists, and it's something that we all are interested in. But on the other hand, this other dimension of photography that we are focusing here today and tomorrow is a different dimension of photography, and that is very, very important to keep in mind. Also, when we talk about exclusions, archival absences, non-collections, and so on and so forth, which we don't have time to discuss now, but I hope we will have time to discuss in the sessions that will follow today and tomorrow. So I think we can close this session now and get a coffee. We all deserve it. And thank you very much for your talks and the comments, and see you later.
Yay! I'm so glad I could do that with you all. Yeah, that was wonderful. I'm so glad we could do that with you all. All right, let's get some wine.
educated by Hatavol. Okay. No. During my master's, I did, and it was at Paris. Are you ready to start?
Test it. Test, test. Yes, this is working. Perfect, thank you.
Okay, let's start. If everyone can have a seat. Are you tired? No, I mean we are not even to the half of the way, so you cannot be tired. You are not allowed to be tired. I'm joking. Okay, welcome to the third panel of this conference titled Labor, Industries and Uncredited Contributions. I'm going to present the speakers one by one, but first of all, to all the three of them, thank you very much for accepting our invitation and to be here and discuss with all of us. So the first speaker of this panel is Clara Bolin. Clara, I know that Clara recently received a new position as a curator at the Art Foundation on the Deutsche Central Bank in Frankfurt. So first of all, congratulations for this new position. And she's a photo historian. She has been curator also in the past years, and her research interests include 19th century itinerant photographers. Actually, this is the reason why we have met and we have our first, let's say, meeting. Transnational perspectives, feminist methodologies, exhibition histories, and the role of the photographic industry. She published extensively on these topics. I just mentioned the most recent publications that are her PhD thesis on the photographic exhibition practices after 1945. And there is also a forthcoming essay on women photographers that were photographing the Zeppelin airships between 1900 and 1945. So the floor is yours, and her paper today is entitled From the Factory Floor to Core Photographer, Women's Visibility in German Photography. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda, for the presentation and for the invitation to speak. While substantial work remains in reconstructing individual biographies, I took the opportunity earlier this year to map female labor in 19th century German photography using quantitative methods. And don't worry, I will come back to the safe grounds of case studies soon. This mapping was guided by the question, under which circumstances did women become visible within the system of photography? And I'm trying to move, okay. Visibility here refers to multiple dimensions: recorded authorship, status and job titles, participation in exhibitions and associations, representation in journals, and presence within institutional or archival documentation. And to answer that question, I gathered information in primary sources, especially in newspapers, and I apologize for the bad quality representations you're going to see, and secondary literature, where publications with a local or regional focus since the 1970s were valuable sources. I think it's especially the city archives and city museums here that are worth mentioning. Two side notes before I begin. First, since there's often no more information than a name, I'm fully aware that this is not a complete statistic, but it just represents the state of research and is a work in progress. Second, German in this context obscures shifting political structures that highly affected women's access to education, business licenses, and employment. This is not central to today's argument, but please just keep in mind that laws and working conditions for women in a Protestant free city like Hamburg were different than, for example, a Catholic southern German kingdom. And that's just apart from the changing borders. I mean, we have scholars from neighboring countries, Denmark and Poland here today, who I guess we have some transnational actors who cross borders and appear in all our photographic histories. Today, to explore the mechanisms of visibility, I'm going to focus on different job roles and briefly sketch two cases on different ends of the scale. The Jewish court photographer Emilie Bieber in Hamburg and anonymous workers employed at Kraft & Steudel factory in Dresden. Already during her lifetime, Emilie Bieber was mostly known for her portrait photographs. What struck me when I first became interested in her is the denomination of her being a female court photographer on her carte de visite. Notably, she used the explicitly female form of the title, Hoffotografin. The male form would be Hoffotograf, and you can see examples here of both cases. I'm quite curious to know, I haven't found this out yet, but if like customers could choose what they wanted as a display because they are from around the same period, or if she just changed at a certain point. This detailed a woman being at work, which was otherwise hidden by the more generic E. Bieber. Emilie Bieber co-founded a studio with Adelgunde Köttgen in Hamburg in 1852, which remained active long after her death until 1933. And in the German context, if something ends in 1933, I mean, I've mentioned she's Jewish, and her great-great-nephew then emigrated from Germany. Bieber was visible in a lot of the categories that I looked at. She personally sustained a membership in photographic associations over years, not only in German associations, but also, for example, the Société Française de Photographie. And this is something I learned during my mapping. It's quite an unusual degree of institutional presence for a woman at the time. This provided her with opportunities to show her work in exhibitions, as well as access to professional networks and current technical discourse through photographic journals. Moreover, she exhibited widely during the 1860s and 1870s and received several medals. At the 1873 World Fair in Vienna, a critic praised her portraits for their naturalness and meticulous execution, explicitly contrasting them with more heavily retouched contemporary practices. Bieber made use of both the medals as well as the title of the court photographer for her advertisements, as many men did, displaying them on the reverse of the carte de visite. During my mapping, I only found a handful of female court photographers, making her case particularly significant. And this is notably also because most of them gained their title after taking over their late husband's studios. The involvement of family roles, I think we've already mentioned several times today. Beginning in 1872, Bieber held titles from the Prussian Prince Friedrich Karl, the Crown Princess Auguste Victoria von Schleswig-Holstein-Sonderburg-Augustenburg, and later King Ludwig of Bavaria. Obtaining these titles required applications and fees, which indicates the economic strength of her studio. Within the German historiography of photography, rising numbers of female photographers are commonly dated to the turn of the century, often linked to the installation of a class for photography at the Lette Institute in 1819 in Berlin, followed by the New Woman of the 1920s with a focus again on Berlin as a ground for new female entrepreneurship. My mapping points already towards the 2 decades before, the 1870s, where 71 studios were present, and 1880s, where more female names surfaced in associations and journals. Around the same time, job announcements for female copyists, retouchers, or receptionists can be found, here again using the female form. Both observations lead me to follow newer arguments made by scholars Nathalie Diemich and Mette Bartels, who point to the women's rights movement as a possible source of this. Grounded in associations to educate women, in 1865, the General German Women Association, Allgemeiner Deutscher Frauenverein, was founded. Emilie Bieber, based in Hamburg, was a member of several women's associations and maintained ties to women's rights activists like Emilie Wüstenfeld. And one of the carte de visite portraits also shows Luise Büchner, a German author and women's rights activist who visited Hamburg in 1873. As I mentioned, Bieber co-founded the daguerreotype studio in 1852 with Adelgunde Köttgen, who she likely met through the activist Charlotte Paulson's Women's Association. According to the photographer Hanni Schwarz, who published one of the first accounts on women photographers written by a woman in 1905, Kötken produced the daguerreotypes while Bieber managed the business. After Kötken's husband was denied permanent residency and the family left Hamburg, Bieber continued to run the studio. Although later on male relatives of Emilie Bieber took over the leadership of the studio after her death in 1884, women's labor remained integral to its operation. From the 1860s onwards, Studio Bieber advertised jobs in newspapers, and by 1870, around 30 employees worked in Hamburg. A surviving photograph of the back office shows 2 women and a man at work, yet they remain unidentified. In total, we know 4 names of male workers of the studio, and I could only find one name of a woman, Henny Heinke, who ran the Berlin branch from 1890 to 1904, and which surfaced in obituaries. Thus, even in a prominent studio, visibility was largely reserved for the owner, not the workforce. Towards the end of the 19th century, in addition to the growing possibilities of photographic education, the question of workers' rights gained ground in German magazines and newspapers, including the situation of women working in photography. One article from 1894 declared, "One should not be deceived by the often glamorous appearance of the women and girls working in the photographic studios. The factory worker, the ironer, may sometimes look with quiet envy at the elegant lady who works as a photographer. If she knew how low her income is, envy would be replaced by regret." While I doubt that factory work was a well-paid labor, this comment strikes me as interesting because it highlights the question of class and social status attached to the different job titles. Leading a studio, being a photographer hired by a press agency or photographic department of a company, I think this is job titles that my co-panelists will discuss, or working as a receptionist was reserved to the middle class, whereas women from a worker's family worked in the back as copyists or retouchers. Not even worth a specific job title were the women on the factory floors, cutters, warehouse helpers, cleaners. So when I mapped the visibility in regard to different job titles, it came as no surprise that the photographic industry presents an even more challenging field for reconstructing women's labor, and male as well for that part. Franziska Lampe has also already mentioned the album production that is known from a few images, and I think my example today then bridges to the 20th century, and it's Kraft and Steudel in Dresden. The paper company, taken over by Heinrich Christian Kraft and Oskar Hermann Steudel in 1894, produced photographic papers designed for amateurs. Cellofix is one of the more popular products, and advertisements highlight their easy use of the papers. And I came to this through the contemporary practice of Esther von Plon, a Swiss artist who works with these papers. As developing out papers, they were primarily used by amateurs on their travels and sent as postcards. The company expanded rapidly. In 1903, they constructed a new and bigger factory and converted it into a limited liability company, allowing multiple stakeholders. Over several years, Kraft and Steudel published brochures showcasing its modern production facilities. They had 2 different departments for printing out and developing out papers, and their own power plant to support their machines. Women workers appear prominently in these publications. However, their presence is framed through familiar gender tropes. While the machines were stirred by men, female tasks emphasized women's precision and neatness. So we can see them cut larger sheets into the right size or package the papers. On later pages, an advertisement relies on the figure of a woman to demonstrate the simplicity of the product, presumably addressing a female clientele. But Kraft and Steudel is also an interesting example in regards to women's participation of corporate ownership. According to a note in a newspaper that I found, by 1923, the company had 9 shareholders, and among them are Wilhelmine Maria Möwig and Charlotte or Carlotta, the sources are not clear here, Angela Gäbler. Research into their biographies reveals that both were born Kraft, daughters of the company's earlier owner. They belonged to the upper middle class. one being married to an administrative lawyer and the other to a publisher. While I cannot reconstruct their individual involvement as stakeholders, they exercised voting rights, participated in strategic decisions, and shared responsibility for the company's development. Yet their shares were not equally distributed among all the 9 shareholders, that's just to mention. So their share is less than some of the other men's. Especially Wilhelmine Möwig went on to direct her late husband's publishing house from 1931 until at least 1948, which I deduce that she did have leadership experience and qualities. These findings complicate the assumption that women in the photographic industry were present only as anonymous factory workers. Instead, the example of Kraft and Steudel exposes 2 different levels of women's involvement in photographic production. On the one hand, women workers appear in company brochures as anonymous labor, visible but unidentifiable, essential yet undocumented. On the other hand, women like Möwig and Gäbler are traceable precisely because they occupied positions of ownership and social privilege. This underscores how strongly, at both workplaces mentioned, the studio and the factory, visibility depends on class, property, and legal capacity. In both cases, women workers appear primarily as images, anonymous figures used to signal modernity, efficiency, or accessibility. This, for me, raises methodological questions that have already been mentioned today, but I'm going to repeat them anyways. So how can we restore agency to women whose labor shaped photographic production, but who were rarely named or undocumented? And bridging away from my topic of visibility, what kind of history of photography do we reconstruct if these women are knowable to us only through images? When turning supporting documents into historical objects, to use the phrasing of Ella Raviolis and Elizabeth Edwards, often being images produced for commercial and industrial, if not even ideological purposes. To counterbalance the idea of the single author traditionally employed in art history, I support the claim to understand photography as a gendered workplace, even if female workers are not traceable. First, this foregrounds labor hierarchies that structure daily working routines. And second, it draws attention to the spatial and material organization of work, the division of tasks, segregated areas of labor, and wage structures. This leads me to 3 suggestions that I hope to discuss with you. Instead of crediting the name-giving individual, I attribute authorship to the studio. I have mentioned that it is unclear at which point Emilie Bieber herself learned to operate a camera. Because more than 30 people worked in her studio, crediting the whole studio instead of one single person acknowledges the collective labor and different roles involved. With this approach, I do not mean to diminish Emilie Bieber's agency, but to emphasize her leadership, financial commitment, and entrepreneurial role in shaping the studio's output. And putting this into practice for other photographers will especially challenge the claims of some, or maybe even most, male photographers. And we have already heard today about the material turn, and I think that's also something I want to stress to take this seriously. Photographs are not the product of a single operator, but of distributed material labor. And for me, it has been useful to apply the philosopher and physicist Karen Barra's theory of agential realism, and with that frame photography as an interactive process in which human and non-human entities, people, materials, devices, and chemicals mutually constitute one another in each moment of image making. This helps to consider the photograph as an ongoing entanglement, and Barra does not mean technical decisions like perspective or angle. She talks about nature's queer performativity, where atoms continuously negotiate their relation. So I think Kraft and Steudel can be considered as a reminder of these entanglements. And it might seem basic, but I still want to highlight that if the production of the carrying layer of photographic processes involved gendered labor, then women's contribution is embedded in every print. Just as men, women were part of photography before the act of photography. And the photograph, in reverse, becomes evident of a broader socio-material system in which women played indispensable roles. Archival silences are at the base of this conference. And in the same context, the images of women workers I showed reflect the representational strategies of factories or studios, rather than the lived realities of the workers depicted. I mean, just imagine working in a dark room with a red infrared light the whole day. An image published by the company in an advertising brochure needs to be considered a stage setting. Whose narrative does it serve? Institutional agendas, in the case of a company like Kraft & Steudel, serve commercial interests, shape archival materials, and thereby contribute to the question of visibility. And by recognizing that these archival silences are actively produced, this leads me to a claim of methodological transparency. The patterns of presence and absence encountered during research form part of the same system of narrative control. So how do I not repeat this? And like all of us, I have contacted city archives, government or church registries, museums and collections, and consulted many newspapers to find information, and I typically only present findings. And I think we've seen some great examples this morning. I thought it was really interesting to see Marta and Kelly also present their databases and how they structured it, and the questions that arise with that. And I think adding to that instead, we could also treat the research apparatus itself as part of the field. And with the help of digital humanities, record and display which archives we've searched, specify search terms and date range, and mark negative results. And I think Chanel has already showed us today how fruitful and productive that can be to start from an absence. And maybe also just because I think I have another minute, and Mette Sandby has asked the question this morning, about the renewed interest since the 1970s, I think one part of my answer would be that with digital humanities, there are new ways of researching. I've shown you clips from newspapers, and when I did my master's, I sat in an archive for 8 hours going through microfilms. Now I just enter it on an online website, and that's a huge difference in how, for me personally, I can approach this topic, and I guess that counts for all of you. So in the bigger picture, this might also point to the conditions of labor that I am working within. Thank you.
Again, thank you very much, Clara. I will keep my comments and question for late, but while you're talking, my mind was thinking about this critical fabulation method that I think that resonates also in the last panel, that there might be a common ground, let's say, methodologically speaking. Now I leave the floor to Audrey Leblanc. She's an historian specialized in the history of photography. Yes, if you would like to exchange, to be closer to the slides. She graduated at the École des Hautes Études in Paris and collaborates since 2016 as an associate researcher. There, she has an extensive experience in grants and also postdoctoral fellowships, and as well as curatorship of two exhibitions. More in general terms, then you have the bio, of course, of all the speakers in the bag, in the tote that we prepared. Her research focuses on the cultural history of the 20th century image producer from archival and comparative perspective, and her paper today is titled Women Behind the Scenes in Photojournalism, Rathbone and Keystone Before World War II, Invisible Hands or Shapers of Western Visual Culture. Thank you very much for being here. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Linda. I must say I'm really, really happy to be here today and to be able to listen and to debate with some of my favorite historians of photography, women. And I will also like to express my sincere thanks to all the committee and the organization team. Does it work? Here? It's better? Yeah. Okay. To thanks also, I'd like to warmly thank the professionals, Isabelle Sadis, Jacques Nicolo, Albert Raymond, and Elise Hardy, from Gamma RAFO for their trust, for sharing their expertise, and for the cooperation on this work. I announced RAFO, but I wasn't able to conduct the interviews I had planned for RAFO. So this presentation is mostly about women in the history of photo agencies and the case study of Keystone. I'm not a specialist of the pre-World War II period. My work and main research focus on press photographic collection and photojournalism in the post-World War II period, from the 60s to the 90s, just before the digital term. When I heard about the Fotografiste call for paper, I was about to leave for the Harry Ransom Center in Austin as a fellow to study the New York Journal American Photographic Morgue, kept in its original filing cabinets and covering the years of 1966, which meant expanding the time frame of my research. I was also working on an article to be published in Transborder number 10, an anniversary issue, with the picture editors and researchers as the Gamma RAFO agency in France, who are responsible for promoting and creating the archival collections of the major interwar photography agency, Keystone and RAFO. Keystone was founded in France in 1927. So I decided to take the opportunity of this conference to explore these two agencies, both founded before World War II, following my research path in order to confront methodological elements and knowledge with other important researchers whose work I read and use for my broader research. This larger project aims to provide a corrective to the long-standing male-centered narrative of photojournalism, to free press photography from certain cultural assignations, and to question the narratives transmitted through the way pictures have been managed. To do so, I propose to focus on the libraries of picture collections themselves as a whole, which also means focusing on the people who organize them, and they were and are mostly women. This history of women at work is often underestimated. I argue they were key actors involved in the dissemination of images, narratives, and Western visual culture. I intended to focus on these women working behind the scene at these two agencies during the period before World War II. My proposal is a broader contemporary trend in the history of, is part of a broader contemporary trend in the history of photography, an historiographical movement that is opening up the field to its collective and collaborative dimensions, as we said. Largely led by women historians, this movement gives visibility to female individuals and women's team and rethinks our narratives in a more inclusive way. It considers the multiplicity of gestures and expertise that shape the life and values of images, and it restores the contribution of other actors and agents involved in the marking of our visual culture. I am thinking, of course, of Fotografiste project, but also the Photographer's Assistant Conference in 2024 in Leicester, or Photography's Other Workers in Chicago in 2026, and the upcoming issue of History of Photography titled In the Service of Photography, to give some examples. So my presentation today will focus on methodological questions and present a few results about Keystone Agency I just began to work on. It's a very whip work. To come back to photojournalism and press photography, my ultimate question is about the culture of press photography and the writing of history. What does this change in the way we approach this documentation for historical research? What does it change in our understanding of the culture of press photography? And furthermore, what place can the study of these backstage processes and professions occupy within press photography archives, which institutions inherit, preserve, and transform into heritage collections? My broader question concerns archive for history. Under what condition do press photography or agency photographs become usable historical sources? This is even more crucial given that press photography is associated with news and therefore immediately connected to history. So why is it important to know about this other part of the history of press photography to use this photograph for historical research? For a long time indeed, historians of photojournalism meant themselves have favored spectacular and punctual events, the news, and heroized male figures to build a history of photojournalism hierarchically and largely constricted on the roles played by the photographers and agency managers, men for the most part. And we could resume this narrative with these keywords: risk, technical, progress, speed, heroes, men. Some recent studies with Nadia Ber reconsider this male-dominated history of photojournalism in order to highlight women working in the industry, but still remain focused on photographers. Working on the Magnum Agency, a leading entity in photojournalism, American photography historian Nadia Ber has argued that photojournalism is a collective industry. I quote, "Magnum photographers were core members of a large decisive network that included writers, bosses, secretaries, editors, darkroom assistants, publishers, corporate leaders, and museum curators. The shift from moment to network is metaphorical as well as methodological. It asks that we see photography as an ongoing collective process in which it is difficult to draw a clear boundary between the action of the photographer and those of these collaborators. Recent studies have started to examine the role of those working with photographic collection, but yet these figures remain largely invisible in the history of press photography. It is important to highlight other aspects of press photography that influence its use as historical documentation, because these aspects are especially apparent in the organization of press photographs within agency photo library, but also within editorial offices. Very often, this agency photographic collection, that is, those of media companies, organized into photo libraries during the analog era, have been scattered or even destroyed or are not accompanied by relevant documentation. Their status as visual documentation has focused attention on the images themselves, while the photo library as an institution, characterized by its utilitarian function and considered as a secondary service of media production, has not received much attention. Yet, it is now interesting to consider this tool not merely as documentation, but as historical objects in their own rights, archives that bear witness to other aspects of media production, and I'm based on the work of Constanța Carafa in art history, for example. By focusing on libraries or picture collection as entities themselves, as archives, I argue that we can't fully understand the history of photojournalism without examining these systems and considering the worker who organized and used them as integral to the history of his photography. To understand and document them, it is necessary to have access to the people who managed them or who do so today, building on the work of their predecessors. In other words, it is also essential to acknowledge the contributions of other, less visible professions, which, though less spectacular, play a crucial role. Working in their quiet offices, these actors have been largely rendered invisible in the early narrative of the history of photojournalism. The power cultural narrative overlooks the daily and multifaceted functioning of agencies. Multiple clients, not only the press, multiple professions, and a greater presence of women than in the profession of photographer, where teams were overwhelmingly male. Backstage and office work is far less exciting in storytelling, and women's role fall into that category. They are mentioned, names appear, faces can be seen in photographs, but there is no information about them. Without administrative archives, it is difficult to gather information about these women, their role, careers, and biography. Without economic archives, it is difficult to establish the importance of this work in relation to the news market and to assess the impact of this work. These photo libraries were often founded, developed, and managed by a team of women from the agency's very beginnings. Highlighting their work means shedding light on other commercial activities. In other words, on alternative ways of shaping the visual culture of those periods. This lesser-known facet of media history related to photo agency, as well as the understanding of their archives, relies on the work of these women workers. This gender division of labor within agencies continue to this day, as it is still often women who are responsible for managing analog photo collection, whether they are preserved in institutions or still exploited by conglomerates, as Kirsten found. These professions, with shifting titles and still blurred boundaries like researchers, photo librarians, picture editors, etc., were indeed responsible for managing images once production was complete to diversify their commercial use. I take time to address methodological consideration because working on women made invisible in established narratives and absent from the archives, as Michel Perrault said, les femmes ou les silences de l'histoire, requires finding solutions and explaining them. More generally, I work on various archives and collections located in different Western geographical areas. This comparative and archival approach to press photography allows me to access image collections that have remained in their original state with documentation that can be more or less extensive. It is a way of gathering documentation on photographic collections that have long been preserved without being processed. And in a context where the World Archive is complicated because the word archives is polysemic and somewhat tricky. Archives here refers to the image collection itself. Archives refer to a part of the image collection, particularly in the case of the so-called agency of archives. Confusion also between the heritage mission as understood by this media company and as understood by heritage institutions. Administrative archives from these agencies are complicated to obtain because they are businesses. In institutions, they may refer to conservation archives. And also it's complicated because for a long time, photographic collections in general were kept without documentation about the images or the collections themselves. Finally, these images are costly to projects. Their profitability is essential, whether for businesses or for institutions that often mobilize their collection image funds as audiovisual archive. So, to elaborate and write the history of these women who participate in the selection and therefore the circulation of images, historians must use creative and inventive methodologies and processes. Administrative when they are available, photograph of the workers and the work itself, but we are dependent on captions, oral histories through interviews with current picture workers. I will stop on this one. One effective method for uncovering the role of these women is conducting interviews with contemporary pictures workers, to quote Diana Kammer, those who manage or create photographic archives today. These interviews help historians gain insight into the legacy of past practices and how current professionals are innovating and continuing these tasks. These interviews are therefore subject to the classic problem of temporal lawyers. Narratives tell us about a present or recent past in which we trace the traces and information of more distant past. These pasts are hereditary. This issue is compounding when talking about image collections in agency whose history is marked by successive acquisition, making it difficult to reconstruct their full history. And we're facing two main scenarios. Collections still exploited in agencies today, that is a business context. The exploitation choices evolved with markets and technique, and this is the case of Keystone, and collection, the other scenario, collection preserved in institution, conservation and valorization projects that involve understanding this collection and it's subject to cultural framing. So, this contemporary, By interviewing women, current staff, we have information about today's women who readily point back to this period and the one of 1618s when they agreed to testify. But for earlier periods, before World War II, for example, there are names, and mostly time, there are only first names. We have team women, like here live on the TV, French TV, But generally, one name stands out as that of a woman, the founder or director of the photo library, like here, Yukiko Lonwa, after Emma Guri in the Black Star collection for the Black Star Agency in USA, or in Switzerland, here, Santa Wolf. So the picture workers, as Diana Kama called them in the science of communication, I will just go more further for the history of them. For this conference, I could visit of the current analog collection of Keystone, but I couldn't work with it and its materiality, nor access the administrative archives. This collection and the agency are currently managing in the namely Gamma RAFO in Paris. I made several interviews with discrete staff members from the Gamma RAFO agency. In July 2021, a joint interview in Paris with Isabelle Sadis as head of publishing and exhibition sales, and Elise Hardy, then head of the valorization of the RAFO collection. Both have been working in agencies since the early 90s, more than 30 years in the agencies. They have witnessed the technical and commercial changes that these companies have gone through. At the time of the interview, they were working within a team of about 15 people to keep a static collection alive as internal production has stopped in 2010. These agencies built their reputation on press sales and new storytelling, highlighting the photographers, but they have now significantly strengthened, I'm quoting, development around the valorization of their archival collection, which brings visibility to these quieter forms of archive exploitation. Over the past 3 months of 2025 for this conference, I conducted a series of additional interviews with 2 people who built their entire professional lives as office or documentation staff around this agency. Jacques Nicolot and Albert Raymond, they both have been working for 40 years in the agency. Nobody knows them except the people working on the agency. These 2 men devoted their entire careers to the agency and took their own versatile role. Discrete figures whose work remains largely silent, they embody a particular professional profile that remind us that these agencies are businesses and even more so collective enterprise. Their importance lies in the fact that they carry the memory of this collection and they remain responsible for how they are still used today. This name and organizational charts exist only in the memory of these workers, nowhere else. Long and dedicated professional paths, whether undertaken by men or women, and all the more invisible when it is women. Both of them mentioned the one person at the heart of the collection organization of Keystone, a woman. Keystone is a new photography agency for the pre-war period, carried in front by the Garay family. I refer to the François de Noailles books, which synthesize the agency's history through the lens of its photographers, foreign correspondents. The name mentions are men's name, and the question of distribution network, particularly abroad of its images. But the filing system is the driving force of Keystone. In Paris, the photographers are salaried employees, and the agency promotes a certain culture of anonymity. I quote, "The Keystone collection is organized by theme and sub-theme in alphabetical order for the boxes containing the prints. In contrast, the original materials, negatives, color, images, or glass plates are arranged chronologically and cataloged in an unwritten card file. It is important to work with both the card and the print boxes since not all negatives were systematically printed." Just to have a look of this was in 1932 and now, and this kind of support, photographic support. I quote, and I almost finished, "The filing system is sacred. No one touches it. It was conceived to accommodate changes over time. This empirical learning of the collection's organization and internal logic is essential for developing search strategies when image requests come in. And there's no written classification scheme. It is based on empirically through practice. Even today, it has cost two years to train the new researcher. In 1937, we can see all the team of the Keystone Agency. The classification scheme was established as Keystone by Miss Emile Asbacher, who created it when the Paris office opened in 1927, following the model of the London office. She is said to have worked in Keystone until the age of 75. We can see her in 62. She is a central figure, yet absent from the archives and from the public narrative. So how can we build information for her and know more about this profile? I'm showing just some. These teams, composed primarily of women driven by a strong appreciation, even a deep attachment to the physical collections they manage, contribute to the history of the agencies. The decisions undertaken by these women teams extend influence on the development of visual culture during the 20th century. Even today, whether these collections are preserved in institutions or have been acquired by media conglomerates, they are managed by other teams, often predominantly female as well. This valorization and utilization continue to rely fundamentally on the legacy of the work carried out by these previous, mostly female workers. These libraries form in part the archive of contemporary photojournalism. Some have been discarded, others rescued from disposal at the last moment, and still others ultimately preserved as library, their archival value formally recognized. They all occupy a significant place in our history, contributing to the re-evaluation of cultural production. All the more so because as repositories of these image collections organized into libraries, they serve as guardian of the mediatic dimension of this photographic production. The male narrative is a cultural frame, and it may be a very short period cultural frame. Thank you.
Audrey, also in your case, I will keep the questions at the end, and I will open to the audience too. Thank you for having stressed once again the fact that narrating a history grounded on the actual practices of work dismantles stereotypes that are not even valid for the subjects that profit from the stereotypes, in the sense that the idea of solitary photojournalist is a myth also for men, right? It's in any case a myth, and even for the subjects that have profited from this rhetoric. Now our panel will continue with the paper by Jessica Williams-Stark. She's research fellow at Vision and Justice in US, but she's based in Cape Town. And her research focuses mainly on modern African art and the global history of photography. I would like just to mention her current book project, Photography Against Apartheid, Anne Fisher in Exile, that examines the photographs Fisher, a German Jewish refugee, to Cape Town. Her scholarship has been supported by many different international institutions. She also extensively published on the topics that I mentioned, and her paper today is titled Invisible Labors, South African Architectural Photography and the Forgotten Work of Ethel Mittag Fodder. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Can you guys hear me okay if I sit like this? Okay, great. How's everyone doing? You hanging in there? Okay, last panel before dinner. It's great. I just wanted to, before I start, thank the organizing committee for putting this together and bringing us all together. I think in these times, I become incredibly grateful for convenings, and I'm just more and more grateful for the really generative and generous conversations we've had so far today, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I also want to thank Michael Mittag, who is the youngest son of Etel Mittag, for trusting me with his mother's personal archive and with her photographs, a lot of which you'll be seeing today for the first time. They haven't been seen really since the 1940s. And then on top of that, the incredible archivists at the Bauhaus Archive in Berlin, who digitized all this material and were incredibly generous in sharing it with me. So with that, I want to begin my talk with a page of photographs, or rather a photograph made at the Bauhaus in Dessau. In this image, a young woman with dark bobbed hair stands with her back to the school's iconic white facade. Pictured in raking light, she smiles at the photographer whose lens is focused not on her, but on the hand of the man who is playfully perched above her. Leaning over the balustrade, he lowers his arm to cast a real but also metaphorical shadow over the woman standing beneath him. Taken in 1929, this photograph is in many ways emblematic of those that are most frequently reproduced and circulated of the Bauhaus and its students during this period. Images that demonstrate an astute understanding of architectural space, an experimental interest in manipulating light, and a roguish sensibility which has over time come to characterize the school and the institution's ethos. In addition to relating these more readily discernible aspects of the school, this small black and white photograph also suggests a complex set of personal relationships and later art historical realities that have yet to be adequately addressed in the history of photography. While the man in this picture, the architect Hannes Meyer, has since become well known in studies on modernism, for example, much less has been written about the woman who appears here slightly out of focus beneath him. Although Etel Mittag-Fodor studied at the Bauhaus for a brief period, from roughly 1928 to 1930, art historical interest in her time at the school has almost entirely dominated the still limited literature on her life and career. Save for her own memoir, the published version of which disproportionately attends to her time in Europe, little has been written about the life she later led in South Africa or the work she produced there as a young Jewish refugee. Arguably, the failure to more fully recuperate this portion of her archive lies neither with her nor with her work, but with the still dominant Western-centric mechanisms of history writing. That her time in South Africa and later contributions that she made to the country's apartheid-era resistance movement, for example, are often mentioned in publications but never historically situated or seriously explored, speaks volumes to not only the Bauhaus's historic hegemony, but to Africa's still marginalized place in histories of modernism. What follows is an exercise in how our understanding of this woman's work and the larger history of photography might be furthered if we were to examine the images she produced in exile with the same interest and intensity as those she produced in Europe. In lieu of presenting an overview of nearly 7 decades worth of her South African work, this evening I'd like to do what others have done regarding her time at the Bauhaus and instead focus our attention on 2 short years, the first that she spent in Cape Town. In keeping with the timeline and the theme of this conference, however, it's important to acknowledge the complicated and intersecting histories that made her later South African work possible. As we'll see, our ability to understand the photographs she made in Cape Town rests on our ability to see the unique convergences that led her to make them. Unexamined until recently, the photographs she produced in exile suggest a through line for her practice that is as much characterized by continuities as it is punctuated by disruptions. Recuperating this portion of her archive asks that we not only consider how she mobilized her earlier training and connections at the Bauhaus to secure new photographic commissions abroad, for example, but how her background in textile design, experiences of racial persecution in Europe, and pro-working class politics would later lead her to want to photograph, say, a newly opened garment factory in Cape Town during a period rife with contestations over fair labor practices. Before delving into the work Mittag-Fodor produced in Cape Town during this period, I first want to share a few incredibly pertinent details about her earlier interests, training, and experiences in Europe, all of which would contribute to shaping not only her work, but our understanding of South African architectural photography and the roles it would play in helping to fabricate the nation's coming segregationist future. Etel Mittag-Fodor was born into a secular Jewish family in Hungary in 1905. After After studying graphic design in Vienna, she turned down a job offer to devise fabric patterns for a factory near her home, and instead chose to move to Dessau, where in 1928 she enrolled as a student at the Bauhaus. Despite being interested in weaving and textile design, she decided to join the school's printing workshop before later transferring into its newly established photography course. During her time as a Bauhausler, she studied with Joseph Albers and Walter Peterhans, met her future husband, the Bauhaus-trained architect Ernst Mittag, and began to make work that was marked by her growing interest in experimentation with materials, processes, and forms. Although she personally and politically clashed with Peter Hans, Mittag Foto admits that she found him to be an excellent photographer. She says this rather begrudgingly. As one of his students, she responded to his aesthetic interests and the developing tenets of the new objectivity and began focusing on honing and perfecting her technical skills for his assignments. Drawing on her earlier studies in graphic design and her interest in textiles, she continued to carefully arrange her objects, but with a new and increased attention to surface texture, tone, and detail. While the skills and techniques she developed with Peter Hans would become indispensable to her work as a photographer, they were unfortunately not the only lessons she learned in his darkroom. In April of 1930, after what she referred to as an altercation with him, she ultimately decided to quit the Bauhaus. For a brief period after she left the school, she traveled through Europe, taking street photographs and beginning her foray into architectural photography. After marrying Ernst Mittag in 1932, she decided to visit Hannes Meyer and his Red Brigade in the Soviet Union, where she spent time with her fellow Bauhauslers and took photographs for Willy Musenberg's leftist publications. Following a run-in with the Soviet police, who threatened to detain her for photographing government buildings, she returned to Berlin, where she rejoined her husband and began contributing to the city's anti-fascist underground. As the years progressed and their closest friends began to be arrested or murdered by Nazi SS, Ettel and Ernst became increasingly aware of their vulnerable positions in Germany. In 1938, after the birth of their first son, they decided to immigrate to a country that they knew little about, but in which they had been told they could find refuge. Despite being partially informed about life in South Africa by one of her uncles who had moved there earlier, Ettel and Ernst had little idea of what to expect when they first arrived in Cape Town in 1938. And here I'm showing you a page from one of Ettel's personal albums that was recently shared with me by Michael. And these albums are part of a larger project I'm working on, but I thought it'd be nice to show you some of the personal background for the professional work that I'll be discussing. So she was creating this professional work at the same time that she was making these albums with images of her family. So while Ettel's husband, Ernst, was able to enroll as a student at the University of Cape Town, re-qualify as an architect, and eventually open his own firm in South Africa, Ettel found both herself and her ability to work as a photographer prohibitively limited in their new and much more socially conservative context. Unable to speak English, she hoped to be able to mobilize her photographic training and fluency in the language of modern architecture to make a living. Lacking formal certification from her time at the Bauhaus, she left without receiving her diploma. And armed with only a few examples of her earlier photographic work, she began seeking paid commissions from the city's architects and working to build a new portfolio that she hoped would visually relay her skills to new potential clients. Between 1938 and 1940, she created a small collection of images that not only showcased her modernist aesthetic and understanding of architectural space, but which helped to establish a market for a new mode of photography, which she rightfully acknowledges, was, quote, almost unknown in South Africa at the time. Despite consuming, referencing, and reproducing architectural photographs from abroad, South African architects during this period were initially slow to use the medium to more formally document and promote their own projects. While a few more well-established South African journals had begun to call for architects to submit any photographs they may have taken of their projects for publication, the idea of hiring a professional photographer, or even suggesting the need for one, was almost unheard of in this context until the late 1930s. Indeed, it was not until November of 1938, the same month that Mittag Foto arrived in South Africa, that the Cape Town-based journal Architect, Builder, and Engineer began running advertisements for local studios that specialized in this sort of photography. While Fox Studios in Cape Town offered to, quote, record an architect's projects for posterity, what the city's young modernists needed was a photographer who could translate their three-dimensional work into a legible two-dimensional image. For a new generation of South African architects interested in making a name for themselves, how their projects were visually depicted to their colleagues and the public was becoming paramount to their reception. By the late 1930s, South Africa's visual economy had become inundated with images of work by some of Europe's most well-known modern architects. Indeed, uncredited photographs of buildings by Le Corbusier and Mies van der Rohe and Walter Gropius had steadily populated the pages of the nation's architectural journals since the early 1930s. And here I'm showing you a page from the South African Architectural Record with images by Lucia Maholi that were reproduced, of course, uncredited. Well-versed in these images, South Africa's young modernists wanted their own work to be photographically codified in a similar way. Uninterested in having their buildings portrayed by an earlier generation of arrière-garde pictorialists or by untrained photojournalists, South African proponents of the new architecture began seeking new photographers whose aesthetic could complement their burgeoning modernist vocabulary. When a young architect named Alfred Honigman expressed frustration at local South African photographers' inability to visually translate his buildings to make them look modern, he was speaking precisely to this discrepancy. In lieu of Lucia Maholi, whose images he knew but whose name he did not, Honigman and Cape Town's other architects turned to Edsel Mittag-Fodor. Pasted onto a light gray cardboard backing, Mittag-Fodor's image of Honigman's newly completed block of flats depicts the structure in a near-perfect three-quarter profile. Meticulously composed, her image recalls those produced by other Bauhaus photographers who had similarly deployed the tenets of the new objectivity in their architectural work. Isolated from its surroundings, this block of flats stands in this photograph as a paradigm of Cape Town's slowly burgeoning architectural ethos. In a city that had recently been declared closed to Black South Africans, and which was beginning to be rezoned and restructured in line with the demands of white capital, however, it also stands as a sober, if not also coldly analytical, emblem of exclusion. In her memoir, Mittag-Fodor writes about her inability to understand the incredibly racist and misogynistic attitudes she was learning infiltrated nearly every aspect of life in her new colonial context. Culturally uprooted and linguistically isolated, her first few years in Cape Town were marked by personal feelings of dislocation, which were only further compounded by the difficulties she experienced meeting others with whom she shared a similar worldview. In addition to being confronted with the anti-Semitism that she thought she had left behind her in Europe, she was also beginning to learn about what were, for her, entirely new forms of racial hatred. Deeply disturbed by the racist attitudes she encountered, she began wanting to photograph other aspects of her new city, to not only depict Cape Town's recently completed apartment blocks, skyscrapers, and sprawling white suburban homes, but to photograph its so-called model factories, which were then being touted in the press for the exemplary conditions they were said to offer their racially diverse workforce. In early 1939, Mittag-Fodor undertook a commission from a young architect named Max Polikansky to photograph Rex Trueform, a newly opened garment factory he had designed for Cape Town's Judge Clothing Factory. When it first opened in January of 1938, the factory was celebrated in the Cape Times by a 4-page spread featuring an artist's rendering of its facade, a sketch of its production floor, and 2 small photographs depicting its show and waiting rooms. Held up in the press as, quote, the most modern as to building and equipment plan of its kind in the world, the factory was similarly touted in the city's architectural journals for being, quote, an outstanding example of expressive modernistic planning. For someone with an affinity for modern architecture, a background in textile design, and an interest in leftist politics, Mittag-Fodor's decision to photograph Cape Town's new garment factory is hardly surprising. While the building would have undoubtedly been of visual interest to her, she was also likely drawn to the project by its architects and the idea that they might share her similar politics. Among those working in Polikansky's offices during this period, for example, was the Dutch-born architect Henk Niegemann, who, like Mittag-Fodor, had spent time in the Soviet Union and whose older brother, Johan Niegemann, had earlier taught architecture at the Bauhaus. In the photographs she made of Rex Trueform, 2 of which I'm showing you here, Mittag-Fodor articulated the aesthetic elements for which the factory had become well known through a specifically modernist photographic language. Her carefully composed images not only call attention to the building's intentional lack of, quote, superfluous ornamentation, but feature many of the aspects that had earlier garnered it praise in the press. In the image she made of 2 of the factory's most outwardly distinctive features, its chromium-plated steel signage and glass-enclosed curvilinear staircase, for example, Mittag-Fodor delicately captures the architect's considered use of textured stucco, softly hued tiles, and glazed windows. Taken from across the street with her Leica, her image provides a partial glimpse into the interior of the building, and, it is suggested, its inner workings. As she recalls in her memoir, it was around this time that she and Ernst were first introduced to the leftist paper, The Guardian, and through it, information about the nation's existing labor movements. In the months leading up to the Second World War, articles on South Africa's trade unions began to become increasingly common in the leftist press as workers began to push for shorter work weeks, higher wages, and greater safety measures in the form of an amended Factories Act. While Rex Trueform's architects seem to have anticipated workers' demands for better ventilation, enhanced lighting, and improved hygiene facilities in their effort to, quote, provide for the staff's comfort and efficiency, the plans that Henk Niegemann drafted and ultimately submitted to Cape Town City Council reveal something rather sinister. Of superfluous ornamentation, there is none, the Cape Times had earlier declared of the building's design. And yet, as Ilse Wolff has discussed in her extensive study of the factory, Rex Trueform was marked by a particular and peculiar set of redundancies. Although not entirely visible in Mittag Foder's photograph of the factory's staircase, the second-story corridor that it opened onto led to 4 separate changing rooms or restrooms, 2 for, quote, European men and European women, opposite the company's offices to the far right, and 2 for, quote, non-European women and non-European men, opposite the factory's manufacturing floor to the far left. In the press, the authors had praised Rex Trueform's architects for the commodious lavatory blocks they had thought to provide its workers and gave detailed descriptions of these spaces' tiled walls and terrazzo floors. Attending to the new building's smallest material details, however, afforded them the ability to disregard a major materialist one, that Rex Trueform's workers had been physically and unnecessarily segregated along racial lines in the factory's changing rooms, toilets, and mess halls. Given these details, it's important to note that it was not until 1941 that South African law began to legally demand separate staff entrances and amenities for the nation's multiracial workforce. In reading Polikansky and Niegemann's plans for Cape Town's celebrated model factory, one finds that their functionalist design was also ideologically utilitarian. In many ways, it was a plan that not only presaged, but which helped to lay the groundwork for the nation's coming segregationist future. Although whether Mittag Foder may have been aware of these complexities when she first accepted the commission to photograph the factory is not known, she certainly learned of them later. Published alongside articles discussing the need for a new and amended Factories Act in The Guardian during these years, for example, were a growing number of calls from South Africa's garment workers for greater protection from exploitation and an end to segregation in their industry, segregation that Polikansky and Niegemann's designs were helping to make physically concrete. Despite sharing similar reference points with Niegemann, their connection to the Bauhaus and interest in modern architecture, their earlier travels to the Soviet Union, etc., Mittag Foder was quickly beginning to realize that they had little else in common. In her memoir, she writes that she found it impossible to understand how those she met in Cape Town could, quote, accept and often defend what was going on here. While there were some rare exceptions, she notes, Henk Niegemann was apparently not one of them. After photographing a few of his projects, Rex Trueform, the Kavala cigarette factory, and even the interior of his home in Hout Bay, 2 of images of which I'm showing you here on the right, she ultimately ceased working for him. When the Second World War broke out and South Africa joined the fight on the side of Britain, Mittag Foder gave up her work as an architectural photographer altogether. Not only had most of South Africa's residential and commercial building projects been put on hold during the war, but the architectural journals in which her images were beginning to be published, such as this one, were starting to slow, if not entirely cease, in their production. Over the course of the next 8 decades, the images that Mittag Foder had earlier made of Rex Trueform and Cape Town's other buildings would be circulated between architects and published uncredited by architectural historians interested in recuperating and later critiquing the particularly racialized spatial politics of South Africa's settler modernism. As objects, her photographs became coveted examples of an architecture that could be seen to be on par with that being produced in Europe. Her aesthetic, which helped to overturn decades' worth of pictorialist imagery, would become the standard for how buildings should be photographed, sophisticated and straightforward, meticulously framed and lit. Like Lucia Maholi, whose photographs were used for decades to launch the careers of her male counterparts, Mittag Foder and the artistic and intellectual labor she expended in South Africa have largely been forgotten. In some ways, the politics of the small portion of her photographic career is marked by its rather abrupt bookending, by her decision to not lend her lens to men who were quite literally helping to lay the physical groundwork for the nation's coming apartheid state. Recuperating this earlier episode in her life showcases the political agency she seized in choosing to leave a field whose agenda she realized did not align with her own. Under National Party rule, Ethel Mittag would continue as she had in Germany to contribute to South Africa's anti-racist struggles in ways that are only now beginning to be acknowledged. In addition to donating funds to the anti-apartheid movement, for example, she and her husband also circulated clandestine leftist political propaganda, facilitated communications between band members of the African National Congress, and hosted activists and political leaders in their home, photographs of whom soon began to populate their personal family albums. And just quickly, I'll mention on the bottom left, you see Fred Carnison, who was a South African communist who during apartheid would be arrested and tortured by the South African security police. And on the right is a family portrait of the Naidus. So Pauline Podbury was a Jewish activist and labor organizer, and H.A. Naidu was a communist. And they had to flee the country and went into exile in the 1950s following the Suppression of Communism Act and also the Mixed Marriages Act, which made their relationship illegal. Despite her political activity during this period, Atul Mittak photos recently declassified South African secret security police files revealed that authorities regarded her as little more than her husband's secretary, a housewife, and a mother of two. While the erasure of her name from her earlier architectural work diminished her recognition in later histories of photography and modern art, her invisibility in the political realm under the gaze of a white supremacist, patriarchal Afrikaans government was, in many ways, precisely what allowed her to continue that work. It was ultimately these unassuming roles that kept her both unsuspected and unnamed by the apartheid government, free to keep resisting the structures of racism in ways that she had been unable to with her lens. Thank you.
It's very interesting for me, this interconnection between private archives, from where it emerges the political stance actually, and the representation of her professional, let's say, life as two separate dimensions, but maybe they are not, so we can discuss about that. We have more or less 10 minutes, so I don't want to exploit my role as a chair. Of course, I have a lot of questions, but I prefer to open to the audience, and in case I will have questions.
Clara, you showed the advertisements looking for women colorists and retouchers. I have seen a few similar in Estonian media, and I've been wondering, is it that women photographers were looking to hire women, or is there like a bigger discourse? Because I have seen reference to a Russian article about how women are the better retouchers, they are more patient and, you know, they do a better job, which apparently is translated from German. So I've been ever since wondering, what's the, have you, you know, since you had more of those hats, so is there like a bigger discourse about the woman being the better retouchers, or is it just a way how to look for cheap labor?
What do I do? I use this one, I think. Yeah, thank you for the question. No, I cannot tie this to women photographers advertising, women assistants, helpers, retouchers. The advertisements generally ran through agencies, so the people contacted agencies, and that makes it difficult to map, like there were advertisement agencies. What I can track is women passing down their studios to their daughters. In parts of Germany where that was okay, in other parts they passed it down to their sons or the husbands of their daughters, but the daughters were always active in these studios, but that's a different story. So no, and in the case of Emilia Bieber, for example, she always advertised with the male names, but of course that also did include women applying for the jobs, right? It's not exclusive, it's the masculine form which was more common. And the case of advertising for women it's like you said, it's the lower wages that make that happen. And that's also complained about in German newspapers and journals quite a lot, that women are taking away the jobs of men and are not getting as good as an education for it.
Thank you very much for this fantastic panel. My question is to Clara, but maybe it can open a reflection also for the others, because if I understand right, in the end you propose as a possible solution to credit the name of the studio to have this kind of, to point to this collective photographic practice and all the people behind the name of the studio. But in the research on women photographer, it's very common that the name of the photographic studio is that of a man, or even if when it's a woman, as in your case, Emily Bieber was just AE, just the initial, right? You know that the name is Emily Bieber, but in the photograph, at least, it's not present, and also the name photographer that she decided to use was a male noun, right? So even if you credit Atelier, if you credit in line with the source, it should be Atelier et Bieber, not Emily Bieber, right? So I was wondering how to navigate on this idea of staying close to the atelier dimension, studio dimension, as a way to show what's behind the studio, but if this can also be a way to instead make hidden what's behind the studio and the name of the often women, but not only women working in it. And this can maybe open also a comment from you on how to credit, in your cases, how would you credit the name of the agency or the photographer, or, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I'm aware of that dilemma. And I don't really have a solution. Yes, I mean, Emilia Bieber, she changed the attribution. In the beginning, on the back of the daguerreotypes especially, you find Atelier Emilia Bieber fully written out, and then later it becomes E. Bieber, and then it's Atelier Bieber, then it's Atelier Bieber Berlin. So it changes. I think at the moment in most museums and museum collections, it's her name, Bieber, Emily or Emilia. And I think to change that, to credit the collective labor, adding the atelier would help. In like contemporary, I think especially in fashion photography, this is going a bit out, but you often have like long lists even on the labels where you see like who was the set designer, who was the costume designer, who did the makeup. I don't know, maybe that could be something that would be very long labels and very long credit lines then, but maybe that's the solution for it. I don't know. And I think especially also in architecture, you often have the architect credited for images, right, and not the photographer?
Yeah, no, I was just going to say the same thing, which is that, yeah, with architectural photography, which is like not what I normally work on, right, I was basically just gifted this small portfolio of images and decided that they were interesting. And so I've had to learn a lot about architecture and starting on working on this project for her. But yeah, it is always usually the architect that's credited and not the photographer. It was in the 1930s. And of course, you know, she had just arrived in Cape Town. She didn't have a studio stamp or anything to mark the backs of her images. So whoever she made photographs for, those architects became the owners of those photographs, and they made duplicates and they circulated them amongst each other, and they went into archives, and whenever someone wanted to publish a book about their architectural practice, they would pull out those photographs and reproduce them without crediting her. So it's very easy actually to go through architectural books on South Africa that look at modernism and see multiple images by her that you don't know of unless you've familiarized yourself with this archive. So other than just trying to remedy that, you know, it was just a common practice back in the day. But maybe moving forward, you know, it could be something different. I don't know. Do you have something with press?
Yeah, thank you, Agnese. I would say two things. I think more than a gender history, it's a social history. And we have to take care also of the different social classes, as you mentioned it. So it could build cultural photographic press of agencies as a collective business, instead of this heroic mythologic who serves a certain, I would say, upper class narratives, if we can say that. And the other things, but yeah, the way also is this knowledge in the small ends, even if I'm not really agree with this kind of way to say it, we need it today to understand what we are facing for. So this is a very key point for me. Is it? Yeah?
Thank you for those. This is for Jessica. I'm really curious about how ETA was regarded by the South African government. You showed a slide with the document on there. I just wondered if you could comment on that situation, please.
Yeah, of course. So, because the duration of this conference ends at 1939 and apartheid starts in 1948, I tried not to discuss that later part in her life too much. But she, Ernst Mittag, her husband, would be named, so he would be banned during apartheid, and they both have files on themselves. So Michael, her son, worked with me very graciously for a couple of years, and we were able to get those secret security police files declassified on both his dad and his mom. And in Ernst's files, there are a lot of lists of him attending meetings and going to communist parties, and he was saying he was a member of certain things. And Ethel's file is much smaller, and in it she's noted to be like a housewife. Like there's no mention of any of her really activity, even though she was incredibly active. And I think a lot of that for her was intentional, right? It was a way for her to kind of be able to continue the work without having to be suspected. So she was never named like her husband was. And there are other examples of this. I'm also working on a project on a woman named Naomi Shapiro, who was a photojournalist, and she kind of has the opposite situation in that her husband, Jack Barnett, also an architect, and he is named, she is named, but her file is like 100 plus pages, and his file is very small because she in that family was the more active of the two of them, and because she worked for a leftist newspaper as a photojournalist, it was very more difficult for her than Ethel to kind of stay under the radar. So she did end up being named under the apartheid regime. But yeah.
I'm sorry, we have to close. I will keep my questions not for the dinner because dinner is for other stuff, but for tomorrow. But I would like to thank you all again for this terrific panel. Also in concluding our first day of conference. Thank you very much.
You too?
They entered to close the room. So
Oh, really?
Can you give everyone directions for sure. Sorry, it's right. They has she has for the direction for dinner. We are at the Libreria delle Donne.